as well as we join Greg Emsley for the countdown. He's on the tower, a J-Bay champ, longtime CT competitor. He'll be giving out scores to the best in the world. And the first quarterfinal is already getting started. Gabrielle O'Brien and Tyler Wright take on perfect J-Bay, both looking for their first win at this venue. Tyler's come close, runner-up in 2022, a semifinal the following year in 2023. Gabrielle O'Brien has matched her personal best result, her third straight quarterfinal appearance at the best right-hand point break in the world. And as we know, she fell out of the draw really early in Brazil, went straight to J-Bay. She's been here for a really long time.
Yeah, and I mean, what a place to be. I think this is one of the events where the surfers kind of get to, and you get to exhale a little bit, you get to enjoy a little bit of everything as well as the surfing. I think Gabrielle now is really focused in on this quarterfinal heat, but she's had just so much time out here, and I think that's going to be an advantage.
We look at these heats, and it's actually interesting on the women's draw. You have the final 8 in all quarterfinals, but this is the top 8, 1 through 8, still involved in this event, and it is reseeded. So right now you have Gabby Bryan as the #2 seed in the world, behind Molly Picklum. And geez, it is just sensory overload this morning. Look at these perfect lines coming through, a sunrise and a rainbow at the same time, and our opening ride of the morning. Tyler Wright just pacing, a 2-time world champ, 17 championship tour wins. Finding that flow and pace on that Paizel surfboard. Nice calm approach. Setting up an overhead section, that cool little lean back into the pocket, which he's been doing her entire career, and she'll step off of the opening wave in the morning.
I've actually was just about to mention, it's going to be important for you today to identify which waves you're kind of looking out there, because the sets are kind of solid and going wide, but then they double up on the inside and kind of usually drain, and it's pretty wide open and nice. But the medium-sized waves just hugs the bank much better. A wave like Tyler Wright just had right now had that good pace and the good size for J-Bay. As we see, I see it over my shoulders right now. This is probably the biggest set of the morning so far. It's about to start breaking way up at boneyards, and that's the sets that I'm talking about. They might be a little bit too big. Gabby's going to pull the trigger on the right one, the first one a little bit smaller because the ones behind are massive.
Gabrielle O'Brien, career best performance this season, has all the momentum in the world. Drawing that line back into the pocket. This is where J-Bay often gets referenced as a canvas. You get to draw all over it. Gabby keeps the rail engaged, nice steady pace, and now having that high line approach, now down to the bottom. Gabriella, beautiful arc off the top. This thing's now starting to open wide. She misses that double up and a chance to get barreled on the end section. So a couple of warm-up waves out of the way for Bryan and Wright. 35-minute heats. And with the Red Bull skis on the assist, they'll have plenty of time to reset and identify which ones they want to be a part of. 2 big CT wins this year, so you'd look at Gabby Bryan as the momentum surfer this year with all of her power. Then you look at all the experience of Tyler Wright, where she just has a way to just take on big matchups. Here's Tyler's start.
Yeah, Tyler, like we mentioned, just identifying this kind of medium-sized wave for this morning and just digging in that rail right there. There's a little bit of, you know, that lump and bump. We saw that northerly wind still coming into play, but Tyler's just cutting through the face of this wave because of all that power from that new swell. Just pushes you down the line. She had a really good read on this wave, and it's a good wave to settle the nerves. Here it starts to double up when it gets a little bit more shallow on that inside bank, and it hits that reef so nicely.
I would have liked to see her finish, actually. Maybe she didn't think that wave was as good as she probably was hoping for, but she did some damage. And here's Gabby on one of those, the first wave of that set. The ones behind are just way too wide. Maybe they were nice on the inside, but here Gabby just kind of zigzagging. You can see that the wave's not as steep as Tyler's wave because it's going a little bit wider on the bank and more out the back. But then once it doubles up right here, that's when Dream comes through. It starts to stack up. She does a beautiful carve, but she doesn't cut itself enough and be fast enough on that bottom turn transition to get in the barrel, unfortunately for Gabby, because that wave was peeling down the line. Beautiful bottom turn here. Aggressive out the back. And right here, that's when she needed to start getting on her toes very quickly to transition into that barrel and get tight and high in that pocket. She goes a little bit too much down to the bottom and missed the opportunity of a nice drainer on the inside, and she's getting licked right now.
Yeah, the set just taking her out. She got all those waves on the head, just unable to get to the ski because that was the first wave of the set. It's so consistent this morning. It's going to be so important kicking out at the right time to get on the ski or attacking that end section. Dog looking a bit pensive there.
And actually, you can see the tension right there because I mean, you've been in that situation before here, Rosie. Like, there's so much water moving on like by the rocks, and it pushes you inside. So she might be in a very shallow spot with around 4 foot whitewashes on top of her. So
Gabby Bryan looking to get on the Red Bull skiing back in the lineup as we're still enjoying this gorgeous sunrise on a massive finals day. One thing they'll be trying to do is trying to conserve your energy a bit, because if you're planning on winning this event, you're surfing through this heat, a semi-final heat, a final heat with really demanding rides here. Tyler Wright already out the back with priority. Brings that championship pedigree to this matchup and the ability to adapt in big heats. That's her X factor this year. Winning pipe to start off the season wearing the leader's jersey. As we will check in with Jessie Starling.
Lakey, this is what dreams are made of this morning. It is absolutely pumping. We've all been drooling over it. You got a free surf in. How was it out there this morning?
Yeah, it's pretty much as good as it gets at J-Bay, I think. I mean, based off of what I've seen in my time here, so it's really exciting. I'm really stoked they waited to surf today, and there's going to be some phenomenal heats. Yeah, I got to calm down. No coffee this morning because it's one of those days the inner surfer just comes out in you and you want to take everything, so it's going to be good.
No coffee, no Red Bulls for you, but we'll take it all because it's finals day. We're going to crown champions down here today, and we cannot wait to see what unfolds. Good luck today, Lakey. We look forward to seeing you compete. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jessie Starling. Lakey Peterson looking to go back-to-back with her wins. Well, we had the year off last year with the Olympics, but she is the defending champ, and it will be a rematch of that final in Q3, Lakey versus Molly Picklum.
Oh man, all of these quarters are so stacked. Looking at Caitlin Simmons and Caroline Marks coming up next. Some really good heats, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see. The last one looks very appealing for the conditions that we have on offer right now. Betty Lou and Bella Nichols both very good on right-hand point breaks. They've done some damage. They're pretty confident. I think they're on the uphill, so it's going to be fun to watch, and I know they're excited.
Also for the race for the Final Five, right, Jesse? You know, you've got those stories of those surfers that are just outside the Final Five, but those are some big world champ type names, you know, with Tyler, with Caroline Marks trying to jump into that conversation late in the season.
Yeah, as we, get down to the stop number 10, you've only got this event and Tahiti to kind of relinquish your spot, to kind of claim your spot in those WSL Final Fives. Like you said, Joe, 1 through 8 is still in the event, so everyone's got to kind of keep pace.
Looking at this perfection this morning at J-Bay. Big walls approaching. A lot of white water heading towards Tyler. She's considering a late takeoff. She will get gobbled up, still hanging onto the rails and unable to control it. She's off, but her opening score is in, a 5.5. Gabriella Bryan's opener, a 5.0. Really close. And how much time's gone by since Gabby Bryan got her wave, and she's still working her way back to the takeoff spot.
It's been about 5 minutes since we saw Gabby kick out of that wave, so she got kind of pummeled all the way down the point. We were mentioning that sweep when you get parallel to the rocks there. It's so hard to kind of penetrate and duck dive and get where you want to go.
This kind of almost has that sense of Sunset Beach energy, when you're surfing at sunset and it's a big north swell and the sets are sweeping through. You don't want to get those sets, but you have to kind of sit inside and position yourself a little bit deeper in the reef and underneath, so when the sets comes, you kind of get swept down. So it's a tricky cat and mouse game today. As you can see, Gabby paddling out, she's in that zone where you get dropped off, but I think we're going to pan out to Tyler in a little bit maybe, and you can see that she kind of had to go wide with that set coming, and then now she's moving back to where she should be positioned for those good waves that kind of hug the bank a little bit better.
And I know Gabriella's been working with Richard Dog Marsh, and we've also noticed, you know, Tyler has also been kind of in that same conversation working with Dog. So we saw Dog in the Red Bull Athlete Zone kind of watching both of these competitors, but managing them both in this heat.
It's interesting, too, because you've kind of got the dog pound, right? You know, with Gabby Bryan, Connor O'Leary, Leo Fioravanti, and then you got this quiet one with Tyler Wright, you know, often, you know, making her own accommodations, kind of sneaking in to talk to Dog. She's kind of doing it on her own, you know. There's a few events this year, we're like, oh yeah, you know, she's working with Dog, you know, and it's kind of, she's doing it her way, kind of finding her time with one of the best coaches of all time. And Dog Can really prepared with the binoculars to make sure he could see where his surfers are sitting at the moment. Almost just matching each other with that start on two different waves there, a 5 to a 5.5 early. We mentioned Tyler's run, where she's got to really be perfect to make the final 5 in these last 2 events of the season. So a very important heat for Tyler's season this year. For Gabby Bryan, you know, it's her best year to date. And now she's getting herself to a point of the year where she's about to clinch a spot in the final 5. If she does win this heat, she'll officially be competing for a world title at Cloudbreak. Remember being upset last year by Aaron Brooks as a wild card, and falling out of the final 5 was her most devastating loss of her career. What a bounce back for Gabby Bryan.
What a year for her, but also I'm wondering if she's even aware of that scenario coming into this heat. I'm sure it's something that she'd just be wanting to think about what's ahead of her, making it through the quarterfinals, and maybe not looking into the nitty-gritty of where she is in the rankings, but such an interesting scenario for her to clinch that spot so early in the season.
And so much time to just try to focus on this event itself, this wave itself. You know, when she's been here this long, you know, she's got family here, her mom's here, her sister-in-law's here backing her, so she's had some fun down days, did all the safaris well before we even showed up.
Yeah, that's true.
And obviously got some incredible surf to really get comfortable on this wave. And you mentioned Sunset, Jesse, and that's one of her favorite waves in the world. So she's definitely loving a big open face wall on her forehand. 2-time world champ starting to run down the line. Nice pace. Draws that clean carve into the pocket. Well overhead. Every bit of 6 foot plus today. Nice controlled rail work for the most decorated surfer on the championship tour. Now just pacing her way into the double up. Nice draw. She's looking to get drained on this inside. A little bit out in front, and she will step off. That's all the drama, all the excitement on this section at Supers, where you know it's going to go inside out. Tyler had a great idea there. Just the hardest part sometimes is to slow down when you're on the fastest wave on the planet.
Just that S-turn, easy pace through the outside section, but you can tell that it closes out so quickly. So you do need to find that delicate balance of finding that tube time, but then also exiting before it guillotines.
This is a beautiful wave, like how the sun is just perfectly glimmering the lip right there. And she, like you mentioned, she keeps a good flow throughout this wave. The problem is, we've been talking about, and today it's going to be even more proper, like the push that this wave gives you down the line. It's very strong. So for her to, in order to get barrel right there, she had to actually delay herself a little bit more, put herself more close towards the whitewash for them to bottom there, and she went a little bit out in front. And then once you're past it, it's very hard for you to slow yourself down.
So Tyler still enjoying that sunrise. The lighting is just unbelievable. There's going to be a million photos of that wave on Instagram at WSL. Also check out all the highlights throughout the day on worldsurfleague.com, especially the live rankings. An important matchup for Tyler Wright and Gabriella Bryan here. And believe it or not, Gabby Bryan has had a lot of trouble against the 2-time world champ. 7 straight wins. Now into their 5th quarterfinal matchup together. Their first matchup of the year, but a rematch of a quarter they've had at Jeffreys Bay. All's been in favor of the Australian.
Yeah, that's an interesting stats, but like you said, first matchup in 2025, and it feels like Gabriella Bryan is a different surfer, a different person this year. So this one, pretty interesting, and we'll see if she can get that kind of that edge over her.
Yeah, it's a mental break that she actually needs to go through.
Let's now check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Show up here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, top floor, the best view in the house. Richard Dog Marsh has got both Gabby and Tyler that he's coaching, so he's very vigilant of the lineup, but also, speaking to Dog, is also being super aware of the backup boards. These are board-breaking conditions today, so being aware of the backup boards, having a plan in check to get those boards to the surfers if they need it, and also being aware of the pickup zone on the inside here with the Red Bull jet skis on picking up the surfers. The surfers surf all the way into the point and then kind of get lost sometimes in the free surf crowd. So that's an additional challenge when these waves are going all the way from the top of supers all the way into the point.
Good call, Kaipo. Yeah, good morning. Happy finals day. You've got a great seat there at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. And one thing he was picking up on is just the busy heat for Richard Dog Marsh, you know, and the busy event, very successful event for the Dog Pound with Leo and Connor O'Leary still involved in finals day as well. And Tyler and Gabby in the first heat of the morning. Backup boards, crucial. We've seen a few broken boards throughout this event, but definitely the biggest day of competition today. And especially when you have that haunted end section, free surfers, you don't have to hit that, but on tour you do. And we talked about that the other day where it gets real nasty in there. We're expecting some wild finishes throughout finals day today. Grabbing this wave and getting started. Painting it back into the pocket is Gabby Bryant. Flying down the line. This thing's growing with speed and intensity. Lays down a perfect arc. Draws it off the bottom. There's the redirect. It's just shoving her down towards impossibles. And now it's got a nice pace, nice top corner there to lay down the wraps. Now she's dropped to the bottom, pushes a bit harder with that back foot. It's starting to open wide. She's forced to straighten out, and she will just avoid the lip line. Precision rail work from world number 2.
Oh, courageous there on the inside section. I mean, we just saw it for about 5 minutes get stuck in that little tornado there, but that was just amazing surfing from Gabriela. Just watching every single maneuver was such intense as she digs and buries that rail. Clean surfing.
Taking another look. This is her second scoring ride now.
Well, what catches my attention here is how she was able to extend the rail time on the turns. Like, she extends it. She's not shy of actually embracing the speed that the wave is giving her. Look at this, how tight in the pocket she is. Drives it all the way around, and then once again, even more on the front foot on that second one. There's a lot of lump on that face. You can see that even though the conditions are clean, there's a little bit of noise from how much power it's coming through the lineup right now. And then as the wave starts to stack up, she digs that rail nicely to finish it up the wave. So this is going to be a great score for Gabby. She bounced back from Tyler Wright's 5.5.
Just noticing how compressed she stays, especially in that bottom turn, just ready to whip it up into that lip. Just so much power. I mean, we can't reiterate enough just the pure prowess that she's got when she's meeting that lip line. That board's completely turned over when it's going for that bottom turn. Just sets her up so nicely for these cuts through the face.
Such a nice pace from Gabby Bryant as well, and you could tell she wanted to give it a little extra on that last turn.
Yeah, she had to, because I mean, when you come to the closeout section, it's probably going to be the steepest part of the wave, so you want to try to maximize the opportunity, and she did that very well. She caught a little bit of that inside rail, but that's fine, still very critical, and the judges rewarded.
Gabby Bryant moves to a 7-point ride from her 5.0 that she had on her opener, so 2 points better on that last one. Has the lead over Tyler Wright. Tyler now needs a 6.51. Last for Tyler, a 3.33. So now a big difference in the separation between number 2 in the world and Tyler Wright, who's sitting at world number 7. The top 8 here on finals day in the quarters. Big story is Gabby Bryant is just one heat win away from clinching a spot in the WSL Final 5. Molly Picklam's already there as world number 1. As she's taken on Lakey Peterson in quarterfinal number 3 this morning. Betty Lou, Isabella Nichols, that's 2 surfers inside the Final 5 going head to head. So we'll have a serious story at the end of this round. See what's going to happen in the title race moving forward. A 7 and a 5 for Gabby Bryant. Tyler with priority, just chasing a 6.51. who had just a stranglehold on the tour for her first 7 years. You know, for Tyler, it's her 14th year on tour. First 7 were brilliant, all 7 inside the top 5. 2-time world runner-up, 2-time world champ, and then injuries, even illnesses. Things just got harder and harder, but Tyler's always put her head down and come back to try to find the glory that she felt in the first half of her career. Luke Egan, one of the best at J-Bay, coaching Caroline Marks in the next heat. They're up at the Key Hall as Caroline and Katie Simmers are preparing for a classic. We'll be right back. Big thanks to Kevin Wallace and the crew at Surfline for the official forecast for the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. All signs pointing to the storm behaving. He was keeping us posted the last couple of days and really thrilled to give us a beautiful forecast for finals day, Ro.
Wow, look at all that energy just coming towards J-Bay. This is one of those days that is just going to be imprinted into our memories there. Solid surf, Jesse.
I mean, it's going to be consistent all the way through. And the best thing about it, there's been sets every 5 minutes. So there's definitely not going to be lack of opportunity for the surfers out there.
And great wind conditions as well. Seeing just conditions improve throughout the day. Well, we're looking into tomorrow and the next day. Still some surf around, but the wind gets a little dicey and even gets smaller on Sunday. So everything made it easy to call today on to crown champions and have a very busy finals day, starting off with quarters. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Surfline. This will be a day for the history books as we look at it from the sky. One of the longest point breaks in the world. You can see magnitubes in the far distance, boneyards at the top, and running through supers where it's just the coveted part of this point break. But you know, the best in the world, even into finals day, we're really taking advantage of all sections of this point, even way down towards Albatross the last couple days.
Yeah, really long rides. We saw Katie surfing Albatross, but also with this kind of storm and this kind of energy and surf, you're going to get that cold front conditions, the temperature dropping quite a bit.
As Gabriella Bryan now looking to better a 5.0 on this wave. Throws down the arc right by Katie Simmers, who's coming up next. And looks like she's going to call that one early and step off. Important ride for world number 7, Tyler Wright, leading into a beautiful bottom turn, S-ing her way back into the pocket. And you can see the chatter off the bottom of her board there. A couple of little ribs in the face with that cross-shore condition, and she will step off. So Tyler still hoping for a 6.51, knowing that she's trying to create a comeback story in the back end of the year to get back into the Final 5, a place where she was sitting in the first part of the season after a win at Pipeline. That's the tricky part too. If you're coming up next, you've got to stay put. You've got to get out of the way as well of the heat that's underway, and then hold position before quarter 2 starts. That's Katie and Caroline that you saw in the lineup there. Katie, world number 3. Caroline, world number 6. And a rematch of the world title match that we had last season.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun heat. A lot of competitive energy for sure. Lone goofy footer and Caroline Marks. And Caroline, a couple reps out of J-Bay. Obviously got Luke coaching her, but there's so much there that we can unfold in the next heat.
Love talking surfboards with Kaipo Guerrero. What do you have for us, my friend?
Yeah, Joe. So obviously bigger waves, we need a little bit more rail line on the board. So I got the backup here of Gabby Bryan. She normally rides about a 5'10". This is a 6.0 Whiplash model from Mayhem. The Whiplash, a board made, you know, for kind of like a step up. It's one of their step up models, a little bit more rocker in it and a lot more rail line for Gabby Bryan. Coming up, Katie Simmers. She stepped up as well. Normally rides about a 5'5". Right now, she's got this backup. She's out there on a 5'7". There's another backup right here, another 5'7" from Chris Borst design. So all the surfers utilizing mostly round pins and definitely 1, 2, even 3 inches longer than their normal shortboard today.
Thank you very much, Kaipo. It's always interesting what the world's best decide to ride. It's up to them. Some, you know, are traditionally riding shorter boards than others. You know, for your personal preference, Jesse, would you add more inches to your standard shortboard on a day like today?
Definitely. I don't think there's anyone that's going to be riding a short board today. Maybe John would be one of those guys. Maybe, but even though if it's a shortboard size, it's going to be something more hybrid towards like a step up, you know, a little bit stiffer, a little bit more rail line like Kaipo mentioned, and a little bit wider on the nose, which he was used to riding those type of boards. So yeah, you need more rail, because the projection and drive and control that you need when the wave's pushing that hard, it's going to actually help you out. So
Jesse, your standard shortboards, what size?
At the time when I was on 36.0s.
So today you'd be on
6'1", 6'2", most likely. It's been a little while. So.
We're talking comp boards for Jesse. What about you, Rosie?
Yeah, my standard shortboard would be about a 5'9". I wouldn't mind going to like a 6'2", maybe even like a 6'4". I didn't mind that longer rail line, but just noticing that round pin design too, and just recognizing, you know, if you are going to go to that hybrid shortboard, that distribution of foam, you want something with a bit more foam under your chest so you can get into the wave. And then, like you said, make that rail just look so much lengthier, so it's not skipping out on the face.
And also, I think on a day like today at J-Bay, like it's one of those point breaks that the swell is wrapping around so much, but when it's small, there's not much rip. But on a day like this, there's actually quite a lot of water moving down. So yeah, for you to kind of position yourself and go up and down the point when the sets come and move around, it's like it could help you maybe being 5 foot in front, and that could dictate of you getting a 10-point ride or not even riding a wave. So it's important for you to have that paddle like you mentioned.
Some of, I think, the most memorable rides, I think, in J-Bay history had some pretty long surfboards. You know, remember Tom Curran's famous first session, you know, on like a 6'8" quad, even rode 7.2s that just look so clean in the pocket, even on smaller days. It's just, this wave is just so beautiful. And with a big wall like that, the best in the world could really make a long board look really good.
And I think that's kind of, you know, that looked amazing, but that's where we've seen a little bit of the evolution, is people going shorter on their equipment, even when the size has been there. So it's been fun to see that kind of transition as the years have gone on. And we, John was definitely one of those people that was like surfing just tiny boards in such bigger conditions.
Yeah, he kind of would max out at a 6'2", wouldn't he? You know, that was like a giant surfboard for him. But obviously working closely with John Pizell, they were able to really make an incredible line of surfboards. And Tyler Wright jumped on the team. Tyler made some trips to the North Shore of Oahu to work with John and find the models that she likes to work on. You know, they have their models that you find in the surf shop, but obviously these are the best in the world. They get up close and personal with their shapers, make little changes throughout the season. Dog just glued to the horizon. You can see Lily, Tyler's wife there, focused on the horizon. Connor O'Leary as well, who mentioned a couple of days ago that not only was he looking forward to finals day, he wanted to put on the best performance a Goofy Footer's ever performed in J-Bay history. And I love that he said that. It's so easy to say, like, you know, I'm just going to be quiet and try to do my thing. But he's feeling connected to this event. He wants to be part of history. And I love that he was vocal about it. We got to really look forward to seeing what Connor does today. I
agree. You can avoid that kind of question. And he had such an amazing heat against Italo a few days ago. So to see him come in and be that fired up, that's just a fun person to identify and to watch through this contest.
And it's gutsy too, like for you to put that statement out, like it means that he knows his potential, knows that he cares about it, and he's not scared of trying. So today is one of those days that he can actually pull that off, because for you to pull this statement like that, it needs to be in conditions like we have on offer right now. So it's a great day for Connor to just go to town and smash for the Goofies.
5:15 on the clock. A big heat for Gabby Bryant. If she wins this heat, she will clinch her spot in the final 5. And remember, 2-time world champ Tyler Wright, 7th in the world. She'll be under serious pressure in Tahiti if she falls out today in the quarterfinals. Tyler's never lost this early at J-Bay, only counting a semifinal and a final appearance in the past.
Priority change right there. I guess Tyler Wright just paddled for a double up underneath, which one of those waves that kind of get a little bit steeper and hugs the reef a bit better, but unfortunately not being able to get in that wave. And now Gabby Bryant sitting with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left.
Oh, she's kicking herself. That could be that little mistake that changes things. Here she is, up and riding.
Tyler trying to recover from a priority mistake, whipping into the pocket, smaller wave, but it's allowing her to rip in the pocket a bit harder. Now starting to pace. Nice down carve, trying to put a lot into it, knowing that she's not on a set. She needs to really put a lot of big turns together. She'll snap it off the lip there. Taps it off the top, stays over her board, and she'll have to lean back over that shallow section over the bricks. So Tyler chasing a 6.51, losing priority, then just taking a smaller wave to see if she could put enough maneuvers together to turn the heat on Gabby Bryan. Remember, 7-0 in Tyler's favor over Gabriella Bryan in the last few years. As we take another look here, Rosie.
Yeah, so we've already identified it's a bit of a smaller wave, needing a 6.51 comparative to, you know, the high mark right now, the 7.0 from Gabriella Bryan, which was a set wave. Love the motion that she's going through. There's speed, there's intent on her maneuvers, but is there those big impactful maneuvers that the judges are going to lap up? A little bit caught on that heel edge there.
And then right here again, it's she gets a bit sticky right there. So yeah, I feel like personally, me thinking it's not going to go into 6.5 for what we've seen so far in this heat, just because the wave lacked energy. She performed it very well, mostly in the beginning. There's some very clean rail surfing, as we can see it right there. But when you're surfing a wave that much smaller in the conditions that we have on offer, you're dealing with way less energy, and that translates to being way less critical. So the judges are probably going to pay a lot of attention. But yeah, we'll see what's going to happen.
Interesting move, you know, having the most experience in big heats. You know, that was kind of her X factor in this heat, even though Gabby's had the momentum this year, where she saw something in that wave where she might have been able to turn the heat in. Smaller one compared to the sets we've seen, and compared to what we saw from Gabby Bryan's 7-point ride, and even Tyler started a 5.5. First signs of a score is not enough at a 6.0. 3 scores saying it's not enough, and it's a 5.87, 2 minutes on the clock. Gabriella Bryan controlling the lead and priority. Tyler just getting back on the Red Bull ski.
I think looking back at Tyler's heat so far, she might have time to get back out and maybe have another opportunity. But if I'll break it down and pick a little mistake that she had on this heat, was that 5.5. She had that closeout section that she decided to pull it out, and she got a 5.5. Now she needs a 6.14, so that could have been the difference of a little bit over half a point. That was the most critical part of the wave, and she just opted not to hit it for some reason. I don't know why.
Minute 20 on the clock. Gabriella Bryan getting a little bit closer to clinching her spot in the final 5. Not only that, but trying to get her first win over one of the best ever on tour, Tyler Wright. Minute to go. Gabriella Bryan wanted to hear that she's out in front again from our tower announcer, Craig Emsley, who is firing up this incredible local crowd that showed up on dark. 4:30, there was people in the parking lot anticipating finals day. Using priority is Gabby Bryan, drawing a nice clean carve to start, looking to improve on a 5.0. Good timing, big section off the roof, and she hits it perfectly, S-ing her way off the top. Pushing hard, a beautiful bottom turn, clean rails from the surfer from Kauai. Styling her way through that wrapping cutback, coming down to the bottom with some speed. There's a big jam and an airdrop. Stretching it out through impossibles. Rips it off the roof again. Gabriella Bryan is absolutely dreaming. She rides that one into the sunrise. Congratulations, Gabriella Bryan. We will see you at the WSL Finals at Cloudbreak this year. You've officially clinched your spot and your first win over Tyler Wright. Gabriella Bryan moving on to the semifinals. Craig Emsley just blew out the loudspeakers, announcing an 8.33 on the last wave for Gabriella Bryan, her personal best score that she's had in her career here at Jeffreys Bay, along with a 7.0 A very solid showing and getting her first win over Tyler Wright. That was impressive. She's also joining Molly Picklum as the first two surfers to clinch a spot into the final 5. Coming up next, it's a rematch of the World Title Showdown last year. Katie Simmers takes on Caroline Marks.
Nature's Valley is about an hour and a half's drive from J-Bay. This is a route that my family and I have driven for many years along the garden route of South Africa. Always wanted to take that road down, a little bit of road less traveled. This is actually where the Kruit River meets the ocean. Those are like Titsikama mountain range in the background. I think places like this really put things into perspective for you. They make us feel small. This is actually one of Corona's 100 beaches too. It's got a massive cliff. And this is also where the Archer Trail, which is a very famous hike in South Africa, starts. Super stoked to be here and show you guys around.
We always love catching up with locals like Emma Smith, showing us where to go on lay days. Paul Evans, our co-commentator, disappeared on a lay day first thing in the morning. Didn't even leave a note. We kept trying to call him, and he was up. He was in Nature's Valley. He went straight there, wanted to see the sights. It's a beautiful part of the world here on the Eastern Cape. Katie Simmers versus Caroline Marks, an absolute classic. The last 2 years of world champions in the water right now. Katie, the regular footer from Oceanside, California. Caroline, the goofy foot from Florida, but has been in San Clemente for a long time now. And now going head-to-head in pumping conditions at Jeffreys Bay. This is what happened during the break. Katie and Caroline both getting started, starting with Caralupo's wave, Jesse.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Looks like the wave's a little bit fading, but it's probably going to double up down the line. As you can see, she takes her time, highlines a little bit. That's when the wave starts to stack up. Nice tight carve in the pocket. Gets up and vertical, and that's the advantage that goofy footers are going to have. Control that speed a little bit better and get more aggressive. So taking advantage of that, Caroline, first goofy to hit the water. The energy of the bottom of the wave is actually beating the top part, so it's hard for her to actually find a critical section, and right there, just very close.
And a solid one for Katie Simmers on the takeoff.
Love watching Katie go fast, just establishing that low stance to get through that little whitewater section. Just S-ing her way, waiting for this wave to stand up. I mean, you anticipated as you're riding this wave that it's just going to hit that shallow section. Now she gets busy off the top there. Stays low. She's kind of waiting for it. 2 miles here. Tucks in the barrel. Oh, just gets pinched right there. Tricky barrels out here at Supers. Just having to stay high and tight. That one reeling down the line. Just beautiful first look at both of our surfers this morning, but that one got us fired up from Katie.
Definitely. Like, obviously, that was a kind of a stacked wave, very big in front of her, and she's small as well, so it makes it look even more dramatic. She did everything she could. The wave just kind of pinched, and that's the problem here at the barrels at J-Bay. They get pretty high, so you really need to make sure you're just deep enough, but don't get too greedy because there's not enough room in there. Some of them are going to double up and bid a little bit wider, but most of them is just, you got to find that little high line and drive through it. But so far, that's what I kind of expected on this heat to go down. Like, obviously Caroline opting for probably some steeper waves to get up at critical and vertical, and Caitlin Simmers taking advantage of her knowledge of tube riding. And if I was there, I'll just be looking for that right now.
Caroline Marks winning a world title in 2023, was one of the lower seeds in the Final 5 bracket. Got past Tyler Wright, got past Carissa Moore, and had a beautiful celebration. Had the role of being the reigning world champion, which is sometimes the hardest year to go back-to-back with titles. You've accomplished your goal, and it's hard to repeat that same energy. And she came so close to going back-to-back. Really pushed Katie Simmers as she won the first title match at Lowers last year. But this year, Caroline had success at Portugal. Was kind of in the Final 5 and has just slipped out. And we can see how hard it is just to get a spot back. This is one of those situations where Caroline knows she has a huge opportunity to put herself in the right side of the final 5 if she can get past Katie Simmers today. Wide open face for the Californian. Finds the pocket again. Little wrapping carve, and you can tell by her body language there she was just going through the paces, not committing to the end section. Opening ride at 2.83 as she got clamped in the barrel on a beautiful wave that was just so glassy. Looked like a swimming pool in front of her, just laying down some tracks. But the opening ride for Caroline Marks, 5.33, as she has the edge on that opening exchange.
Yeah, you just wonder what Katie could have added to that 2.83 had she come out of that barrel, what the judges would have rewarded that.
Hi, everybody. Happy Finals Day. Where is Steve and Wendy Hodge? They're in there somewhere. Oh, they got the VIP bands, I hope.
Yep.
Well, we haven't seen in a barrel yet, so, I mean, a complete barrel. We've seen Tyler get a pocket ride, which was a little bit in front, and this one, it's going to be interesting to see, but usually the judges love that inside section. Who doesn't? You know, it's very critical. It's very technical to do, hard. And mostly on the women's side, we're probably going to see a little bit less, so it's going to be a point of difference for a girl like Caitlin Simmers that is very used to getting barrel and has the technique that overcomes almost anyone on tour. Like, she's on front side on you know, head high waves. She could be as good as anyone, really. Like, we've seen clips of her, and she's proven that to us.
Very true. Katie's been talking about this relationship she's trying to build at J-Bay. And, you know, her post-seat interview the other day, she's like, I don't think I've even had more than a 4. You know, she actually did, but she forgot she had a 5.33. But she was being really honest about it, saying, hey, it's not like an instant connection for her like some of her heroes that she mentioned the other day. She said she's just wants to grow with it. And with her talent and ability, it's just those more reps, more time on this wall. And also how crowded it gets with your peers, you know, in the lead up to a big event. We've had unbelievable lay days, maybe 2 of the best lay days of the season. But Katie wasn't really mixing it up at Supers too much. She was actually finding more peace down the line, you know, of this great point break, which I felt was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I had that thought yesterday as we were joined in the lineup. We joined her in the lineup at the point, which is just further down. It's, you know, you see all those people on your screen. Everyone is flocking to these locations where these surfers rock up. So not only do you have the best surfers in the world, you've got all these free surfers out there. It's so hard to get a piece of it. Surfed with Katie at the point. Even the day before, Ethan Ewing was surfing Albatross, just trying to find some space and just surf and get that rhythm going. But it's so true. Like, I think the theme for me at this event, hearing from the surfers, is they say that it really is such a tricky wave to crack the code on. Like listening to Kanoa say that it's been, you know, an evolution of coming here for many, many years before he finally feels like he's clicked in.
Always fun to check out the live rankings. You can do the same on worldsurfleague.com. Every heat that finishes, it's updated in real time. As you can see, we have the top 8 involved in these quarters. Heading into finals day, we just lost one of the biggest names in pro surfing. Tyler Wright, 2-time world champ, goes down to the first time against Gabriella Bryan. And so she's in 7th. Lakey Peterson has moved up 2 spots during this event, as she's coming up against world number 1, Molly Picklum, coming up next. It's going to be fun to see Betty Lou and Isabella Nichols, number 4 and 5 in the world, in the last quarterfinal heat. And Gabriella Bryan, with her win into the semifinals, has clinched her spot into the final 5. Molly's already done that. So now we're looking at Katie Simmers next. Katie Simmers will clinch a spot in the final 5 if she makes it to the final today. So still a couple of heats to go before Katie's guaranteed that she'll be able to defend her world title at Cloudbreak this year. The scenario is always updating with points that are available for each round. So check in on those live rankings on worldsurfleague.com at the close of quarterfinal number 2. Caroline, 5.33 start. Always nice when your coach has done really well at a venue in the past. Luke Egan won a contest that was called the Dream Sequence. It was an idea that Derek Hind had, where it had one of the coolest trophies maybe ever in pro surfing history, because it was a plot of land in the area. I mean, I don't know if any other sport has done that before. There's Luke right there. I was talking to him about it. He said he actually just sold it a couple of years ago, prize, and have it for all these years. He won that plot of land in the early 90s, and he just sold it a couple of years ago. I think he did pretty well.
I bet he made some serious coin on that. I mean, was it beachfront? I want to know where this piece of land was. What stretch of the beach did he get this piece of land?
Yeah, I'm interested. 23 on the clock here. Caroline talking to a lot of locals the last few days. She loves just soaking in the insights of how people perform on this wave, and always loves doing it for the goofy footers, which has happened, you know, recently in the past with Tatiana Weston Webb being a champion of J-Bay. Caroline's tempo always just matches whatever wave she's on. If she's on a 3-footer at J-Bay, if she's on a real solid one, she could find the right tempo and pace. Can adapt with her speed and lines really well out here. Here's Caroline now. Starts off with a higher line down to the mid face, and she will connect really well on her backhand. Now just pacing down the stretch. She's a little bit behind, so she's going to have to step off. One good turn, but we're thinking that's going to be a throwaway very soon, Jesse.
I mean, I hope so. I expect them to actually. I mean, that wave was actually great. It's just kind of been a little bit faster than she expected and had a few rips throughout the wave that made her get caught without speed. But first turn, opening turn was beautiful, very powerful, aggressive, critical. It's just a matter of time that they both of the surfers link up in a nice stretch of wall in front of them and get a good score.
7th year on tour for Caroline Marks, and she's still only 23. As we look at a great opportunity for Katie Simmers. One of the best styles in the game. Just enjoying this little racetrack. Seeing a big section approaching, so real smart with her decision to just race it, then throws a big arc down the line. Wall's really starting to go. Draws it down the open face again. Well-paced maneuvers for Simmers. Pushes out in front, now into an inside bowl. That's looking to open wide. High line, and she will step out of there, as she didn't see any potential of hitting it or pulling into the closeout. So Simmers just finding her pace, absolutely flying down the line. Started her turns at the right place, and that'll be her best number so far.
Definitely some very nice carves out the back. Takes her time. As she goes through that first section, it's running down that wave, running down the line, that wave, and beautiful rail work to start off. Stretched out long carves, but the problem is we've seen it already with Tyler Wright, and you really need to fade when that wave starts to double up in order for you to get the barrel. So she starts to fade right there, but not enough, and you can see the wave start to barrel behind her. That section got nice and wide, and she could have probably doggy-doored before that wave closed out. So it's going to be important for them to slow themselves down in that inside section.
Last to Caroline, that was the major turn there, Rosie.
Yeah, this one was looking nice for Caroline. A little bit of fins free action there. She gets a little drift with the airdrop, and then unfortunately just unable to make it around that section.
Great opportunity to catch up with Gabriella Bryan with Jesse Starling.
Gabby, going into that heat, it was 7-0 Tyler's way. You've got one back in what is pumping J-Bay conditions.
Yeah, I was so stoked. I didn't know the exact numbers, but I knew that I hadn't beat her in a one-on-one yet in my career. And I mean, what better way to do it? There was not really any hassling. It was just kind of wave for wave, which is the kind of heats that I like to surf. So yeah, pumping J-Bay, you couldn't ask for much more, and I'm so stoked.
And it's official, you have clinched your spot into the Final 5. You are going to compete for a world title for the first time in your career. Congratulations, a bit emotional coming into this.
Oh my gosh, I can't even believe it. From like last year, I think I missed out on one heat to get into the Final 5. So now to do it with one event left in the main season, and yeah, I get to go back to Fiji, one of my favorite places in the world. And after the last 2 events, it's probably like my crew was like
a lot of support from the Dog Clan right now, supporting her as she goes to compete for a world title and to compete at Fiji. You say it's one of your favorite places in the world. To try and win a world title there, that has to be huge for you.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I stayed there last year. I ended up staying for a month, even though I had lost. I was like, what better place to just like end my season? And now I get to go back and compete for a world title is mind-blowing. And it's just, I don't even know what to say. It's incredible.
We cannot wait to see you compete for a world title in Fiji.
Thank you.
I think Gabriella Bryant has to be the most improved surfer ever from one season to the next.
Gabby is just all power.
Every time she lays that board over, you can see the power that she possesses.
Gabriella Bryant really stamped her authority on this heat.
Missing Final 5 by just that one spot has lit a fire in me, and I want it more than ever.
You're always going to be the underdog until you prove otherwise. This is the season that she's doing it.
She's leaned more and more into her style of surfing. She's figured it out.
World #1, hard off the bottom, and just releases a big signature. Oh, that was amazing. You're the best in the West in back-to-back seasons.
We could very well have just seen this year's world champ start to believe that she could be that.
And what a moment for Gabby. You are going to the Lexus WSL Finals.
Caroline Marks doesn't overthink it. She just wins. Easy as breathing. Her backhand? Lethal. Sharper than a razor, smoother than jazz. Her backhand is the cheat code. Some say her backhand's electric, surgical, effortless. She makes winning look casual. Rip, smile, repeat.
I really want to win. I'm not okay with losing.
Other surfers strategize. Caroline just paddles out, surfs, then cruises back in like, that felt good. She doesn't force it. She flows. And somehow, the ocean listens. A symphony of power and precision. Loud where it needs to be, soft where it matters. No wasted movement, no second guesses, just pure lead-footed dominance.
Caroline Marks, for me, is the best backhand surfer on the Women's Championship Tour.
She's got the power, she's got the style, everything just looks so good.
Some call it technique, some call it instinct. Caroline just calls it surfing.
My favorite necklace ever, gold medal.
Caroline Marks, already a world champion, runner-up in the world last year, came on the tour blazing, youngest ever to qualify, and she's battling with Katie Simmers in perfect conditions at J-Bay. Simmers laying down the rail into the pocket, high lines it off the top. Nice big bottom turn, taking advantage of a big open wall. Now with some speed, she's starting to really run towards a big section. She's got the momentum to come around the corner. She'll lay low. Whitewater is pushing her down, and she'll miss that big end section towards impossibles. Definitely one of the fastest waves on the planet. And Katie made some good decisions with her rail work, using a lot of the open face. It just hasn't been too easy finding a great way to finish off towards the end of the wave here. But she's had a 2s and 3s. Last of Caroline, 3.27. So this one's still wide open as we watch it again, Rosie.
The forward propulsion that we watch it from Katie is just so impressive, just keeping that speed, and the rail's so clean, even through the chattery sections, just linking this one, dotting the dots so well. Just such an easy read. You can tell that R-line is facing forward. She knows she has to step on the gas as she gets around that section, and this is where she kind of just has that little bit of white water that falls on that inside rail, and just that inside section is elusive. It seemed like it closed out there anyway, Jesse.
Yeah, it's unfortunately for her that wave just stretched out a little bit too much before hitting that inside section where it doubles up and it gets critical. And here was Caroline Marks on a smaller wave in size, and this wave is one of those that just doesn't really give the opportunity whatsoever. Gets very foamy right here when you think it's going to start to line up nicely, and she just has to kick out and go for another wave. But so far, a very slow scoring heat. Probably Caitlin Simmers going to, with the damage she's done on the back, she's probably going to better her situation.
12:10 on the clock here. Situations are moving quickly in real time. We talk about live rankings finishing up after every heat. You'll see those updates. But also situations of clinching spots in the final fives can change based on who might be losing heats. You know, with Tyler, she's number 7 in the world. She's out. You know, Caroline Marks is number 6 in the world. So now the situation is if Katie Simmers wins this quarterfinal, she will clinch her spot into the WSL Final 5. And you can see that because Caroline's the one that's chasing. You know, she's outside the Final 5. So a very important heat for Caroline Marks, who obviously looks great here on her back end at J-Bay. And she does have a great event coming up at the end of this regular season in Tahiti, where she's won as a regular season event and also has had Olympic gold on that same venue.
A lot on the line for this heat, as we see Katie just changing the situation there, but just you know, the spots are filling up in that WSL Final 5. We already had 2 women clinch with Molly Picklum and now Gabrielle O'Brien after that last heat. So it's interesting times watching this one unfold.
Luke Egan, a world title contender, came very close back in the year 2000 when Sunny Garcia was the world champ, was in the mix with guys like Andy Irons. When it came down to the season finale, he was often in that top 5 picture, and he transferred into one of the greatest coaches we've seen and really began that journey as a coach with Joel Parkinson year after year. And really enjoys it. Was emotional when Caroline got it. He said sometimes it almost feels better than the performances he had on tour when he can give all of his knowledge to the next generation. Focusing on Baron Mamiya and Caroline Marks at the moment as his 2 surfers in the back half of the year. Katie Simmers has been with Tommy Whitaker ever since she qualified. Tommy's been always reminding her how to keep the fun and rhythm of pro surfing on tour. So it's taken notes on the last couple of days of lay days during her free surf sessions, where she's been joined by her brother Timo. Timo coming off a national title at Lower Trestles that she made it home in time for after losing early in Brazil. A gigantic playing field. That's fun to watch, especially if you're Katie's mom. Her dad as well making the journey, so a family trip. 9:15 on the clock. Mid-range scores at the moment for both of these surfers, still incredibly close. 8.84 combined total for Katie, 8.6 total for Caroline with priority.
Yeah, looking at those numbers, there really hasn't been much in it for either of these ladies. I mean, we've had some near misses with Katie pulling into that barrel. That would have been an amazing score. It seems like Caroline's definitely identified a certain wave that she wants out here in this lineup, like a little bit smaller with that kind of tapered wall.
Yeah, like really there hasn't, like you mentioned, there hasn't been really mistakes. I think the Caitlin Simmers tube ride wasn't really an unforced mistake. It was just bad luck. The wave got kind of high and pinched. She did very well. She moved her foot forward. She pumped through the barrel, got a nice high line to it, but just not lucky. And definitely not a wave-starved heat, but definitely lacked them being in position for those waves that were kind of cleaner and had a nice wall in front of them, and that's basically it. But both surfers kind of in the same position right now. It's going to be a nerve-wracking 8 minutes of the end of this heat, right, that we have on the screen.
Yeah, especially for the world title race. Remember how heated it was on the sand at Lower Trestles when they were going back and forth. There's Florida energy on the beach for Caroline. Everyone from Oceanside drove up. This felt like a battlefield of just who's cheering the loudest. You know, this rivalry will be going on for decades from now. But Katie and Caroline were talking to each other, pushing each other. It's one of the funnest rivalries we have on tour.
2 of the most exciting surfers of this generation. I mean, they're both so young. Caroline got on the tour. She had her first wildcard event when she was 13 years old. And now to see Katie win a world title in such a short amount of time.
That's what sometimes makes those heats very tight, and both of the surfers can't really figure it out because there's so much going on, so much rivalry going on since the early ages on their amateur career that you can't really let loose, you know. It just has that feeling that you can't let it go. Hopefully this last 7 minutes, both of those surfers get good waves and loosen up, because that's what we're here to watch. I mean, the waves are incredible. You want to watch a good performances and good show, and I'm sure they want to do that as well.
6:50 on the clock. Molly Picklum, Lakey Peterson up next. A rematch of the 2023 final, where Lakey got the win. And Lakey said that's probably the most meaningful moment of her career. And she's won a lot. She's been in the title race, been on tour for a long time, but she saw all of her peers on tour come down to celebrate that victory, and that meant the most to her. And she surfed a lot with Molly Picklum. Thing that's different this time in their matchup, well, it's not a final, it's a quarterfinal, and Molly Picklum's world number 1. You can see that next heat, just trying to hold their position to wait for their start. Caroline with a decision to maybe take this wave, and she will. Goofy foot from Melbourne Beach, Florida. All patience to start. Now starting to step on the gas a bit. Big walls really starting to load up now. Nice patience before setting up her first arc. Quick tag there on the open face. Higher line, it's starting to open up for the backhand of Caralupo. She tags it quickly. Comes out of that section with a ton of speed. Can she come around the corner? She will. Arcs it, huge airdrop. Caroline Marks pulls it off.
That's all she needed. She set herself up for success right there. It felt like she was super tight throughout that second part of the wave. She did very well. She identified that the wave was stretching out, but that closeout turn was money.
Big opportunity for Katie passing the next heat. Beautiful lines, making it look so effortless. Not trying to overcook sections, letting the wave do the talking and her speed. Couple of ribs in the face here. Well, interesting to see how she lines up the end section. Loves to get really barreled. She's able to throw down a nice clean snap off the lip. Arcs it under the lip again. And it's just going to race through impossibles. That's why it's got that name. It'll just take off on you right there. There are those really cool stories of surfers on crazy swells taking off at boneyards and kicking out at albatross.
I've heard that before too.
I believe those stories.
I actually, when I got to the bottom of the point, I was like, wow, how can he do that?
Yeah, especially through impossibles there. What did you see from Katie on this one, Rosie?
Yeah, well, I definitely feel like Katie like the energy already. She's fired up. She knows that Caroline's just dropped that score, right? So she's having that mentality that I need to attack this wave. I need to eclipse the scores that are in my score line. And it does take a while for this wave to kind of stand up for her. She kind of goes through the motions, just S's through those fatter sections out the back. And then this wave starts to stand up for her, just attacks that lip line section. And this is where it gets a little bit more critical for her. But you know, in contrast, when I'm thinking about Caroline's wave and what she was able to do on her backhand, the last maneuver is just such a standout moment for me.
Yeah, it really is. And the power, you can't deny it, that Caroline obviously relaying on that rail much more and throwing more water in Caitlin Simmers. And this wave kind of reminded me of the situation of John Florence when he was going around the foam and it felt like he was too late, and it set him up perfectly for success on that barrel ride. And this is exactly what happened here. Almost feels like she's too late for the closeout section and just sets herself up on the most critical part of the wave. She airdropped out of the sky. Was a little bit lateral, but man, as critical as it gets. We're probably going to have a good look in this angle here as she approaches that second turn, then goes down the line. As she gets on top of the lip, you're going to notice the wave's going to bottom out under her, and she airdrops off the sky with the lump of the wave and comes out clean. It's going to be a massive score for Caroline Marks.
So critical, so committed. And when you're falling out of the sky like that, judges see how committed you are to that big end section turn. And Caroline, feeling it, puts her hands up in celebration. What a brilliant finishing move from Caroline Marks. Katie Simmers will be making improvements. She had a 3.67 she was still trying to get rid of. So Caroline will probably need more than that 3.51 you see on your screen. Important one for the world title race. Remember, if Katie wins, she clinches a spot in the final 5, but we're getting a lead change. Last of Katie Simmers, a 4.5. Caroline Marks, a 6.5. 2 points better on that last exchange. And the 6.5, the best number of the matchup. Katie Simmers drops to second. Minute 55 on the clock.
Exciting stuff. I mean, well done to Caroline. You mentioned it, like the slow cooker element of Caroline. She's always incrementally improving upon you and just gives you the squeeze like an anaconda. It's just been a slow kind of decline for Katie. You can almost tell she's a little bit deflated as she gets on the ski there and hears those numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive. It's every heat. Like, doesn't matter how good the waves are. If your opponent's not going to go too high, she's just going to play a safe heat and make sure she's just in reach. And when she has the chance, she's going to knock down. So very smart of her. And that's what the best in the world do. If you go to track and field, you don't see Zion Bolt on the first trials run going as fast as he can. You don't have to. You save your energy. Mostly on a day like today, she might serve 3 times. It's very taxing, a lot of energy going to be wasted. Just be smart, make through the heat, and smash the final. That's all you need.
Katie Simmers 4.5 there, but Caroline doing the slow cook. Get the Bryce started, you throw the wood in first, relax. Look at Jeffreys Bay, look at the sunrise. You know, next thing you know, the fire starts heating up, and before you know it, she's off and running into the next round. Caroline's been brilliant with that. The last 6 seasons on tour, an Olympic gold medalist. Katie Simmers still on the Red Bull ski as the clock is winding down.
But one thing I like to mention, as much as she slow cooks, doesn't mean she safety surfs. Like that turn right there, it was as critical as you can see on the woman's side today. Like the wave was double overhead. She got super delayed, air dropped out of it, so she's just smart. Like she does what she has to do.
She's calculated with the competitors.
Yeah.
She's surfing against, you know, the reigning world champ, someone that she's definitely incredibly competitive with, and Caroline gets the job done.
Big heat win for Caroline Marks as she moves on to the semifinals and eliminates the reigning world champ, Katie Simmers. So we'll keep you posted on updates for clinching scenarios for Caitlin Simmers. If she won that, she would have been guaranteed in at that 3 spot at the moment. But right now, Caroline's making things exciting, coming from number 6 in the world and taking out current world number 3. She'll move on to the semifinals to take on Gabrielle O'Brien today here on Finals Day. Rematch of a J-Bay final coming up next. Molly Picklum taking on Lakey Peterson. We're bringing Paul Evans, Jesse Starling, and Kaipo Guerrero for the call right after this.
Looking back on a memorable moment for Lakey Peterson, 2023 ripped her way through the rounds. And her approach in the final paid big dividends, a massive moment in her career. You think of prestige, of different events around the world. Jeffreys Bay really just stands out as one that a lot of ultra elite surfers want to win. And Lakey's style, we think of right points and how everything is dialed in so well in terms of her natural approach to wave riding paid off in a big way at Jeffreys Bay. She's been pretty public about just how much that meant to her, how significant it was at this stage of her career. And she puts her name right up there with some of the very best. Right now, we're excited to have a look at a rematch of that final, because we will see the yellow jersey of Molly Picklum taking on Lakey Peterson. And Molly very much on a surge in form and momentum at this stage of the season. She's looked pretty much perfect in terms of her approach and her energy throughout the event thus far. We're looking forward to this quarter. Jesse Starling, Kaipo Guerrero, your thoughts on what we've seen this morning, the conditions, some of the surfing we've had so far? We're all set up pretty sweet.
There's not much more you can ask for finals day. It's pumping, the wind is the perfect direction, the swell is the perfect direction, and the athletes are fired up and excited to surf. And I think this morning the energy around all of the athletes, it's good, it's contagious.
As perfect as it seems, and it is perfect. managing speed has been, you can see some of the surfers actually struggling a little bit with managing their speed because you're going so fast on these walls. To manage those speeds, to fit the turns in, that's going to be a challenge. So I think it's deceivingly perfect in a way because you're moving so fast, your board's skimming on top of the water. So to control the board, that's going to be something that we're going to look for the surfers to do.
Key ingredient obviously being the waves as well, and it's picked up overnight quite considerably, a lot more energy out there and impetus. But to Kaipo's point, exactly, we've seen surfers on waves, kind of bomb waves this morning, maybe not attack as much as they might do. Let's see how the read improves throughout the morning, throughout the day, as we'll get an opening sort of tentative outside section from Lakey. She just feels her way through the initial part of the ride and then trying to get hold. This one will cup out here. You can see the wave in front. It's a little white water on the face, now in the bluer water. And unable to really unleash there.
Priority air. Right there, handed over priority to Molly Picklum right at the beginning of the heat. 30 minutes for Molly to pick up 2 good waves. But one thing I did want to point out is Lakey looking kind of more for the medium-sized waves because some of the bomb sets, talking to Richard Dogmarsh just earlier before I got in here, is some of the bomb sets are actually too big and too wide and too section-y. So I think bigger isn't always necessarily better in this situation, Paul.
Lakey Peterson's wave selection, good enough to get her the victory here 2 years ago, coming in as defending champ and as a wild card, Jesse. So in terms of her performance on tour this year, we haven't really seen like classic Lakey thus far, but you think about this particular wave and on today's conditions, here's a moment for her to really make her season shine.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Lakey that we saw at Margaret River, she found this fire inside of her that really just kind of brought out the old Lakey, that really young, just ready Lakey that we saw in that rookie year. And then she kind of found this new fire at Margs. And I actually do feel like she's really applied that to the rest of the competition. It's post-cut. And, you know, this is a great matchup between these two. They're really great friends. It is 2-1 to Molly's wave, but the one that Lakey has had has been here in the final at this wave. So it is actually a pretty even playing field as far as these two go in head-to-head matchups, because you'd have a lot of confidence being Lakey Peterson, knowing you've beat world #1 at this wave. But yeah, I mean, has it been her best year on tour? Maybe not, but I feel like we've seen a new reinvigorated Lakey Peterson, and just someone who wants to put her best foot forward every single time.
Yeah, well, you have #1 versus #10 in the rankings right now. So bookending the rankings in this heat right here with Lakey. I mean, Lakey did turn on and did survive that mid-season cut. Final 5 appearance for Lakey Peterson. Probably not very likely at this point. So this is an important one, really, in the context of it for Molly Picklum to come through and clinch her spot.
Don't forget, of course, those live rankings available. World Surf League. That's Lakey at the moment in this quarterfinal, nudging up 8 at the moment. That will change with every heat. So we'll continue to crunch those numbers. Molly Picklum, she's pretty happy with her ranking. That's why she's wearing yellow. She's worn it really well. We talked about the confidence and that she embodies, and a more patient start to her, hanging on to that priority and waiting for something, a specific wave she's looking for. And interested to see her have a little look around, and she'll swing here. Molly Picklum, world #1, gathering speed off the bottom. Just shows a slightly different line by drawing out the initial carve and turn. Just joining up the dots through this section, pacing things out, and then onto a bit of steepness and gets right up there. So a vert hit from her. Not the longest wave we've seen, but pretty critical for the finish.
Just the way she's pacing herself on her wave and choosing exactly when to push hard and unleash her power. It's really flawless. It looks really effortless from Mol, and there's something about her this event. Her energy's different. Even chatting to her in the free surfs, usually she's really goofy, but she seems pretty locked in when it comes to this event. Look at this. She really times it off the bottom and just draws into that really hard carve to start this wave off. You talk about it being a shorter wave, but she managed all of these ridges in the wave so perfectly, just really relying on her strength, picking her moments. See here, picks her moments, pushes hard off that turn under the lip. Really critical as well. We saw Caroline with a critical turn at the end of that last heat. I love, if this is what we're seeing from Molly in early indicators, I feel like she's going to be pretty hard to touch. I mean, her form, her flow on this wave, it's impeccable.
I want you to notice the ribs in this wave. It's a difficult wave to surf. You got a lot of that reverb. You got a lot of those ribs that you can see right here on this drone angle of this wave. Reason being, we're at the high tide mark right now, so you're getting more of that water reverb coming off the rocks, coming off the beach, making it a little bit more difficult. That's going to change as the tide turns, but for right now, I feel like that's another, you know, managing speed, that's going to be a challenge, and also paying attention to these high tide ribs.
Yeah, and Lakey, she got a wave as well. So this is the managing speed that you've been talking about, Kaipo, just needing to high line and pick your moments to then redraw your line to come back around. So Lakey just with a couple of errors in the start of this heat.
A solid wave will just rattle down the point here. Lakey Peterson forced to eject and then emerge and just kind of watch. There was a lot of water there, significant wave. Meanwhile, a little bit of motion on the scoreboard. Great news for Molly Picklum. What a way to open up here on third quarterfinal. 7-1-7 for Pickles. So really just commanding that lineup with the priority, waiting for the opportunity. And you would think a lot of that number coming on that finish, so critical.
It was so tight in the pocket, really clutch way to finish that wave. And I mean, she just really picked her moment to come up and just go super vertical in the pocket there on a solid section as well. I mean, so many of us can look at that section and think, oh, this is a little scary coming onto me, because there's a lot of power, there's a lot of water pushing back to you today. There's actually a lot of water moving out there as well, but Molly just capitalizing on those sections perfectly. And I'm not surprised that score came in at the number it did, because the way she held her line, the flow she had, how hard she was driving off the bottom and then through the turns at the top, that is exactly what the judges are looking for. And Molly, I feel like she's still sitting in first gear. That was just kind of cruise control for Molly out there.
This matchup already delivering quality, bags of time left in it, over 24 minutes. Lakey Peterson will want to try and get hold of this. She doesn't want Molly to run away, already with the good number. Needs to stay in contact here. Put a reply on the board.
Yeah, Lakey needs to match that number right now to stay in the game. So she's got priority, plenty of time. Huge crowds coming out, and this is going to fill as well. Like just making it back and forth on the boardwalk over here it's crosstown traffic all day long, and we're going to have more and more traffic. And also, free surfers coming up from the point, big smiles on their face, because this whole stretch is firing right now. Not just super tubes, but up and down. A lot of happy people on this finals day.
Is there anywhere better on tour to watch an event from in terms of that deck and how much of the wave you can see? It's just incredible to come down here as a spectator and check it all out.
Yeah, I mean, people stop on that boardwalk in shock and awe when a set comes through and surfers are surfing. Like the whole thing stops. It's quite a day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure my camera roll's already full just from taking photos of the waves coming through this morning. I mean, it's eye-watering when you see a set come through and roll down J-Bay. I was standing near Connor this morning and he was just going, look at this wave. And you know it's a good wave or something that gets you excited when your voice goes a couple of octaves higher and you're like, oh my God, look at this wave. And Connor, his voice was high-pitched when those sets started rolling through. It's been just every, I mean, competitor's dream to surf pumping J-Bay, and solid J-Bay too.
See if Lakey can get hold of this. Here she goes, live action, draws out the bottom turn, and then gives it a good swing, carving, displacing water, keeping the speed up as well, and then straight into the bottom turn, holding that rail. She'll just chop that one a little short and get going down the line, looking for more open face to carve up again. Beautiful flow throughout and control. Now critical on the inside, had to go high and then just get down. Doesn't get a maneuver to finish, but a much better wave from her, and she's in the heat.
Really love that. And the flow of that wave with the faded bottom turns, being very patient, and they weren't double pump bottom turns, they were a single rail line on that Channel Islands board. And the fade, watch this. This is, to me, she's from a right-hand point, Rincon. Who else is from there? Tom Curran. And what do I see right here? Curran-ish fades on the bottom turn. That's classic point surfing there. Straightening it out, being patient on the bottom. One line, back to the top. Knowing when to high line it, knowing when to low line it. And this one, she just brings around, and I like that hesitation, that fade. That's beautiful point surfing.
Yeah, I just feel like she was really fluid on this wave, just knew exactly when to start to really drive harder. And there was not a lot of downtime between her carves as well. She really held out these long, drawn-out bottom turns. Look how long she held that bottom turn for, and then really just unleashed when she came through the top of this wave. The only thing is, I know it's a big, impactful section there, but I feel like those finishing turns are going to be super crucial, especially in consideration if you want to take the win here. And thinking that Molly kicked off with a 717, you're probably going to want to hit those end sections.
Live action will pick up Picklum streaking through. Bit of a bomb for her here, connecting the energy and relentless in terms of where she is on the pocket. So much more pockety type wave, and she'll just tap into that energy. A big hit from her. Really well read in terms of the speed management, super critical. And you'd have to think that's going to be another big number for Molly.
Insane.
That really contrasts what we saw with Lakey. Lakey had that smooth kind of point surfing to her, but this is far more aggressive from Molly Picklum. She gets the double pump bomb turns, but her top turns, just a little bit more effort into it, right? And shorter radius, right up in the lip, you can see there. Aggressive again. Triple pump bottom turn there, so a big contrast between these two surfers in this exchange.
Oh, Mol, she's just on fire right now. There's nothing else you can say. Look at her flow, her timing with this wave, and just how hard she's pushing through every single turn. Molly has an incredible relationship with this wave, and I think she knows it. Just the way she's laying into these turns, picking her sections, and then just not holding back when something comes her way. Critical section here. She goes up and pushes so hard into that. That tail stayed up on top of that lip for so long. She's showing that she's not scared, and she has a great time when she's out here at J-Bay.
Excellent number drops in for Picklum, taking control here. 8.67 for her. Unbelievable numbers.
So that's her first wave score. Yep.
That was wave number one right there, the 717. She just backed that up with just relentless, and the difference from cutbacks out on the face to ultra critical surfing. It is finals day on the championship tour, and the judges will make a real point of difference.
Yeah, and there's a second wave there, and you can see her heat total up in the scorebook. Nearly excellent heat, 15.84 already.
Boom. Go Mo.
Let's get down and hear from Caroline Marks. She's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, impressive performance from Caroline. We love the matchup, yourself and Katie Simmers. What's the mentality when you see that one on paper before it all gets going?
Yeah, it's exciting. Katie and I are like very different surfers, but we're super good friends. So that was a super fun matchup. I know I'm like the lone goofy in the draw, so I was just trying to focus on like what I was doing, and I knew she was going to do what she was going to do. So you know, the main thing I think for both of us, we just wanted super good waves, and that's what we got today. So that was really fun.
Tell me about hitting that inside section, the mindset that you need to really attack when it's so gnarly out there.
Yeah, the end section's, it's so powerful, and there's so much swell today, and it's like really high tide, so there's just so much energy on that section, and I just was like, I'm just gonna go for it, and you know, at least if I lose, at least I go for it, you know, trying, and but I was like, I'm just gonna send it, and I made it, and I ended up making the heat, so that felt really good, and I feel like you can score a lot of points down there just because it's so critical, so really happy I made it. I was like on my tippy toes, so it was fun.
Sitting outside the WSL Final Fives, getting through these rounds, so it's so important for you. How are you feeling about that run?
Yeah, that felt really good. I knew that was a super important heat. I mean, at this point of the year, every heat's so important, so that felt really good. And yeah, I really want to be in Fiji. Cloud Break's one of my favorite waves in the world, so definitely I'm here to win, and you know, I'm just going to do everything I can to get there. So that felt good, but yeah, still some more work to do today.
Love the fire. Caroline, thanks for your time. Go get warm.
Caroline Marks there, balancing the analytical with the emotional. Very polished, and you think finals day is one of those surfers. We expect to see her just turn it up, ratchet up the performance, the quality, and she's lurking. She's very well poised.
Something I loved about that is I feel like a lot of the time some you know, competitors keep their cards close to their chest. You know, I'm taking it heat by heat. We hear that a lot, you know, one step at a time. Caroline, she's here to win, you know, and she'll come out and say it, and just having that confidence and knowing the importance of this time of the year. Just the fact that she's like, no, I want to win this. I want to be there in Fiji. And I mean, she would be incredible to watch at that wave as well. So one step closer for Caroline. She's looking pretty switched on for this event.
See what's happening out there? Look at the conditions. They're changing a little bit. The wind is clocking around a little bit out of the west-northwest angle. Like, it's still offshore, but it's turning kind of side off. We're expecting throughout the day for this to kind of swirl a little bit. Forecasted to end up coming straight from the west, which is really good for us. But right now, a little bit of chatter. You can see it, a little bit of a side offshore happening, and that's changing the texture out in the ocean.
Good news is the swell direction is exactly where we want it. I've touched on it a few times. That perfect number for J-Bay is to come out but 220 degrees from the southwest. Today, it's sitting around that 223 degrees, so it's pretty much bang on perfect, which is why we're seeing these waves with quite a little bit of a slower tapered line on some of those bigger sets, which is really allowing us to see multiple maneuvers be put on display. I mean, Molly, thinking back to that 867, that was 4 just gorgeous turns back to back. And I feel like Molly's had so many standout moments in this event so far. Thinking back to her 9, I can't wait to see what she brings on for the rest of the heat.
Check out live rankings as of right now. Thinking of WSL Finals in Fiji and that top 5. So that's where we are. Simmers, she's faded out there. We just saw her go down. Of course, Molly, #1 and out on the water right now. But opportunities for surfers like Lakey and Caroline to move up.
Yeah, I mean, Isabella would be nervous right now coming into these quarters, knowing that she probably has to keep making heats, because Caroline, she's knocking on the door. She's asking the question for Final 5. And Lakey, she's actually not that far off. A massive result here, followed by a big one in Tahiti. Final 5 is actually not out of the question. A lot would have to go her way. She'd have to have pretty consistent performances and hope that these ladies, you know, don't have consistent performances too.
Yeah, right on cue. Betty Lou and Bella, they'll be heading out into the water. That'll be our 4th quarter. Time for a quick break here. Picklum absolutely dominant thus far. More live action from Finals Day real soon.
Big section right here. Bang! Molly hammers it. Not done yet. Back up into it again. That wave perfectly came together on the bank, and so did she. Let her hear it.
Molly finding the most consistency.
Comes off the bottom again. That one's got some denim to it.
Out of anybody else on tour.
Molly is feeling it.
Pickles is on. Every single time she paddles out, she's averaging more than 12 points.
Molly Picklum locks in and gets blown out at backdoor. Wow. It will be Molly Picklum, her first win of 2025. Molly, you clinched your spot in the Final 5.
I think she's got everything that she needs to be a world champion. She's got the skills, she's got the ability, she's getting wiser with age.
Molly Picklum is heading to Fiji. Who else is going? We'll know more about that picture throughout the day today. Penultimate event of the season right here in South Africa before heading to Tahiti. And then disputing world titles over there in Fiji right now. Quarterfinal stage. And a rematch of the 2023 final sees Molly in the yellow way out in front. Lakey comboed at the moment.
Yeah, talk about heat control. You got ultimate heat control with Molly. Comboed your opponent, and you have priority. You're in the driver's seat right now. You got 11 minutes just to take any exit you want, drive it home, and there's Chris that's been working with Molly.
Yeah, Molly made a big leap, you know, stepping away from a coach that she's worked with since we were 14 years old. I remember doing the Grom comps, and her coach was always there. And I was talking to her at the start of this, she said, I just want to figure it out a little bit more on my own. And there's her boyfriend there as well, Austin. So just a really cool support network. And it's really awesome to see Molly here on more of a sentimental point, being Groms. We did all of the Grom comps together, and J-Bay was always that wave we all dreamed about coming and competing to, and Mol, she's done it.
Well,
she's here, and she's got this incredible relationship with it too. So to watch her find that and find her flow here and drop excellent scores, it's really cool to see for Mol, and she's made the final 5 here as well in the yellow jersey. This is an incredible moment in her career.
She did utilize a local coach, so that's kind of smart. That's smart coming into the event, is having local knowledge. It seems like it's a very straightforward wave, right, Paul? But it's not. And there's so many sections, and identifying the good ones, it looks like she's done her homework.
Yeah, we noticed that right from the very beginning of this one, with that holder priority and being selective. There's a lot of variety in the lineup, and instantly identifying not only the wave itself from a multiple choice on the set, but just the sections, where to attack, where not to. You can almost extend that out to the way a season's gone, right? We've never seen one like this busy and kind of relentless. And the events coming like thick and fast throughout the year. And super consistent from her, right? Making a lot of semis, but never really that breakthrough moment until getting that win now. And what a time of the season to have that momentum.
She's had 3 finals this year alone, and if she makes the final here at J-Bay, that's 3 back-to-back finals in the last 3 events consecutively, which is incredible. I mean, she's only had 1 win. We've got women who have had 2 wins this season, thinking of Betty Lou and Gabby Bryan, but Molly, she's been the most consistent out of everyone, and although she may not have the most wins right now, I mean, she could win here and tie it for 2, but she's just been incredibly in form all season. I mean, there's been no slowing her down.
There's the numbers. So she's leading CT by numbers for excellent heats this year. And Paul, you did make a point. It's been just a road show, because the schedule this year has been so tight. So we went straight from Trestle, straight to Brazil, straight to over here. So maintaining that consistency and being able to adapt to all of these different waves, as well as different temperatures. You know, you had California, then you had warm Brazil, and then now you have brisk J-Bay with those stiff offshores kicking up right there.
Yeah, that wind is really starting to ramp up. But I know the tour has been quite close and back-to-back, but if you're someone like Molly, Molly doesn't like to stop, and Molly doesn't stop, actually. She doesn't slow down, so I feel like it's a tour that really suits her because she loves to be on the go. And Lakey, she's been doing this for so long. She's the veteran on tour. She's the only woman left in the draw, or in the draw, who has had a win here. So these ladies, it's not like it's something they're not used to. We look at a really tight schedule, but for a lot of the athletes, they love being away, they love being on the go, and they love competing. So it is a big lifestyle shift, but it's something that I think a lot of the competitors have thrived in.
Beautiful vision as well. Just hang above the lineup here. See that rainbow just popping out down there, way down there. It's Cape St. Francis, and these swells wrapping around with just majestic shape on this iconic point break. Here's your defending champ, slicing hard, drawing off the bottom, and again, more critical with that rasping turn up high in the lip line, and then carving down into the pocket. And that equipment just cutting water, and it looks so easy and effortless from up here, out there in the water. Difficult to go hard and right up through the scale, and maybe not quite getting that end section read.
Seems like she was over it, the way, you know, just the body language kicking out of that wave. Tried to be more aggressive in the turns, probably had to recognize that maybe the last wave she was too smooth, but she definitely, like, you could see in the body language, Paul, that she wasn't excited about the performance on that wave. And that's a seal with an octopus right there hunting, and the seal's got breakfast, and that seal just pulled that octopus right off the bottom and says, hey, look at me, I got delicious octopus breakfast. And that just illustrates the wildlife that is all in the lineup right here.
That was epic.
Yeah. You can go along the rocks here and spot octopus. Yeah.
Such a vibrant ecosystem here. It's all part of the story of this wave. No garlic on that, not even a little bit of just searing in the pan, just straight up.
Just straight salt.
Still alive. Just chewing on it.
Oh gosh, we should actually talk about some surfing here, Lakey. I mean, I actually really love the carves that she did on this wave, especially this second one. Held that rail for a lot longer than we saw than that first wave, but this is where the body language starts to change, like Kaipo mentioned. I mean, you could see just a little bit of frustration coming down the line here. Didn't have that big end section bowl she was really hoping for and chasing. She's found this fight in her in these dying stages, but she just needs to find a little more. But that is a vicious swing there from that seal.
That's yum. Good stuff. Fresh octopus. Where I'm from, we have poke, and we make octopus poke, and that's taco poke is what we call it. And essentially, that's what that was, minus some soy sauce and onions.
Under the 5-minute mark here. Quarterfinal number 3, the yellow jersey, and Molly Picklum way out in front, comboing Lakey Peterson. This is a repeat of the final lost time out 2 years ago. We've had a hiatus, and it only made us want to come back even more. Absolutely delighted the way it's come together for finals day. The crowd, I mean, everyone around the point has just been kind of buzzing about today, but possibly even just exceeding expectations a little bit in terms of conditions, and it means surfers like Molly Picklum, they'll make the most of it.
Yeah, Mole, she's happy. This is exactly what she wanted to come to J-Bay for, just pumping perfect lines for her to be able to unleash some beautiful surfing, which is what we've seen for her. Big critical moments like this, getting her 7-1-7 on her first wave. She has not been holding back this heat, getting an excellent score as well. Just her timing, picking her moments. It's been really beautiful. She definitely knows what she's doing here at J-Bay.
Here's 8.67. She goes excellent. She's been efficient. Just 2-wave surf, already in the lead. And she's on to the semifinals. Putting this one in the fridge right now. Closing the door. Lights out. We'll see Molly Picklum in the semifinals.
She's loving it too. I mean, when you get to the end of the wave and I feel like you take a big breath, like a sigh of relief, like, oh, that was fun. You know, that's kind of what it looked like from Molly. Like, I just demolished that wave and I know it.
Molly Picklum.
Yeah. The only thing that could take her out right now is if she got a priority interference. Other than that,
let's not wish that upon her.
She's on to the semifinals. Oh, I'm just pointing out the only thing that was going to keep her from the semifinals would be that scenario. Because right now, 15.84, there's no way you're going to get 2 waves in 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolute control for Molly. She just heads a little bit down the point with that priority, so she can just have a look and give a bit of space to Lakey, who'll be wondering exactly how this one got away from her. And ultimately, just the first couple of exchanges, really, both going Molly's way. That surrender of priority at the start from Lakey just set the rhythm and the pace of this one. Particularly thinking about the size of the waves as well, with that jump up and swell, but Molly's wave, particularly that 867, maybe a couple of feet smaller than some of the bombs we've seen, but so much steeper.
Yeah, even listening to some of the chatter from around this morning with that free surf, a lot of people saying those sets, it's really easy to be like, I need to be on the biggest wave and kind of get sold into that rhythm, but they're a lot slower and they're a little bit slopier, so they're a bit of a fatter wall, where those mid-sized ones, they come in, they bend in around that reef, and there's the ones we've seen Molly just unleash on. It seems to have a nicer timing to it as well. You're not highlining, constantly waiting for that open face where then it becomes slopey. So, and Molly, you know, relying on a local coach, identifying that and knowing that that's what she has to do to get these big scores. So really great support network behind her. Fletchy here as well. He's been there for a lot of the events this year, was there for her win in Brazil, and it feels like she's got this really awesome family unit supporting her down here at J-Bay.
90 seconds on the clock here. It is Picklum will have that priority. Lakey Peterson at this point just maybe look for a way to get out of combo, just find something really fun to surf. She's absolutely pumping, flawless J-Bay with just one other person in the lineup. But right now, it has not been her heat at all. And the story about Molly Picklum, she'll go through with a little extra as well, getting that exit number. We saw Gabby as well get the exit number, just bringing that little momentum through the semis.
Yeah, and they're on they're on opposite sides of the draw as well, so that could be a potential final. Yeah, just free surf time for Lakey. Get a good one. Get a good one to come in. Why not?
We've seen surfers get waves at the end of heats in the crowd, just willing them to pull into big sections as they stretch out. We'll watch live action from Molly. A little late takeoff, kind of grips the face, and then flowing and cruising, setting up, and unleashing, just wrapping a carve in the pocket, and then nudging the speed up. And again, pushing really hard. Really nice form from her. As both arms go back, she just lays in a dynamic turn.
That was smart. See, just kicking out and not risking her board for the upcoming semifinal. And this is the free surfer, Lakey Peterson. Just enjoy it.
6 straight heat wins for Molly Picklum. The numbers impressive. However you look at them, she's won 9 of her last 10 heats on the championship tour. Which is looking absolutely deadly at the moment in every way. It's the way she's competing and finding scores. Wow.
Yeah, pulled it.
The sheer fear on her face at one moment going down that way.
Now just searching for a keyhole. This is a little bit difficult. Got to put the brakes on, yeah, and then find that keyhole. See. Don't want to go straight into those rocks.
Yeah, all part of figuring out J-Bay. Actually got to come in quite close just to sort of identify. She'll be fine, or she'll navigate her way through. She'll head to semi-finals, or she'll do it with a load more form and momentum as well. Just getting involved on the rocks there. Molly should just look to try and keep that board off. And on high tide, that sweep that surges down the point, she'll deal with that and bring it in. Having a look forward to our 4th quarter, we'll see Betty Lou taking on Isabella Nichols. Molly Picklum will wait and face one of them, find out who it's going to be when we come back from break.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Surf Girls available on Prime right now. You're watching live coverage of finals day here, the Corona Cero Open at Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Out of Hawaii, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking on Isabella Nichols from Australia. And these two on those live rankings that we saw, both inside that final 5 currently. Only one of them will remain in the draw here and head to semis, and that will be really significant in the context of that story. Energy on the beach at the moment. It's nice to see Molly and Lakey heading up together. Molly Picklum, what a performance from her.
Oh, that was just textbook clinical Molly at J-Bay. And I mean, Lakey is no easy task to take down here. She has won this event before. That was a rematch of the final that we saw here back in 23, and Molly getting one back. So yeah, that was a big win for Molly, but she was just looking really, really sharp out there. And this heat, I'm actually really excited for this one because both of these ladies, like you mentioned, in that top 5, and both having to kind of look over their shoulder because Caroline, she's right there. She's really asking the question of, I'm coming for that final 5, and she said it in her post-heat, she's here to win.
So far from what you've seen, Kaipo, in terms of the approach of these two women to this wave, who's impressed you more? Who do you think surfing fits this way, particularly in the conditions we have today?
I'm going to think Isabella Nichols would have a little bit of a advantage over Sakura. There's Sakura there. Looks like she just went up and out on a wave as well. Her best result being a 9th place finish here, but handed over priority to Isabella Nichols. So I think when we look at skill sets, maybe favoring Bella a little bit. But one thing we know about surfing, Paul, swell, everything, there's never 100% prediction.
Here's Bella dealing with a whitewater section, patient, and she just poised and coiled. And then she'll get to unleash. And the power from her, one of the reasons you feel she's a really good match for conditions exactly like this. She'll cruise through, just a touch sticky. She'll wait for things to set up for her. A little bit of morning sunshine illuminating this section, and it will look dreamy from where she is. She'll particularly be looking to go high and critical on the waves, exactly what Picklum was able to do. Just kind of flowing through, but didn't really have a moment of attack necessarily. Meanwhile, Sakura, a smaller wave, but it's tighter, and she'll glide off the bottom and then snap out. So a bit of vigor into that maneuver, but anytime you push hard and you put yourself back, you're always at risk with it running away.
Both of these ladies as well just have that really strong power game. I mean, they're both just really hard on that back foot. They really draw through those turns. So I feel like this is actually a really cool matchup between these two. Betty Lou, we know she isn't scared. She's from Hawaii. She's used to this big open water power. So looking to see her kind of tap into that knowledge here. Starts off with a swoop on that one. Kind of felt like she cut it a little bit short here, trying to get down the line on those first two turns. Here she goes. There's the speed. We've talked about having to manage it through the waves here to really just get those A to B perfect rides. And then here she really lays into that one, brings it back to the power source, but maybe just this being a bit of a feeler wave for Betty Lou. I feel like she got a lot more in the tank than what we've seen on this one, but she's really just showing that she's got that power and she's not scared of the energy out here.
Bella being pretty smooth on this one, had to be patient through this. And then what I was looking for Isabella Nichols was really that power gaff that she's got right there. But this wave gave her a little bit of problems. You can see with some of the chatter, she has to restrain her turns just a little bit, not able to put everything in it. She had to nurse that top turn, knowing it's going to get steep on the inside. And I feel just searching for a nice finish, but she's not really going to get that on this wave, and decides to just call for the jet ski and get a ride back out. But both of these women, you know, with CT victories this year, so both having a great season in 2025.
Yeah, a couple of wins for Sakura, and thinking about the couple of seasons she's put together already. Did you see those 2 wins coming this season?
I think it was about time, just because I've watched Sakura develop as a surfer since Menahuni days, since she was very, very young. She's always had an exceptional talent. She was always above and beyond. I think she qualified for the tour at just 16 years old, had to get out of Wailua High School, you know, and so I knew the talent was always there. I think it was just putting together the heats, and that's what she did this year, was she put together the heats. A lot of times, I'm going to say it, the best surfer doesn't always win the contest. The surfer that plays the game the best wins the contest. So when you combine, you know, good heat strategy and putting together heats along with natural talent, that's when you see wins.
And you got to think that's a massive confidence booster for Betty Lou to know that she's taking those right steps. She's playing the game the right way, you know, and I feel like that's been coming with the maturity, the more years she's had on tour, getting knocked off her first year in her rookie year, having to go back to the Challenger Series and figure out why she got knocked. What were those little incremental decisions that she had to change? And you can tell she's really applied that this year. 2 wins is no easy task. She got 1 at Trestles, she got her maiden one at the Gold Coast over there at Burleigh, and she was switched on there. She said it herself on her Instagram. She said she felt like something big was building over there in the Aussie treble, and it did. I mean, a win, then straight over to Marks, and then the very next event after Marks, after you're safe from the cut, she won. So you can tell she's really opened up this year, and this is her best result she's ever had here at J-Bay. And the 23, she got a 9th here, but same for Isabella, she's had a 9th here in the past. So both of these ladies have an opportunity to really open up here and keep creeping up that draw.
Just over 26 minutes to go. Time to get updates from the yellow jersey. Molly Picklum is with Rosie Hodge.
She was the standout performer in the opening round, and once again in the quarterfinal, she's doing more of the same. Coming up against Lakey, a rematch of the final of 2023. How nice was it to share these kinds of waves with a good friend and rival?
Yeah, we were tripping when we got out the back. She actually said, she's like, this is what we live for. This is why we do this job. And yeah, it was so cool. And I definitely had it in my head, like, she got me good in that final. And I'm so happy that I got her back.
And what were some of the key moments in that heat for you?
Yeah, I think the big chip-ins, and I just wanted to like sit off there, and also I guess my main moments are the 2 waves that I caught. I literally stood up twice, and they were epic waves for me to just kind of do my surfing and yeah, get the completion, and I'm pretty happy that they got scored pretty well.
And lastly, coming in on a day like today seems a bit tricky to find the keyhole.
I know, yeah. There's so much water like rushing down the point, so to try and shape up to the keyhole correctly is pretty hard. And I'm grateful of tight tide because I've just been like floating and bumping across all the rocks, just getting to the sand. But low tide, there should be some rock highlights, I'm sure.
Molly, thanks for the time. Good luck in the semifinals.
Thank you. Thanks to everyone tuning in at home too. I'm all stoked and through to the semis, yeah.
Yeah. Seems like 2 stops on tour, Punta Roca and Jeffreys Bay. The fear is actually getting in and out of the water. Mostly getting out of the water is pretty tough at both of those breaks.
Which one do you think's harder?
Oh, I'm way more intimidated here. Punta Roca is pretty sketchy too. If you go way on the inside, there's a bunch of urchins there, but this is much more menacing. Rather than cobblestone, you got big, rocks with really sharp things on them.
And for the armchair fan at home as well, it's quite nice to see that even like the icons of the sport, the legends, they're mortal as well. It's the great leveler.
It's great. It's so humbling to know that they struggle too. It's not just you. That keyhole to get in is really quite hard. And like Molly said, when it gets bigger and that sweep starts rushing through the inside, you're like, oh no, my lineup's okay. And then you're like, oh no, I'm drifting past it. Okay, well, sweet. I'm just going to go another 4 kilometers down the beach and that's where I'll come in.
So Molly Picklum in her interview having a little giggle and a chuckle. And I think that's part of that management of energy as well, because underneath all of that fierce determination to win, just picking up on that point. She said she got me last time pretty good, and we were kind of wondering, is that significant for her? Of course it is. Of course she's going to use that to her advantage.
Yeah. And you can see the Red Bull jet ski right now. This is a great thing that tours and comps put into play today. Just because it's 3 heats to a win, it's going to be exhausting. They're 35-minute heats. We've had years where we had no jet skis, and it was just paddle power the whole way. So
wow.
I think that's such a great call to have this jet ski assist for the surfers. We'll see more surfing that way, too.
Fans are stoked as well as they take it all in here and enjoy finals day with that overcast leaden sky. Just adds a little touch of gravitas. It's a cooler day as well. It's actually been kind of balmy for this region at this part of the world. Water temps a little warmer than maybe we're accustomed to.
Yeah.
But today it does have that colder feel to it. It just feels a bit heavier.
It's those low pressures, right, that make these swells. So naturally the barometer drops. You get a colder feeling. But on water temp, though, unseasonably warm. Right now, from what I've been experienced, I brought a 4.3 and it's been way too warm in a 4.3. Well, not what I expected, but air temp, crisp, really crisp.
Fresh in the morning, part of the reason why we see weddies and Uggs and that sort of thing goes down. The surfers look to stay comfortable. Of course, we've got the hot tub as well and the Red Bull Athlete Zone, sauna in there. All of those ingredients help to make surfers comfortable. Not as much as crisp corduroy lines. Checking out Fioravanti and Marsh. Final instructions from Dog.
You see the determination. I mean, when you talk about a determined character, you're talking Leo Fioravanti right there.
Such a cool unit as well, that dog clan that's going down, the support between all of them. We know Gabby Bryan and Con O'Leary, they've got to be up in that athlete area cheering on Leo. They're there no matter what, and it just seems to be this really beautiful supportive unit that Dog's created, and just it's almost family-like between all of them. It's like siblings, and I feel like they'd probably bicker like siblings too sometimes, but they just have all the support in the world for each other, and you can see it's really paying off for each and every one of those competitors this year.
Yeah, Dog as a coach takes detailed notes on not just every heat, but in free surfs and everything he do. He's kind of like a mad scientist in a way. He's understated, but he's always jotting down. And he goes through all these notebooks with all these notes. He goes over that with every single one of these surfers. So definitely a premier surf coach with Richard Dog Marsh.
Speaking of coaches as well, Isabella, she's working with Dylan Lightfoot, so similar to Molly, she's tapping into a bit of that local energy, but she's also got Bottle here, and Botsy, he's actually had a 10-point ride out here before back in 2010, so he's got experience, he's got a knowledge, he knows how to go excellence out here too, so working with people who have competed here before, thinking of Snake, he has 2 wins here, and just tapping into that knowledge, those little inside increments, those 1%ers that are going to change those slight decision-making skills like we were talking about earlier, whether it's lineups or speed management. It's got to really play on their side. And again, listening to all of the chatter this morning after the free surf, talking about lineups and knowing your positioning out there has been so crucial. After Gabby's heat, Dog was like, your positioning, your lineups, they were impeccable. So I feel like these athletes, although the surfing really does the talking out there, knowing exactly where you have to be at what time and in what kind of swell has played a crucial part out here at J-Bay with this bigger swell.
There's a shot of the Dog hiding behind the hood, keeping an eye on the lineup.
Yeah, that top deck, new addition here to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and just getting a bit more vision further up the point as well in terms of those lineups.
It's cool up there too. They got fresh pressed juice and smoothies up there. Cold plunge, hot sauna, ample warm-up area. We're going to have Wes from Nevermind Restaurant from Cape St. Francis later off in that Red Bull Athlete Zone making some gourmet eats.
Dora getting ready. See him keeping the feet warm. Pretty wise move. And then making sure the wax. He's going to need all of that stickiness if he goes into that end section. You just think about how heavy it is in there today and what he'll be looking at and the way he'll be seeing waves.
Yeah, he's got the Fu Cool going right now for some extra sticky stuff.
Stickiest of the icky for Yago Dora. And he has been unbelievable throughout this event. Right now we're watching Sakura building up speed here. A couple of mid-range numbers in for her. Nothing to get carried away on thus far. Good momentum here. Nice snap. Gives it loads. Tons of spray and then clawing to get back. Does well to get there, actually. Once you get caught behind here, you're not necessarily been able to come around again, but she does that. Does it real well. And just setting up with a crisp hit with all that speed. And a strong finish as well, crucially. Important for her, really, just to kind of tie up that wave and get that finish.
And look at where she went. She went through impossibles all the way to the point with joining the free surfers there.
Wow, she's way down. We saw Gabby Bryan go that far down this morning as well. The jet ski had to weave his way through the lineup.
Yeah.
So she is so far down the point, way past the keyhole where you come in. So long ride there for Betty Lou. Like you mentioned, once you get stuck behind, it's really hard to come back around. We saw Katie get knocked off. So Betty Lou really managing her speed well, if we're going to touch on that. I mean, that was a really beautiful wave. Had some big highlight moments in there too.
Interesting to see the contrast just in the type of wave. You think Molly's wave, particularly the high score, the 8, the shorter one. And then by contrast, Betty Lou going so far down.
Yeah. Look at the Red Bull jet ski's got to search for her amongst the sea of heads right there. It's just so serious.
Here goes Bella. Good looking section for her. And her turn puts her in a sweet spot to set up and gather. And that patience, as she'll go low line with a ton of speed. And then wrap high, but not overly commit. Always thinking about the next section. So cruising and joining things up pretty nicely. This is a steeper part of the wave, and that is a legit hit on a really steep section. So Nichols waiting for the end of the wave to really tee off on it, and does it well.
Yeah, I love that. Wave for wave between these two ladies. And the thing is, these athletes, they really feed off that crowd energy, and the crowd gets behind every single person, especially when there's big turns. So she would have heard the screams from the crowd and knew she had to go big on this wave, really waited, and then found this really nice drawn out line there from Bella. Came round again, clean wall here too, a couple of ridges to play around with as well. She really had to manage that here, and then just holding that bottom turn that little bit extra longer is giving her the speed and the drive up to really just keep kicking through these turns. And then big one through this inside here. Boom, unleashes under the lip there for Bella, and she liked the feeling of it too.
I think that was just search and destroy. She searched through that wave and destroyed at the end. Smaller wave here for Sakura. She gets a nice snap down the line here, but this exchange should go in the way of Isabel Nichols. I like the snap, though. That was some aggression right there. And then just kind of It's tough. You know, I think that second wave of the set or third wave of the set was a little bit smoother for Isabella Nichols compared to Sakura Johnson that we're seeing here on the replay.
Yeah, definitely. But she did well with that second turn. I liked it as well. A lot of spray, a lot of commitment in that. Came through that inside and attacked a big section there as well. So she is miles down the beach there. That
Get hit on the head too. Boom.
Clipped her on the head. Oh, that is not what you're looking for. That board kind of just sprung back at her, but she seems to be okay. She got on her board, kept paddling.
The fins, the main thing is the fins missed her head. So that was a lucky circumstance. That was just the flat bottom hitting her head. Could have been a lot worse if a fin to the skull. Not good.
Betty Lou making her way. And she'll try and get back in the lineup here and see where the situation is. It'll be that she might well be needing a number after this exchange on the ski. Bella Nichols in the lead thus far, but momentum with her. More live action from our fourth quarterfinal or finals day at J-Bay right after this. Finals day has whetted your appetite for J-Bay, but you're not quite satiated. Download True Surf wherever you get your apps and have fun.
It's a long wave. You get some finger cramps right there when you're playing True Surf at J-Bay. I'll tell you right now. A couple alley-oops.
All right, caught up with numbers here. Crucial moment in this heat, that last exchange. And it went the way of Sakura. 6-5 against the 6 from Bella. So Betty Lou in the lead, priority as well. And look how close and tight this heat is. They came in here, both inside that final 5, in 4 and 5. And right now in the water, third of a point splitting them. Betty Lou wants to hear more about it.
Yeah. She wants an update from the beach announcers, and she's going to hear some good news because not only did she win that exchange, she also got back out there and got priority as well. So heat control right now for Sakura.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a big step in the right direction for Betty Lou, and this is a great opportunity for her to convert on that next wave because look, her backup score's a 4. It's a 4.83, so for her to dump that and really have to raise that bar for Isabella Nichols, she's got the upper hand right now to try and create a pretty hard situation for Bella. The one thing I've loved about what Bella's brought to this heat, though, is these big clutch moments. I mean, she has not been holding back on these bigger walls, so she just needs, she's got to fight for pretty much one big turn on a bigger wall, so she can find that and then a couple more after it. She's a step in the right direction there.
But I think when we look at that last exchange, and I was really impressed with the finish of Isabella Nichols, and I thought maybe it was she got the best of that exchange, but now like when I think about it, what the judges were seeing, I talked about seeking and then destroy. She was seeking for a lot of that wave, while Sakura had a smaller wave, but she had that big second snap and then a finish. So a little bit less kind of downtime. And I think that was what made the difference. So Isabella Nichols, I feel, is going to have to change her approach just a little bit and get some meaningful turns, you know, at the beginning of the wave, at the midpoint of the wave, and at the ending, not just seek down for that final maneuver.
Just over 10 on the clock here. It's not a big need score for Bella Nichols at the moment to get in control of this one. As we look back on a season, we mentioned how just relentless it's been. Pretty democratic in the way our winners shared the spoils throughout the early part of the season. Caroline Marks over in Portugal. Gabby Bryan really announced her, well, title form really this season over in El Salvador with the power, and then Bella getting involved at bells.
Yeah, Bella rung the bell, which is such a big moment in her career, and then Betty Lou came through and won goldie, and at this point, we had a different winner every single stop, and coming into Margs, Gabby Bryan said, actually, no, we don't. I'm going to take 2 wins this season, held the yellow jersey there, and then Betty Lou was like, I want a piece of that as well. Came through and got her second win of the season, second win of her career, and Mole finally got one after making 3 finals, took home the victory at Brazil and looking to take home a win here as well as these 2 ladies. And really this final 5, it's starting to heat up. We've got 2 surfers locked in. Gabby Bryan solidified her spot this morning. Molly, she was in just by surfing her first round heat here. So these ladies, they're in that top 5 picture, but they've got to keep climbing. They've got to keep clawing through the draw. And if they can take the pressure off here by going deep into the draw so that Tahiti isn't such a high stakes competition, you're going to have to think that's going to be able to show them a lot less pressure and bring in a bit more just aggression in their surfing when it comes to the Chopu.
So many interesting storylines just bubbling up here in that race for the final 5. These two at the moment, absolutely crucial where they are. As we see Yago Dora just emerge through the keyhole up the top. He'll just pop, use this lull, that sweep as well. Just allow him to get through the impact zone, sit on the shoulder, get ready to take on Leo Fioravanti. That'll be our first quarter for the men, 8 minutes away from that at the moment. It is Betty Lou with the lead over Bella Nichols, says Leo. And this one poised at the moment. Obviously, Sakura in the better position. It's not a big number for Bella. We've had a bit of a lull, possibly the longest one we've had for a couple of heats so far in this one.
Yeah. Well, we talked about just getting a little bit over the high tide mark this morning, and now we have the receding tide for the rest of the day till about 3 p.m. this afternoon, local time. So maybe that has affected a little bit of the consistency, which is kind of bad news for Isabel Nichols right now, because she wants Sakura to get a waving or seek one underneath. She might get this one.
One of the things that makes this venue unique is a chance for surfers to see this energy just fill around the point, propagate down here, constantly scouring the horizon for energy. So far, so good. Bella started really strong with this kind of surfing.
Oh, she did. She really came out swinging in this heat. I mean, big turns and big sections, just showing that she's got a really great relationship and timing with this wave, picking her moments. It didn't have that big end section that she was chasing here for Bella, but she started off with a massive turn. And then Betty Lou, it felt like maybe she was on the back foot in this heat, and then she really just started to open up through this wave. She took this one all the way through. She was down to where the free surfers were, and she just kind of unleashed in a way that she showed her authority in this heat and that she wants to keep going deeper in the draw.
Snappy surfing. The Mayhems have been kind of a game changer, I feel, for Sakura. Got the best of that exchange. This was the 6-point ride for Isabella Nichols, and kind of had to just was seeking something meaningful here, just kind of cruising through turns. She did get a great finishing maneuver, but 6-point ride was not able to match up with Sakura's wave in this exchange.
Yeah, I really loved her tempo on this wave, but maybe just looking for 1 or 2 more big moments. I mean, this one here, this was a massive turn there for Bella and just cracked that under the lip. That was where a bulk of the points lived on that one. A little bit slower through the start of that wave, but she's just showcasing that she's not scared to hit those big end sections.
Picking up live action, Sakura using priority. This one stretched out in front of her. Nice pace to the opening sections from her. And set up work, a little chatter, she'll do well to just flow through. And it's still, she's gone so far down the line on this wave. Thought about maybe trying to pull in. And then a beautiful finishing turn for her, going right up, lay back underneath the lip. A really technical maneuver at speed.
Saw that finger snap at the end. She knows she improved upon her scoreline with that wave. So that could be the runaway moment in this heat for Sakura Johnson.
Inside the 5-minute mark here, judges will assign a number for Betty Lou and Bella Nichols now. Just be waiting for an opportunity with the ocean. Here's another look at Sakura.
Yeah, Betty Lou just raw power on this one. Picked a wave with a really nice pace to it as well. Looked like it came through a little bit wider, so we saw some more open face here. High line, stayed high, generated some speed to come through and just keep drawing these beautiful lines that we've seen all through this heat. Again, just unleashing. I feel like she's really showcased that she has this power when the ocean gets a little bit unruly and big, wants to pull in down the line there, but this one just hits this inside there, and Betty Lou just really goes, I'm going to make the most of this opportunity here.
Yeah, for Sakura, you know, one of the things that that we haven't talked about that has been a bit of a game changer for her is coming on to the Lost Mayhem program, and maybe that little bit of difference in the boards, and having that security of having someone like Matt Biolos who has templates and rockers for every single stop on the tour, and apply that to her is just giving her that little extra advantage. And looks like, as we suspected, Paul, she did improve upon her scoreline.
Yeah, gets the 5.87, so adding another point or so in terms of pressure on Bella Nichols. 6.38 is the new requirement for the Australian Nichols. Just over 3 on the clock.
I don't think 6.38 is out of the question. I think that is well within Isabella's range. You know, the 6.38, we've seen her have these big single moments on the waves, but if she can find one with 2 of those, you'd have to think that that's going to be a real standout score in this heat. So 6.38 is nothing.
Well, the scale goes up to 10, so I think that she can definitely do it. It's just going to have to be a really good wave, and this looks like a good one, Paul.
Here we go. Bella, beautiful opening section, and lays in straight away from takeoff. A little section, little tumble. And you can see here, she is eyeing a lip line, and she'll get up there and then just streaking down the line. A huge section, big jeopardy in that turn. The crowd absolutely love high-risk surfing it. Look at this wall stretch out, and a brilliant finishing turn from Bella Nichols. What a moment.
That was it. That was it. You saw that was a beauty right from the get-go, and that wave continued to steepen up. That was the more south angle on that wave. That was, and it grew down the line as well. And she had moments on just the tippy toes. There was drama to it. There was speed to it. Well put together. That should turn the heat for Isabella Nichols.
Oh, we've seen these big moments, these big single turns on her other waves. We just wanted to see a couple of them put together. Well, she delivered on this one. I mean, really great rip through this first turn. And this is where I was kind of like, go, get the speed, get around the section. We know how hard it is if you get stuck behind. Got around it with style. This is a moment where we see her on the tippy toes here. Big section, unleashes those fins. She has to stomp on that back foot as she's free falling in the air, comes around, manages her speed beautifully through this section. Big carve down in what is an excellent ride there from start to finish for Isabella Nichols.
Got to be excellent. Take a look at this again from above. The high-risk maneuver. It was a great, beautiful wave that kept on growing down the line. It maintained its steepness, but just that tippy-toe moment and a beautiful finish, that feels to me that it has to go excellent, Paul.
What a significant moment, not only in the context of this event. Wow.
Just air under the entire board, reconnects, and then the wherewithal to get back on rail, and this finish a little bit early, but smart.
Yeah, you can see she's on a DHD DNA as well, which is mixed model. So, and mixed one out here multiple times in the past as well. So just showing that this board is super responsive under her feet. She looks like it's a good one. And it's an excellent score there for Isabella Nichols.
8.5 for Bella Nichols, takes control of the heat. And what a matchup this has been, and you can just see how much it means. A last chance here for Sakura, and she'll try and scratch onto a wave.
Yeah, that's going to sting for Sakura. Had control, you know, pretty much the lead through the entire heat, and Isabella. We talked about it at the beginning of the heat, Paul, that Isabella probably, when we matched up, you asked me about the skill set, she showed that she had a little bit more of that power to her, you know, a little bit more of a heavy foot, and it paid off.
Physical and mental strength on display from Bella Nichols there, and she'll go to semis with an excellent number in her scoreline as well. All sorts of connotations for Final 5. As she gets the win over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. This is exactly the sort of entertainment you hope for on finals day. Loving the action here at the Corona Cero J-Bay Open. We'll check out Yago Dora taking on Leo Fioravanti when we come back from break.
Hope you are enjoying finals day. We have the semifinals ready for the women, and the quarterfinals are starting right now. For the men, Iago Dora has just taken the lead on the rankings with Jordi out of the event, and Leo Fioravanti is still looking for his first win of his career here on the championship tour. Pumping conditions continue here on finals day. Hope you're enjoying the action. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge and Jessie Mendez. A lot of big highlights. We're already down to the final four for the women.
Yeah, incredible performances. Bella Nicola in that last one, the 8.5 was insane. Just love her surfing.
Gosh, that was very committed, and to do it at the buzzer on your last wave. As a competitor, Jessie, that's as good as it gets.
I mean, and just the intensity of the wave itself. I was with João Chumbinho right by me and Luana Silva, and they're like, pull in, pull in, pull in, and all of a sudden she just hits the lip where she was probably supposed to get in barrel. It was so critical. It was so impressive. Everyone's like baffled with what happened.
Big stories unfolding here as the race for the final five continues. All roads lead to the Lexus WSL Finals at Cloudbreak, and we have a very important update in front of the world title big event. Big news as well to really reward those regular season performances. World number one into the Lexus WSL Finals can win the world title by winning title match number one. So whoever the challenger is, if they win that first heat, then it will be best of three like we've seen over the years. So now the importance is for that world number one, if they go into that first heat and win, it's all over. And also the other big announcement is for every final seed, the higher seed starts the heat with priority. We saw that with the first title match in the past over, seed number 4 over 5, but now it's expanded to every big heat at the Lexus WSL Finals this year. Great announcement. Rosie, your first thoughts hearing the news?
That's great. I mean, if you have dominated the regular season events, you deserve a couple perks. So, you're not having to go to that 3 matchup. If you win in that first heat, you take the title down. Just important evolution of our sport.
Jessie, starting the heat with priority as well. What are you thinking there?
I think it's fair enough because obviously you're having a chance to take down in the last event someone that is in front of you. And yeah, you can kind of defend yourself, and also you can sit whatever you want. You're not going to get pushed, so it's going to establish priority right away. So we're going to not have those battles that sometimes is unnecessary and put the surfers outside of the lineup and maybe miss some sets. So now it's just going to be surfing. We'll do the talking, and that's about it. And that's what we love to see.
Great news, great update. Looking forward to the Lexus WSL Finals this year as we look at Iago Dora versus Leonardo Fioravanti. As you can see, that rank change to number 1 with Jordy Smith knocked out by Marco Mignot a few days ago. Leo Fioravanti now world number 10, trying to have a late charge into the final 5. First time they've ever surfed against each other at the championship tour level.
I found that incredibly surprising, just to see that both of these guys that are always in that upper echelon of every contest that we're seeing have yet to match up in a head-to-head matchup on the championship tour.
Wild to think about that, but things did get started during the break. Starting off with Leo's wave here, Jessie.
I mean, that's a beautiful wall in front of him. Let's catch up to what happened. Beautiful opening up, setup, carve. It's a bit tighter in the second one. The wave starts to run down, and he's just kind of waiting for that double up. Wave goes a little bit wide on the point because of the size, but then it's extra fun when it hits that shallower part of the bank. It starts to stretch down as we see it here. He almost could have got barreled right there, but he was just underneath that lip. He's probably bummed with that, maybe misread a little bit, but finish it off with a very powerful connection with the lip. Comes out pretty clean, so good start for Leo.
And now Iago Dora on his opening ride.
Yeah, he really wanted that one, paddled hard. There's a lot of froth on this face. Medium-sized wave is hitting the reef so nicely on this outside section. Watching the pace on his backhand. Nice little release of the tail right there. Wants to stay critical, meets that lip line and just goes down. That wind almost playing a little bit of havoc in the lineup right now.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Rosie. I think that last turn he just set himself up a little bit too high, and the wind made him get caught. And then once again, you can see it right there. That wind's blowing like straight offshore, very strong, but a little bit from the back. So if you extend and get a little bit too much amplitude and your board's not under your foot, tends to blow the board away from you. And that's what happened in both of those situations, unfortunately, because that second wave looked like a good size and a very nice wave for Iago. Just needs to regather, clean up that, and make sure he doesn't fall, because I don't see Leo giving him that many opportunities.
Man, the waves are pumping. So great to see this venue score here for finals day. Dora, current number 1 of the world, has a chance to guarantee himself to be in yellow into Tahiti if he wins this heat. Starting with a carve, looks like it has a double up on it. Already down towards impossibles. Nice easy bottom turn toward, connects with a speed jam. It's starting to run. Double overhead section. With that speed, finds a good spot to attack. We remained in control the entire wave. And I love that a lot of fans came here from Brazil to support Iago Dora in this clash against Leonardo Fioravanti. A couple of decisions, huh, Rosie, when you're working this lineup out, where Iago took off, he was way down the line, but picked up some points and kind of got himself into rhythm as we see Leo miss that wave.
Yeah, he's kind of working this point inside out as he's going to get the skier and reset. But, you know, jumping off in that wave, Jesse, almost see a little bit of frustration in his body language. He's had 3 rolls of the dice, and, I mean, that last wave, 2 great maneuvers, but from what he would like to see from the wave from Leo, he's got to put a little bit more on his waves.
Yes, I agree with you. And obviously, I maybe mistimed a little bit something in the middle right there as well. The wave starts to stack up. Maybe there was also a barrel, but a very high-lined one, very hard to do, mostly in your backhand. So he was probably thinking that wave was going to double up and slow itself down, maybe be a bit more open. Beautiful surfing, but yeah, it lacked a little bit of criticalness compared to maybe what Leo did.
Another great angle of how much draw he had off the bottom on that one, Ro.
Yeah, and just watching, like you mentioned, Joe, he's way far down the point at this moment in time. As you see, you know, in your peripheral there, the contest setup, the contest side. I know that the WSL, we're going to set up a few more cameras for the judges just to make sure that they're getting that exact angle and they're able to see the entirety of the wave.
Great point. There's the Red Bull ski activated for Dora. We've had so many events out here where it was all based on paddling back out. You'd see very few waves ridden on a day like today. So Iago going for a couple falls. It feels different when you've got the water patrol assist. Rolling into this one, the Italian setting the rail off the bottom. Leans into a nice little slingshot carve off the top. Easy pace as this wall still waiting to grow. A few little rib lines in the face of the wave. It'll just keep on S-ing, fading, hoping for a big double up. Leo loves a crazy dramatic finish. Now he's nicely positioned in the barrel. Leonardo comes out, reaches for the roof and just ejects. Smart move. His board would have exploded. But he got a big vision there, Rosie.
He thought about it. Yeah, that barrel section, he really did have that think about whether he was going to transition into that closeout maneuver. That wave, very wind affected when he took off. He had to cut through those lumps and bumps, did very well with it, and that barrel on the inside was pretty rad.
Just a nice tempo and pace, you know, forced to do that with the slope of the wave, and just feels so good when you see it just double up and you know you're getting barreled. Leo Fioravanti surfing into his best career result in the making here at J-Bay in his first ever appearance in the quarterfinals. Jesse, what'd you see here?
I mean, just a beautiful opening up carve. And what I've mentioned on the previous heat that we're here in the booth, guys, like, as the wave doubles up, it starts to push you down the line, and that when the wave stacks up and gives you the barrel opportunity, you're going to have to delay yourself quite a lot. So you can see here, Leo just zigzagging, waiting for the wave to stack up, and he delays himself enough. Look how much time he spent on the bottom turn and make sure he was behind the curtain, and he was actually slow enough in order to get to match the speed of the wave as he's transitioning inside the barrel. So just beautiful technique and just great reading of the wave as well. As soon as he set himself up, there's nothing more he needed to do. He was just in the perfect spot. See, he takes his time, gets very relaxed, has barely any speed, and then as soon as he gets up and high on the wave starts to generate and push him out. I thought he was going for a Hail Mary closeout turn right there, but I'm glad he didn't because he was going to fly.
Noticing how tight he stays to the white water too. He never gets too far out on the open face so that he's get it back and stay critical. This wave just impeccably read.
Well done for Leonardo Fioravanti. 5.83 was his opener. 5.5 for that wave. Where Iago's got some threes at the moment, so advantage to the lower seed. Leonardo Fioravanti, who's in the top 10, but he's surfing against #1 in the world. So those situations, once again, for the leader's jersey, it's coming down to Iago Dora and Kanoa Igarashi, as Dog's enjoying a very successful event here at Jeffreys Bay. But if Yago wins, he's guaranteed to be in yellow into Tahiti if he makes it into the semifinal today. If Yago loses to Leo, then Kanoa Igarashi will have a chance. Kanoa would have to win the event. Kanoa's got a great one with a rival named Griffin Colapinto coming up next.
Yeah, I'm loving these quarterfinal matchups, and also just now that race for that yellow jersey with the perks like we mentioned earlier in the show. It's become all that more important to clinch that #1 seed heading into Cloudbreak.
Gosh, really just rewarding your regular season performances, and I'm really looking forward to seeing every single heat starting off with priority to that high seed. You know, it's a game changer. Forget about the paddle battle and trying to jockey for position. Now that high seed rewarded for that, for their results in the year, and sit wherever they want in the lineup at Cloudbreak.
And I think for some surfers could favor even more. For an example, a guy like Yago that will never fight for the inside. So it's just like, hey, if I get there in first, I know the first wave of the heat is mine. So I can position myself for whatever I want. I don't need to battle. I can just be patient, and that could help someone else. Some people more than others, I would say.
Especially with a lot to think about in those finals days. They go by so fast. If you've been there before, it's a big advantage.
Definitely. You have to be mistake-free, and if you can kind of eliminate that little first competitiveness that you get at the beginning of the heat and really take charge of your own destiny, be able to control that lineup with that priority, there's all those things that'll come into play.
Leo with the 5.83 and the 5.5. Dora's the one with priority and who's had the best success at J-Bay in the past. Had a 7.9 in his first heat at J-Bay. It's always fun to see how the goofy footers handle it. You know, he had Adriano de Souza in that heat. He had the great Ace Buchan in that opening round heat as well. And Yago found an instant connection with the wave. Wow, what a dramatic finish we had in the heat previous. Isabella Nichols is on the glass with Jessie Starling.
Isabella showing mental strength and no fear in the dying stages of that heat. You needed a wave and came out and went excellent. Went 8.5 in the dying stages. I mean, incredible stuff down here this morning.
I don't know about no fear. I was definitely stressed out there, you know, like it's actually really hard to determine the difference between what a good wave is and what a terrible wave is, especially from like so far up too. So I felt like I let like a lot of good waves go, and then in the last 2 minutes I was like, well, I have to pull something together here, otherwise that'll just be kind of a shocker of a heat. But you know, that's like, those are the moments that we train for. Those are the moments that we like live for. They're the moments that keep you awake at 2 o'clock in the morning. And to be able to like perform in the last 2 minutes of a heat and get a score when needed, like that's why we do it. That's why we wake up early. That's like, that in itself like brings me so much joy. Like the heat wins and all that, yeah, it's cool. But to be able to like put something together and get a score when you need to, like that's sport, and that's the really cool thing about it.
You know what brings me joy is that the last 2 years you've been knocked at the cut. You've been falling off. You're back on the Challenger Series trying to fight for your spot back on this tour. This time you're fighting for a spot in the final 5. I mean, what a change, what a turnaround, and then finding excellence at the end of a heat. I mean, so much seems to be different. You seem to be stronger and more confident this year.
I don't know what it is. Like I feel like it's the same me that's shown up every year, and I go into every year like with a lot of hope and confidence, and sometimes like 1 or 2 results don't go your way and you find yourself on the other side of the cut, and then things just spiral. But this year I managed to put a couple waves together in a 30-minute time frame, and that's kind of what's gotten me across the line. And I don't know, all the girls here deserve to be here. Stoked they're broadening the scope of the women's tour next year too to 24. So we're going to see some pretty cool performances, and I don't know, like, what more could you ask for? Pumping J-Bay, finals day. This is crazy.
Well, you got a big semi-final coming up against Pickles. Will you get another coffee? Will you get warm? And we'll see you back out there soon. Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Jess.
That's going to be a classic. Thank you, Jessie Starling, and for that amazing show from Isabella Nichols to earn her spot into the semifinals. That was a battle with world number 5 and world number 4 in that quarter, so they flipped. Bella making the semifinals has taken the number 4 spot. Betty Lou's down to number 5. Caroline Marks is at the top side of the draw, and if she wins this event, she could bump Betty Lou out of that final 5 picture before heading into Tahiti.
Wow, and Caroline just looked hungry this morning, Joe. Chatting to her on the glass, she says she's here to win. She looks fired up, and seeing that opportunity, I think, is what's going to drive her.
Gabriella Bryan, Caroline Marks, then an all-Australian battle on the Darren Hanley surfboards. In Semi 2, men's draw just getting started in the quarters here. We're in the middle of the heat with Iago and Leo. No waves have been ridden in the last couple of minutes. Then we've got the rivalry with Kanoa versus Griff. Marco's got Toledo. Toledo's trying to get a 4th J-Bay title to equal Kelly and Mick out here. And then Connor O'Leary, bit of an underdog on rankings maybe, but he knows what he can do on a big wall at J-Bay. Has a past champion, Ethan Ewing.
And I mean, I never thought I would say that, but with the conditions that we have on offer today, it's the gap from front side to back side kind of gets closer. It's, you know, you can get steeper, you can get more aggressive on those big walls. So Connor could definitely take advantage of that with his big stature. He's probably going to be surfing at a 6'4". He's a big guy, the heaviest guy we have on the draw right now. So he could definitely do some damage against Ethan.
And when your crew's winning, sometimes it's infectious, you know, with Richard Dog Marsh being a very successful coach at J-Bay this year. You know, if Leo gets on a roll, closes this heat out, makes a semifinal, you know, Gabby Bryan's already got the news that she's clinched her spot in the final 5. Connor's going to feed off that today.
Definitely, and you heard, you know, everyone in Dog's camp go absolutely nuts when Gabriella was doing her post-heat interview there. So that will be infectious for them. That energy, that drive, that push to get success in that whole camp.
Iago Dora with priority, hanging tight through this lull, needs a 7.5.
I kind of like, though, the low, like, as far as, like, getting everything groomed. When you have so many sets rolling through the lineup, it kind of can get a little bit washy. Obviously, you can see right here on the screen, like, all the swells coming from the right, sweeping all the way down. And if you have a lot of big sets, the medium-sized ones will get a little bit sloppy, like Leo's last wave, the 5.5, and it's really hard for you to ride them with all the speed and the power matched with the wave. So for now, Iago's sitting with priority. You almost want that. And you hope for the next set doesn't come one of those cleanup sets way out the back, and it's just that perfect size, and everything's going to be groomed down and perfectly for him to go.
Checking out this view never gets old. Laying your eyes on this point break for the first time, it's a moment that you'll never forget. There's been some classic moments in surfing history that are remembered forever. It's, if you win this event, your legacy is complete in a lot of ways. Everyone will remember you as one of the best in the world on the fastest point break on the planet. It's a special list of champions, and, you know, always thanking the people that came before, like, you know, Sharon Kroc, who's still here right at the greatest house at the top of Supers by the Keyhole, where she had a country feeling event back in the 80s, the significant 184, where Mark Occhilupo changed everything in pro surfing. Had a nice prize purse. Sharon was able to invite international surfers to the venue. Californian superstars like Chris Frohoff were in the mix. Tommy Carroll absolutely ripped, and it ended up being Mark Occhilupo beating Hans Hedemann in the final back in '84. A contest that we still reference today. It was also when the Ock jumped on Rusty surfboards. It was like this connection he had with an amazing surfboard and a completely different read on this wave as a backsider.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and Sharon, just such a national treasure of ours, such an icon, and really played such a massive role. And I think Geordie Smith's success, she was really responsible for putting a lot of the junior events on all up and down this coastline, especially here at Jeffreys Bay, always encouraging the younger generations of surfers. I know Geordie would spend a lot of time staying at Sharon's house, surfing out here at J-Bay. So just those important things that push you on your career path.
There's still Grom staying at her house today. Yeah. The next generation just having a blast up there at the top, surfing J-Bay every day and dreaming of being in this event one day. At the moment, Leo's still out front, couple of 5s. Iago some 3s as he's still chasing a 7.5 and the leader's jersey. We'll be right back for more action in the quarterfinals right after this. The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild. Happy finals to everybody. Leo and Gago got this lineup to themselves. It was the first thing I should say, Joel Parkinson said when they asked him about retirement. What are you going to miss the most about the tour? And he said, having priority. J-Bay, 6 foot plus, and I know I get to go on any wave I want. And that's what these guys are enjoying at the moment. They've certainly earned it. Leo Fioravanti has been through so many crazy moments in his career. I love that we don't have to talk about injuries with Fioravanti anymore. The beginning stage of his career were filled with those stories, from the scariest one, the broken back at pipe, ankle injuries, shoulder dislocations. Man, he went through a lot. But then he became just hooked on training, and he's the strongest he's ever been in his life. As we are greeted to a beautiful stack of waves, but they're landing on their heads at the moment. During the lull, they were kind of looking for those waves coming through the inside, and big set, taking it on the head. Now we're seeing those funnel through. Prouty still with Dora, needs a 7.5. Mind surf these waves with us. I fell again.
Well, you can see smart decisions, like you're saying, Jesse. You almost let those wider ones kind of brush through the lineup, but then you got to hook in so that you ride on that little kind of bowl to get the waves that have more open face to work with.
And I think Bella mentioned very well for people. She said, oh, I had got some bad waves. I mean, there are no bad waves out there today for people that are watching if you're free surfing, but you need to be in the best 2 waves of the 30 minutes if you're going against one of the best in the world. So it's they have to let it go amazing waves, and that's what they did in that first one. Even Leo without priority, that first wave swept in, didn't have too much wall, had a good size, and they just have to let it go. Like any free surf, they would have been on that wave, on top of that wave, no matter what. But when you're playing strategy and going against the best in the world, you need to make sure you're in the best waves.
Looking at this finals draw for the men, the most consistent surfers this year on the top end of the draw. The past J-Bay champs are at the bottom part of the draw, but the highest ranked heat when you compare both surfers is coming up next. Kanoa Garashi versus Griffin Colapinto. I'm doing this thing now with seed, you guys. You can kind of tell the highest ranked heat based on the lowest number. So I have 1 and 2 are surfing against each other. Add up their ranks, that's a 3. That's the heaviest heat you could get. Griff and Kanoa, 9 when you add up their rankings, being the highest heat of the draw as far as rankings are concerned. Kanoa having one of the best years of his career, coming very close to getting a championship tour win this year. Going right as well. Lowers, runner up to Dora. Bells, runner up to Jack Robinson. But one of his most consistent events on the calendar has been Jeffreys Bay, and he's proved that by making another finals day.
Yeah, and most consistent performer in this event. I mean, dropping 9s consistently in the opening rounds. But Leo Fioravanti, I mean, look who he's overcome in his matchups. I mean, the Griffin Colapinto clutch heat that he had in the opening round. Then he got over Jack Robinson the first time that he's beat him in a head-to-head matchup. This guy's got so much momentum and a lot of confidence coming into this.
Absolutely. Fioravanti started off the year number 2 in the world. A devastating feeling, losing a pipe title with a tiebreak. Decision not going his way. Close decision didn't go his way in Abu Dhabi. It just never backs down. Always ready for another fight. Here comes a wall setting up for Dora's backhand. Couple of nice fades, getting into sync with this wall. Remember, was going through crazy punts in the beginning of the event. Slicing through that one off the top. Maxing out his speed. Clean rail work from the current world number 1. Now slowing down. Waiting to see if it's going to open up. Tags it well. Coming off with a ton of speed. He's looking for an exit and tries to punch free. Leo Fioravanti now getting to this section where he's hoping for a double up. Driving a nice solid power carve in the pocket. Laying into a solid hook before it shuts down. Well timed once again for the Italian. Leo looking to better a 5.5, and Dora chasing the lead from Fioravanti. 6:35 to go.
Interesting exchange, that one. I love the tempo of Yaga, but it felt like he needed that inside section to really complete that ride and push his score up.
Starting with Leo's wave here, Jesse.
Yeah, that's caught up with what happened out the back. Nice tight carve. A lot of foam on the base of that wave from the previous ride of Yago. It was a little bit wider on the bank, but this is going to start to clean up. Draws it on. Kind of similar. Is it like both of the starts are pretty similar? They weren't able to get too critical, and then the wave kind of dies out and starts to double up. But here's where Leo starts to do more damage. His wave gets a little bit more coping and gives him the opportunity to get up and vertical, and finishes off with a beautiful, very critical layback. Air drops off the sky. And that's what's probably going to be the point of difference in between the two waves. Is able to apply pressure on that back foot. Keeps the board under the chest to make sure he's very stable as he's landing on a very critical part of the wave, and comes out clean.
And then to Dora's wave, Rosie.
Yeah, watching Yago utilizing that priority, and already you can tell it doesn't have that same steepness that Leo's wave had. Now it starts to steepen up through this midsection of the wave, and he's really trying to wait on that bottom rail so that he can keep it critical. Sticks close to that white water, and again, just trying to find more vertical face. Really, it feels like this wave he's chasing that vertical section, and when it presented itself here on this inside section, gets a little bit more critical right there, but definitely was looking to line up that inside section to make that wave impactful.
Yeah, I'm with you. He drawn actually some beautiful. It's very underrated, the backside carving. It's very hard to do, and he did that very well. But it felt like when he did that last turn, he was all like hoping for the wave to hold up a little bit more so he could get a critical finishing like Leonardo Fioravanti had on the previous wave. So unfortunately for him, just didn't have the time. Still going to get a decent score probably, and right back in the heat. But obviously Leo already has kind of a two waves in front of him, so he's going to be probably needing for something else no matter what.
Let's check in with Kaipo to talk surfboards for Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Joe. Board here, the backup board is a 6'1" Sharp Eye. It's about, probably a couple inches longer than Leo's normal short board. But one thing I want to point out to you are these fins. These are full fiberglass prototype FCS fins. What that equals is what the surfers are looking for is both projection and control. And so the stiffer fiberglass fins, as opposed to a foam core fin, has less give to it. That stiffer fin is going to give you more control, more projection. That's what Leo's demonstrating right out here on J-Bay walls, and it's because of these fins primarily.
Thank you, Kaipo. So interesting to break down not just surfboard design, but also fin design as well. Kaipo working with fins for a very long time, and well, his surf industry career. Breaking down the equipment. Yago recently making the change as well to FCS systems. As we see Leo's last score come through, it's a 7-point ride. Wave before from Yago Dora, a 5.87. So now Leo out in front. Yago does have priority, down to 3 minutes to go. And Yago now needs a 6.97.
I'm not stressed for Yago though. I mean, how many clutch heats has he had this year already? I mean, just thinking back to what he was able to do at low trestles, needing a similar score, and then even in this event against Zhao earlier in this event. So yeah, he thrives in these pressure situations. He has priority. There's under 3 minutes remaining. It's just whether or not that set makes its way here.
Well, he just broke the highlight reel in the early rounds of competition with the airs that he was throwing down. Obviously smaller size, different swell, but they were gigantic. They almost hurt your knees watching them. There were loud landings in the flats, and he got a 9.5. That equation's kind of disappeared with the size of the swell today, as he's still trying to stay in the game.
The size of swell and also the wind. Obviously the wave has way more energy, but the wind's really gonna not help for anyone trying to gun above the lip. We've seen it before. Even on rail, it's hard for him to engage it sometimes. So with the strong offshores today, not cross shore in blowing into the wave, it's almost going to be impossible to run air. But you ask for waves, Rosie. Looks like there's a few stacking up.
Wow.
Far as the eye can see, corduroy lines to the horizon. Stepping on this one, important ride for Dora. Clean, highline fade, perfect rail transition. He'll throw it off the top again. Highline pump now down to the bottom. World number 1 reaching for the lip line. Hits it off the top, taking a big drop with some speed. Controls it on that mayhem and tags it. Love how controlled these transitions are from world number 1 now flying into the end section. He will attack.
You said it, Rosie. He's been clutch.
You knew what was going to happen.
Wow, incredible ride for Yago, but I mean, just trying to listen to the crowd. Is Leo on the wave behind? Was that just a one-wave set for our competitors? Was Yago the only guy that got that opportunity? Because that was it right there.
Well, Leo did have a wave. As we were focused on Yago, we'll find out what Leo did, because now it's going to be extremely important. Dora just drilled that finishing move. We're talking about he did it with airs throughout this event. And now approaching it with a lot of power and control, Jesse.
I mean, this is a very hard wave for you to read. The beginning, you can see it splits up. The bottom of the wave has a few ribs, so he kind of has to zigzags and try to keep the flow for when it really matters. Right here, I almost felt like he missed it a little bit of the timing, but he keeps the speed, and as soon as the wave gets steep, he starts to do damage. Holds that bottom turn very long and gets very precise on top of the lip. Gets a second one extending, and then right here he knew he had to go for broke and hits the lip, gets a big connection. It's so hard for you to do that without the wind and the power of the wave. It's the first time we've seen it besides Isabella Nichols today.
And this is the wave that Leo got behind him.
So he's surfing like he needs the score. He recognizes with the big claps from the crowds. Oh, he goes down on a meaty section. Yago Dora just so clutch on that last wave. Can't wait to hear that score.
Numbers in from Yago Dora. It's not just a 7.67, but that red jersey is definitely turning bright yellow heading into Tahiti. Guaranteed to be world number 1 as we head to the South Pacific, but he's got more action ahead of him on finals day. Yago moving on to the semifinals for the 2nd time in his career at this event.
That was impressive. And you got to give us what type of information you get before us, because you predicted that very well, Rosie.
You saw that coming a mile away. Leo falling on that last one. You don't even want to count how many times Leo's lost at the buzzer, especially this year. A tough one there, but it is his best result he's had at J-Bay. Leaving South Africa with an equal 5th. And Dora just showing clutch performances. Unbelievable talent. Wants to fight for a world title for the first time in his career at Cloudbreak. Up next, Kanoa Garashi takes on San Clemente's Griffin Colapinto. We'll bring in Crosby and Cole for the call right after this.
Sunny day. We're here at J-Bay's waterfall, literally 5 minutes from Jeffreys Bay. It's called Jan Sakat. It's a little gem behind J-Bay. Such a cool place to bring friends and get in the fresh water, jump off some rocks, go down the zip line. It's like a good rush when you jump off and you're in the air and you're free falling. It's a lot of fun just to feel that like speed as you're going towards the water. There's obviously lots of pressure, so this is one of those relaxing things we can come do just to take the pressure off and remember what it's all about.
Happy finals day, everybody. Quarter number 2 just getting started. Kanoa Garashi versus Griffin Colapinto. It's 2-2 between these guys in championship tour heats, and now they find themselves in a pumping conditions at J-Bay with a chance to be in the semifinals and a chance to be a champion of this event. How fun is this? Joe Trappell with a couple of big names on the championship tour representing San Clemente. Crosby Colapinto.
Joey.
Good to see you, my friend. And Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, Joe.
What's happening? Great to have your company. And happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Celebrating it in South Africa.
Good place to spend it.
What'd you do?
Sure. We played 36 holes, so we went from dawn to dusk, and it was a good day. But this is incredible behind us. It's like the waves are as good as they get, and we got freaking firing waves and good surfing going down.
That's what it's all about. Cole, this is a fun one, especially with what you've been enjoying with Griffin. You know, not just this year, but last year as well. 2 big finals, 2 wins for yourself, and then you guys got to surf against each other at this event as well.
Yeah, it's crazy. I feel like we've been on tour for like, well, a year and a half now, and I've already had like 4 or 5 heats with Griff. So I've only had 1 heat with Crosby, which is funny. I've been up with Griff a bunch, but yeah, it's like what we dream of, you know. And 2 finals. I think we're 2-2 now, so we're even. But yeah, he's gotten me where it counts. Like almost got me off tour at Margs, and then out here too. But yeah, it's been fun. Great year.
Fun stories with rivalries. Obviously, Kanoa Igarashi has just been brilliant in his career at J-Bay. You know, multiple times he's found himself on finals day. What is it about Kanoa that you find him having so much success on a wave like this, Cross?
I mean, he just surfs sharp, you know. I mean, he knocked me out, so. But he's a super sharp surfer and tactical on the waves here. And then when it's firing, you know, his carves are better than a lot of people on tour and just up there with the best. So I think this is going to be a sick heat. Griffin's looking good, Kanoa's looking good, so we're excited for it.
I guess that's how we get the insight, right? Kanoa got you out, Griff got you out of this event. And well, Crosby, if you could, you know, look back at that heat, you know, what did you do wrong or what could you do? The wind was really challenging. Well, before we get there, let's watch Griffin on this one. Cole, why don't you walk us through this wave?
Yeah, kind of I mean, these medium ones are honestly look like the best waves out there today. And yeah, see what he does on this thing. Oh, wow, that was crazy. Almost lost it, but.
It's like the balance of like holding your line and not pushing too hard on cross. How'd you like that one?
I liked it. I mean, a little like slow at the start, then the second turn was almost a miss, but then coming to the inside, a nice turn there, and I think he's got more in him than that. So excited to see what else he's got, but a good start. Good start.
Starts at a 7.53. How about that turn?
We like that.
Kind of laying back into it, really hugging the pocket. Great choice there. And then Cole Kanoa on his opener, 7.83, so a touch better.
This is a good heat, good start already.
Got really moving down the line and then dug in here. Cole, do you like that turn?
Looks like he got more in the lip here too, so it's crazy because these guys went back to back and the second wave looked a lot cleaner. So I mean, he surfed it amazing. It's really hard, this wind and wow. Yeah, I think it's just the flow of that wave that the touch better than Griff's, but frick, it's good heat on our hands already there. You got 2 high sevens on the board, so yeah, let the battle begin.
Gosh, hitting the lip on a day like today at J-Bay, does it just feel different, Cross?
Yeah, you know, like we got the waves were like kind of similar to this before the contest. That was a super nice carve. But a lot of his turns look like really like pushed and full, but we got to surf J-Bay before the contest around this size, and it was kind of like my first time really surfing it. And I came here thinking like, wow, J-Bay, it's such a beautiful, perfect wave. It's going to be easy to rip. And then coming here, it's actually pretty challenging to get the flow in the line. Here's Kanoa.
Kanoa off the top, stomping that off that lip line. Now just S-ing back into the pocket. Patience from Igarashi. Winds up into that turn. Current world number 3. Getting out in front again. Nice little draw under that feathering lip. Pace is back in the pocket again. S-ing, just setting up this little racetrack towards impossibles. Igarashi now just setting this one closer to the point. He's going a long way down the beach. Beautiful lip line airdrop float and controls it. Well done on that read, and took him a long time to get to that finishing move. It's a really good balance of patience and precision, isn't it, Cole? With the amount of time you get on waves like this, and to not feel rushed even if you're feeling downtime, and Kanoa does that really well in that last wave.
Yeah, he has a really good pace throughout like surfing this wave, and it's really hard because it's easy to look down the line and just want to like rush down the whole wave, but then also if you commit too early to a turn, you'll just kind of like miss the rest of the wave. So there's a fine line, but yeah, it looks like he's riding a little bit bigger of a board too and just kind of drawing out his turns. And yeah, I mean, this wave wasn't easy. It kind of looked like a first wave of the set, kind of smaller one, but yeah, I think it's going to be a good backup, nothing crazy. And yeah, like Crosby was saying, this wave's wild. You think it's so perfect and easy to surf, and then you get out there and it's like a whole different beast. So yeah, just trying to learn it first time here, and yeah, good to watch these guys.
Yeah, good to take notes, watch a lot of rides. Kanoa Igarashi building on his experience where he's felt really connected to J-Bay, multiple times semifinals from this man. I don't think he's ever come into this event with this kind of momentum of multiple finals and sitting at world number 3. Wow, completely disconnected on that finish cross.
Some flexibility right there.
And trust that your board's going to be there.
Yeah, he looked like he was psyched on it. Well, almost claim.
Yeah, always looks calm. Man, a ferocious competitor, multiple-time U.S. Open champ, and current world number 3 on the Red Bull ski. Last score comes in at a 5.67, so it'll be a backup for his start. Griffin now needs a 5.98. Let's catch up with your new world number 1, Iago Doras with Jesse Starling.
Iago needed a clutch finish at the end there, and then you found this wave, and you talk about how beautiful it was. Take us through just the nervous times on that last one.
Yeah, it was actually really hard to surf out there today. I think the wind got a lot stronger. I went free surfing this morning and it was just perfect, like light offshore, and now the wind's like really strong and really a lot of chops on the face of the wave. And I kept going for these waves that were a little too big, I think, kind of like not hitting the bank properly. And then at the end I was like, I just need something a little smaller that gives me a nice wall, and that wave kept giving me a good face. I kept like trying to time it right all the way to the end, and then that last section just was a big, like, kind of scary closeout. I was like, I have to hit it. I have to make this, and this is the big moments you train so much for, and I'm so stoked that I was able to land that last turn.
Well, you get the score, and the cherry on top of the cake is that red jersey is turning yellow. You are officially number 1 in the world, wearing yellow, going into the last stop before the final 5. I mean, incredible moment in your career right here.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is a perfect moment to take the yellow jersey going into the end of the season. And yeah, it's been a long season, a lot of work, and it's really nice to be wearing yellow, and I hope I can carry that all the way through the finals.
Yeah, we cannot wait to see you in yellow. Second semi-finals appearance here at J-Bay. We'll see you soon. Good luck.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done to Iago Dora. What a year it's been, and just the road in his career. You know, like having a wild card success, finishing in the 20s on the rankings, then building to 7th at the world, 6th in the world, and now number 1 in the world. I mean, all he's moving is up, Cross.
Yeah, it's inspiring actually watching Iago's path in his career so far, because he's such a talented freak show surfer, and you know, he's so good, and then you see him miss out by a couple spots of the final 5 and not being exactly where you would think he'd be, and now he's number 1 going to the last event of the year, and like he's won 2 events this year, and he's just been such the informed surfer, and here he's stomping airs like no other, you know. So it's cool to see that, and also like inspiring for Cole and I, who are like kind of fresh to the tour, and like that's kind of what we want to do, and you know, like kind of chasing those dreams of that and getting to the final 5 and chasing world titles. So it's I really am inspired by his whole story and the pathway that he's gone through to get to where he is now. It's pretty cool.
Wow, Iago Dora, world number 1. For you, Cole, I mean, you're pretty open about obviously how much you love your support crew, kind of how the importance of having good people around you, you know, to rise up. But then does it go beyond that, where you just like good performances? Is Iago someone that you study when he rides Pete's? Do you learn things from the other competitors on tour?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're always learning, you know, we're always watching guys. But for me, I mean, Iago, I mean, just being a goofy footer and personally one of the best in the world, it's like I draw a lot of inspiration from him. And like Crosby was saying, it's just super inspiring, because the last few years he's like barely missed the final 5, and just for him to persevere, and now it's like everything's flowing his way and he's having an amazing year. And yeah, it's just inspiring, like to see him go from kind of like low rankings and just every year just get better and better. And yeah, I mean, I love watching him surf. I love watching his edits and the comp and stuff. And yeah, for sure, trying to learn how to do some airs like him.
Looking forward to seeing what's going to happen in the final 5, especially with this high-seeded matchup. Griff, number 6 in the world. Kanoa, number 3 in the world. Griffin's up now. Patience off the bottom. Nice first turn, throwing it vertical through the lip line. Carving through that breeze as well, and the turbulence on the open face. Changing gears on that wrap. Griffin loading up, attacking the lip line, and putting in a lot of nice maneuvers down the stretch. Still some room off the top. He'll blow the tail out, lays back, and will recover.
Wow. Nice.
Getting real loose on that one. Almost cost him a fall there, but he picked it back up.
I love it. He's pushing it, and that's what you want to see. So I think that was I think that'll be matched with Kanoa's backup.
It's an interesting rhythm. I mean,
Maybe
I
a little
guess
more.
for you, Cross, being a frontsider here, when you can just wrap this thing to death, you did really well to change gears with variety.
Yeah, for sure. It's a hard wave to like really mix up your turns too. You can get stuck doing a lot of carves, but that was really nice, like super clean rails, and then that's a little mix up right there, variety for a different type of carve, and smaller wave, but he was definitely pushing it and going up in the lip, which I think the judges want to see for today. So I don't know. It's good. I think it's decent mid-range.
And a different type of little blowtail there, kind of like a face turn off the lip, and then the recovery as we see this angle, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it's a smaller wave for sure, but like I said earlier, it's like seems like the ones with the best wall. And yeah, I think he surfed it pretty much as good as you could surf it, and got a little loose on the end, but yeah, I think mid-range score, maybe in the 6. But yeah, I mean, it's cool to see the perspective from up here, and I don't know, maybe you see a drone shot of some sharks.
Gosh, there's a lot to see on this lineup. Look at how much he's pressing, and then blows the tail. And then when you recover like this, you think the judges are going to be excited or see disruption of flow at all?
Oh, it's kind of in the mid-range because it's almost like a slip out from hitting one of those chops, because that wind's making it so much gnarlier to do turns, and like it's almost like moguls while you're doing the turns. But I mean, he was pushing it, but it was almost a slip out, but he did a really good job to recover it. And then Kanoa
Garashi finding a solid one here, and just perfect lines to start this off, Cole.
Yeah, bigger wave for sure. And these big ones, you really they do that a lot. You know, you gotta be in front of them, and they're not as steep, but if you can hit the lip on the big waves, and it's for sure gonna be a good score. And yeah, that one kind of just ran away from him.
Gosh, learning a lot on the fly, huh? You know, coming to J-Bay, seeing it pumping, and figuring out where to sit, which waves to choose, especially when you've got a big event coming up. Crosby, in your loss to Kanoa, man, the wind got really, really challenging.
Yeah.
And then I guess it completely changed then when Cole and Griff were out there in the following heat, just being willing to adapt on the fly. That's sometimes the hardest thing on tour.
Yeah, I think that was one of the harder heats of my career since being on the tour, of like everything changing so quick. And right when I got out there, and I felt like the conditions changed, and I didn't do the best to adapt. 6-1 for Griff, so it's a good heat. Nice little even heat we got. So let's see some bombs, boys.
That's right. Yeah, Cole, good call on the call there. He thought it was going to be a 6-ranger, and just enough to take the lead. Now Kanoa with priority needs a 5.8 in their 5th battle together on the championship tour. San Clemente versus Huntington Beach. Are we going there, guys? I mean, we could talk some story about rivalries. You know, Kanoa and Griff kind of had fun with it, you know, back in that make or break series a couple of years back.
Yeah, it's funny. The make or break series, they definitely like made it more of a thing than what it actually is. But I guess it's always good to get a little fire going between people. But I mean, everyone on tour is so cool, and there's no like grudges between anyone, you know, but it's good to like know that and have that. And I think for these guys too, the same age growing up, like they're super competitive, and I know when they probably see each other succeed, it makes the other guy want to do really well.
Yeah, it's like those matchups where, okay, here we go again. Let's go all in. That's why you look forward to Griff versus Kanoa.
Exactly, and now we got Cole and Griff.
Yeah, I mean, here he goes, a bomb. This thing's going way wide, but let's see what it is. Oh my gosh, go. Wow, that was huge.
Big airdrop off the top for Griffin. Looking strong. Arcs it again. Wow, this thing's starting to grow. With his speed, perfect transitions. Arcs it again. Fades one more time, and now what do we have in store down this inside section, heading towards impossibles? How was that speed turn right through the lip line? Lays into a big down carve. A classy J-Bay finish from your big brother.
That was cool. Trying to keep it a little mellow, you know. Don't want to get too biased over here, but that was a nice clean wave right there. Nice, just cleanly surf. Nothing out of this world, but just solid surfing.
And just those turns through the lip where you're holding your rail going that fast, Cole, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Griffin's one of the best on the rail, and to see him out here just when it's firing is insane. But yeah, that's super hard to do, just getting the lip on a wave that big with this wind. But yeah, just nothing like crazy like Crosby was saying, but just super good flow. And yeah, usually it runs off on you in here, but it kind of stayed open, allowed him to get a couple turns in. So I think it's going to be up there with one of the better waves of the heat.
That turn right there must have felt amazing.
Yeah, he pushed it there, and then this end turn, I like how he kind of just pushed it and held it a little bit more.
Did you see what he grabbed this morning? Is this a step up?
It's a 6-1. 6-1 kind of old faithful magic board.
Looks great, Cole.
Yeah, it's magic board. Matt's been on fire this year, just slinging out magic boards to all the boys left and right. So it's been cool to see Griff doing really well. Crosby, Iago, and myself, just good team, you know. So.
And you guys all have different needs, you know, of what you're looking for with surfboards. Crosby, I mean, you're taller than your brother, but are they just leaned out and taller to fit your size? Are they similar to what Griff's riding?
Wow, that was a beautiful turn in that part of the wave, but they're pretty similar, honestly. But I'm riding a little bit bigger of a board, so I'm like a couple inches up from him. But the line and a lot of it is pretty similar.
14:10 on the clock in quarterfinal number 2. This is Griffin's best result so far in his career at Jeffreys Bay, trying to extend it here on finals day as he's leading at the moment over Kanoa Garashi. We're waiting on the last score to come through for just a brilliant exchange of rails from Griff. Crazy speed line carves and a beautiful down carve finishing move where we'll see him build on his top 2. Last score comes in at a 7.5.
Okay.
Opener was a 7.53. Kanoa with priority. The top seed now needs a 7.2 to answer back. These guys bring out the best in each other. Remember their El Salvador matchup, man, it had some high scores. They had another big one with big numbers at Bells Beach. And this one will settle it for now. Whoever wins this heat breaks the tie in one-on-one matchups. And the winner will take on world number 1, Iago Dora, in the first semifinal. The back end of the draw, though, is pretty psycho. It has all the past J-Bay champs, Toledo, 3-time champ, and Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number 4. Still enjoying our conversation with Crosby, Colapinto, and Cole Hausman. We'll return to finals day right after this. Leo with the lead and priority. He looks at this wave and he's like, take it. You can have it. Griffin's gone, yep, this is my chance. Starts racing down the line, does a speed check. His stance starts widening and you're going, oh my gosh. Is he really going for what we think he's going for here? Looking for something big. Spring loaded, full rotation, and a perfect landing for Griff.
That's a 10. That was psycho. What the just happened?
In body, out of body, locked in. Just dropped the 10.
I wasn't quite sure I've seen Griff levels like that before.
Griff just did the biggest of his life against me.
Is that the biggest air ever done, maybe, in a comp?
Yeah. It's just years and years of taking beatings, trying stuff like that. It felt like the biggest air I've ever done in my life.
You can watch that entire episode of Inside Pro Surfing. You can find it on worldsurfleague.com. Griff levels went through the roof at Margaret River. He had a wave in the box that was crazy out of body, and then went to main break and maybe dig the biggest full rotation we've ever seen at that venue on tour. Got himself a 10, got himself a Yeti 110 Tundra filled with signature Yeti gear. That was unbelievable. A moment that was something that we'll remember for a long time. Joe Turpel, Crosby, Colapinto, and Cole Hausman here for the call. You've seen Griff rise a lot to moments like that, where he can just feel his heart. He can channel meditation like he did with you, Cole, the day before finals day in Brazil, and just do something that is just unimaginable. You know, he can do that all the time. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, he's doing a lot of things that really, like, when he does it, it kind of brings like a tickle to your stomach. You know, it's wild. But you got the best commentary, spring loaded into daylight. You know, like all that stuff's great. I think we're gonna see some action right here.
That's right. During the break, we had a couple of great rides. Cole, we'll start with Kanoa's wave here.
Yeah, they got a lot of waves during the break right here, and yeah, this thing a little slow off the start, but that was nice. I think he goes for a huge turn right here, and then bottom is dropped out.
Just had to
it looked like the wind just caught his board up there, and then.
And Griff.
And Crosby Griffin on this one.
Yeah, this was I think this was a little bit of a wider wave, you know, a bigger set wave. So it looked like it started to build up on the bottom here, and then he was doing a spring-loaded floater, and
no.
It almost looked like his eye probably got stuck on seeing where Kanoa was right there, and it almost like maybe threw him off a little bit, or his foot just came off. But he had it, just his foot moved just a little bit, almost took Kanoa's ankle out.
Wow, that was so close.
That was really close.
Seeing them both paddle, it looks like everyone's all right. But yeah, that would have been a crazy airdrop, hard landing right there, especially with a red jersey kind of looming in your peripheral vision there. So priority now is with Kanoa. He's got that going, especially needing a 7-2. He's already had a 7-8-3, so this is a really, really crazy part of the matchup, Cross.
Yeah, it's exciting. Coming down to set about 7 minutes, and Kanoa needs a 7.2. He has the highest score of the heat right now, so I think, I mean, there's been plenty of waves in every heat so far, so I think there's definitely going to be another opportunity for him to get the wave, and so hopefully we get another like little seesaw battle in the end.
What happens to their coaches in situations like this? You know, you spend so much time with Snake and Tommy. I mean, they're best friends. You know, Tommy always credits Snake for getting him into this coaching experience that he has with you and also the rest of the crew. But during these head-to-head matchups, what kind of banters are coming out of their mouths at the moment?
Oh man, probably a lot. They're probably sitting next to each other on the stairs up the point and probably waving the flags and stuff. But you know, there's probably just as much as a coaching rivalry with those guys as there is as a surfing rivalry. So it's pretty hilarious to see those guys together when they have athletes in the heat. Looks like Kanoa's looking at a wave.
He's got priority. He's spinning. Griffin's watching him take off. Kanoa needs a 7.2 here. Big float, crazy air drop, goes down immediately. Where Kanoa's had 2 back-to-back falls on big floats like that. You know, to the wind probably affecting the transition there.
This is a funny one because it's like Griff's out there. He has 2 7s. Does he have to go on this wave right here? Like,
and it's pumping J-Bay.
Wow. It's pumping J-Bay. It's hard to pass it up when you see a perfect wall in front of you.
Getting out in front, there's a nice smooth wrap from Griff. Still has a ton of size. Lights up a beautiful arc. Smooth off the bottom again. Tracking into the pocket. Flow state activated for world number 6. Laying into a big section.
Clean surfing. That's clean surfing.
Yeah, he just went bing bong on that last turn right there. Yeah, I mean, like, it's hard to do anything radical out there, but super clean surfing and big finish. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a good number. It's crazy, like Crosby said, like Kanoa goes and falls, and you don't know, like, should you hold priority or you go and try to better your score? And it's hard when it's firing. You just want to surf, you know. You're like, I got 5 more minutes left in this heat. Let's get another set. So
this was Kanoa's fall. What do you see happening here?
I think I mean, the floaters, how strong the wind is, you know, it's easy to get stuck up on the lip, and then the floaters, sometimes it's like the wind can blow your board just off your foot a little bit. So I think that's what happened, and then Griff went for it, and, you know, surfer brain took over, and I'm glad he did because he surfed it real clean and well. So
right, coach might be stressing right there, saying you don't need it, hold priority, and Griff just letting go some beautiful rail hooks.
Yeah, that was just a beautiful J-Bay wall right there. But Griffin and Tommy were talking before the wave, and I heard Griffin go, let's just go surf, you know, like not worry too much about the strategy because it's firing, and finished on a really good turn there. So I think it's really good to go out there and just be that excited surfer child that you are, you know, and just be like, I'm surfing J-Bay, and just get into that free surf flow of things. What it looks like Griffin's kind of doing, he's in that rhythm.
That's so cool, just to embrace that natural energy that got you where you are today. You know, don't overthink strategy, overthink your competitor. Just try to get the best wave of your life at J-Bay with a jersey on.
Exactly.
Form is just unreal.
That was nice.
That's yeah, he's got some form, and definitely probably channeling some inner Parko.
And then a crazy hammer there, leaning back into it. Finds the center of his board, and gosh, you got to enjoy the moment, right?
Yeah, he just got a fresh haircut from his girlfriend, so he's feeling all light.
Looking great. Look at this, head-to-head, 2-2 with these guys. And some big totals in the past. I think their biggest totals were those El Salvador Bells heats that we mentioned. But man, they've known each other for a very long period of time. When you grow up in Southern California, you see each other every weekend throughout your NSSAs. And Kanoa's up now, important ride. 3.5 to go, needs a 7.2. Lays that rail over.
Wow,
beautiful
cool
connection on the roundhouse. Rarely see one that full. It's such a fast wave. On the JS Industry surfboards, throws down a nice decision there off the lip. And there's that pace kind of fade from world number 3. Nice clean rails through the lip line. Bottom's dropping out a bit, a lot of foam on the face. Let's see where he puts this one here, throws it off the top there.
Oh my gosh. That's a double up onto the bricks.
Wow. Total commitment from Kanoa. Ran out of water completely. That is a scary place to go for it. He's counting his fins. Just hero mode right there, going for something crazy. Igarashi chasing a 7.2 as Griffin's last wave ends up being a throwaway 7.43. So we'll have another look at this one, Cole. What'd you see on the first section?
Yeah, he got it in the lip. Nice turn right here. I think what killed him was just a little bit of downtime on this wave, but this was really nice. You're not seeing anyone really do that out here, so I think he kind of knew he had to mix it up and go for it on this wave because smaller wave and a lot of downtime. But yeah, I mean, he ripped it. He surfed it almost as good as you could have surfed this wave. Just the wave kind of let him down a little bit.
Trying to find the rhythm again after 2 falls off the float. Then things got kind of wild down here, Cross.
Yeah, it just went into so much foam, and then it had that wave in front of it. But this was kind of scary.
That was gnarly.
Oh gosh, it's almost a good thing that he fell, because if he rode out, he was going over onto that next wave and going straight up on the rocks. But this roundhouse, I really like this. It was kind of like an old school line and just timed it perfectly, and then he was back into the wave. But I think just a lackluster of a wave, honestly.
Tough one there to really just get stuck into that classic Kanoa rhythm. Trying to recover from a couple of falls. There's a lot of events where Kanoa just doesn't fall. He doesn't pick the wrong maneuver. He's just like an Iceman out there. And something shifted in this scene. A couple free fall floats fell, and this wave just made it challenging to light up a complete ride. But he definitely had major moments.
Yeah, this roundhouse is going to be cool in slow-mo. It's a nice long line, and then timing that right there to like really throw water and then also get the speed out of it was like pretty impressive to do that. But
that was sick.
Griff's lucky that that wave didn't give him another like really big major section.
So Kanoa throwing down a complete roundhouse cutback. His coach Jake the Snake Patterson went back-to-back with his titles at J-Bay. Final over Pedersen Rosa, and also a final over Taylor Knox from 2000 to 2001. But 30 seconds to go. Last score for Kanoa is a 6.3. So Griff out the back with priority. Looking to shut this one down and enter what would be his first semifinal. That top side of the draw has Yago Dora waiting.
Little victory lap.
He's going to enjoy this one.
Yeah.
What a rhythm that Griff's been in. We're talking about the midseason cut. It was a wild conversation with someone who's finished 3rd in the world in back-to-back seasons, and then everything changed from Bells to a beautiful final appearance at Margaret River, taking it one laugh at a time. I don't even think that's a statement. That's really happening.
Yeah, that's happening. It's been a wild little journey this year, and cool to see Griffin in the semis. This is his best result here, and I'll tell you, someone who's going to be happy is Matt Biolis. Iago versus Griffin, so someone on Mayhem's going in the final, so that's pretty sick to see too. And you know, stoked for Griff, and good job to Cano. He was surfing so good at this event too. So just a good heat. Look at those totals, 15 versus 14. I mean, that's what you want to see as a surf fan.
They bring out the best in each other. An important one for Griff as well as being world number 6 with the final 5 approaching. Cole, Cross, thanks so much for your company. Always love talking surf with you guys. And best of luck, best of waves in Tahiti. You guys are going to get shacked.
Thanks,
Joey.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Stoked to be on.
Sick to be on the broadcast.
Oh, anytime. Doors always open. If finals day continues, you guys, Marco Mignot is taking on one of the best ever at J-Bay. A 3-time J-Bay champ. Felipe versus Marco. We'll bring in Kaipo, Jesse Starling, and Paul Evans for the call. Be right back. When Felipe Toledo is in the zone, the whole event bends to his will. It's not just dominance, it's presence. You feel it. The confidence, the swagger, the unshakable belief. It's Muhammad Ali in his prime. Floating, stinging, knowing he's the best. Felipe is fire and fury. His emotion, a raw current running just beneath the surface. When it fuels him, he's untouchable. When it spills over, it can turn against him. And here's the thing, when Felipe is feeling it, it's over. Done. Pack it up. He's got that mob boss energy, that you already know how this ends look.
Massive energy here on finals day, the Corona Cero Open. And an expectant crowd looking forward to our third quarter. The matchup we'll see. The iconoclastic Marco Mignot. He's been unapologetic in surging through the rounds, taking names here. He's taken on a 3-time winner here at J-Bay, a 2-time world champ. Cannot wait for this matchup here. Joining me, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Jess Starling, Kaipo Guerrero. How about these two, you guys?
Oh, this is a great matchup. I mean, even just watching that highlight reel of Felipe gets you excited to know that he's in the water right now at a wave that he does so well at. Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup.
Marco Mignot, he's proven himself already as a giant killer. He's already did upset, took out Jordy Smith in that round of 16. That was huge for the rookie. Expect more from the rookie? Yes. Is this his opportunity? Yes. So everything to gain for a Marco Mignot, and maybe Felipe Toledo has to be, we'll see if he's on the defense or on the offense.
Took him down and did it with plenty of swag and confidence as well. This is how he started off this particular heat.
Yeah, Marco, a rookie as well, and just came into this wave just looking so comfortable, and it's turns like that showcase how just in awe he is of this wave, the relationship he has with it really early on as well. Really nice lines to kick off this heat for Marco. Just timing his waves really beautifully, drawing out that carve, holding that rail a little bit longer, and just really hoping for something special through this inside. Actually tucks into a bit of a barrel. Love that we're getting a little bit of cover up, but it just clipped him coming out of this one.
Let's see what went wrong here. Looks like Marco gets under the lip and everything looks like it's fine. This actually should be an easy barrel. Gets a little bit over his toes here for a slow down for that second section. And I just think as he was trying to slow down, there you go. Actually back foot slips off and kind of does the cockroach out of it.
Oh, a bit of an awkward fall there too. He's lucky his board got away from when he did, and Felipe, he got started here too.
Toledo, let's see what he has down the line, taking it easy at first. And there you go, the whip that we expect from Felipe Toledo. And you can see his turns in comparison to Marco, just on this opening exchange, a little bit more abrupt, a little bit more acute, a little bit quicker for Toledo. He's got inside section through here. And again, this is just Felipe just, you know, feeling himself out, I feel, Paul, out of the gate on this opening ride. But he will have the advantage on this opening exchange.
Just the energy and the giddiness that Felipe brings when he's up and riding on his feet. He's so unpredictable and so good, especially at this wave. And just the way he has a read on this, it's something special. You never know what you're going to get, but when you do and just see him unleash the way he does, it's really special. I mean, that carve was so hard and so strong, so on edge on that rail there. This is exactly what everyone talks about when it comes to J-Bay. How hard are you putting your board on rail? Look at that.
In the impossible section to go up the scale, just carving his way down the line. Three-time champ here, the defending champ from 2 years ago when he was carrying a little bit as well on his shoulders. There's a bit going on.
Yeah, that's when he had some of his back issues. He was surfing through his last victory over here. He was surfing through a lot of pain. Meanwhile, we look back at 2017, 2018, when Felipe took a win here, kind of redefining how people approach the surfing of this right-hand point break. But in this matchup, it's going to be interesting, Paul, because both Marco and Felipe have an exceptional air game. We'll see if they go to the air.
Toledo swinging here. We'll watch from above as he opens up, carves tight in the pocket. The patience from him, waiting for the exact moment to unleash and unload again and whip out the tail. His surfing tells a story. He makes it dramatic. And then he'll go full upright and just kind of cruise through and inside. And then he'll go grab the wall, stall, get covered, come out with speed, another pump for more speed and a pull through the back. So 2 waves quickly for Felipe Toledo. And in full flow right there. What a sight it is to behold in J-Bay in these kind of conditions. Absolutely delightful looking sections to streak through. Griff Colapinto's through to semi-finals. He's with Rosie.
Best results here at J-Bay. One of the words that I heard, you know, tossing around with your coach, Tommy Whitaker, is stamina. Tell us about what it takes to compete here at Jeffreys Bay this morning.
Oh yeah, it takes everything you got pretty much. I mean, especially finals day, you know, if you're gonna go on to win the contest, like you're gonna have to have insane stamina. And I even remember watching that Kelly Andy final back in the day, like watching Letting Go and stuff. He was talking about how like once he got to the final, he was just so tired and couldn't stay on his board. So I kind of been like having that in the back of my head. I'm like, hey, if I want to win this, I really gotta like conserve energy, and like I'm not even warming up before my heat because I don't want to blow any extra energy. So, you know, just the run up the beach is enough. So yeah.
Talking about head-to-head matchups with yourself and Kanoa, 2 apiece before that heat. You break the tie. Is that a nice little edge over Kanoa in that one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's battles for days with that. I mean, Snake and Tommy are best buds, and you know they have the biggest coach rivalry on tour. And yeah, Kanoa and I's history goes way back to junior pro days, even and to say amateur events. So yeah, that felt good. And I mean, he's in a really good position on the rankings right now. So I definitely say I needed that.
Runs deep. Well, you will be coming up against Yago Dora in the semifinals. What do you make of that matchup?
Oh yeah, great. I mean, he's the #1 in the world right now. So, you know, got to bring my A game and you know, just rip in.
Griffin Colapinto is keeping pace, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Love it. Thanks, Rosie. And he looks so dangerous in this event and in the context of this season as well. And not a great start for him, really. Pretty poor one by his own high standards. Forget about all that. He's absolutely surging.
And something I really loved about that interview is that Tommy Witz touched on stamina. And I remember when Steph was competing for her 8th world title at Trestles, listening back to it, he kept saying to Steph, especially in those later heats, technique over fatigue. And I just think that moment, those little words, they can change everything. And I think he'll be whispering those same words into Griffin's ear here. But I mean, Felipe, something to get excited about on this wave. The way he opens up through his calves, it is just beautiful. It's glorious. I mean, look at that carve, the way he held it all the way around, came straight into that turn, transitioned into a big fin throw there. I mean, is anyone else really surfing with that much speed and flow? He's just incredible at this wave. It looks like he's having so much fun. Gets a little tube, comes out as well, and then looks for more down the line, comes flying down. So Felipe, before this event, had 47 excellent waves just at this wave alone. crazy enough, hasn't got excellent in this event so far, which is wild to think. But you can see he's on a roll. He's trying to find his form here. That carve straight into this. I mean, that was just a beautiful combo for Felipe there.
Toledo enjoying his morning so far, getting a couple of decent numbers on the board. And you'll get that info relayed to him in the lineup. He got the 6 early on, and then he'll back that up with a 6, 6, 7. Having a look at some of the all-time icons of the sport. 4 wins for Slater and Fanning and Peace, but Toledo, Kaipo right there with 3.
Yeah, look at Super Coach back there. 2000, 2001, Jake the Snake Patterson. Back-to-back wins at J-Bay. You want that guy in your corner as well.
And Felipe has a chance to go into the Book of Greats here at this event as well. I mean, 4 for Kelly and Mick. If Felipe takes out the win, he goes into that. And that's a really cool bubble of people to be in. I mean, Mick, Kelly, 2 of the best our sport has ever seen. And Felipe, he's definitely one of the best our sport has ever seen, has a chance to get there. And his relationship with this wave, it's incredible. I mean, thinking back to, I know everyone's talked about it and loved it, but that 10 where he got those 2 alley-oops on one wave, it lives in people's mind rent-free across the world. And we're looking forward to seeing if he can bring something like that to this heat and this event this year as well.
Toledo from second prio. That's a little speculative look. It's a softer wave. Has a quick squeeze out the back. A little playful float section. And then still whipping on a rail. Almost loses the back foot. He looks very relaxed, Kaipo.
Yeah, he wasn't into that one, you could tell. So just filling it out, seeing if it eventuated down the line, which it didn't. But no harm, no foul for Felipe Toledo as he was in that second priority.
Previous wave from him, the 667. How many waves on tour do we see a surfer just kind of stand bolt upright and just kind of soul arch and cruise and wait? I mean, it really is something completely unique about this venue. And the reason why the list of the greats that we just saw there, certain people find that relationship. We talk about how it can expose some of your flaws in your surfing, but more than that, it offers so many opportunities to actually kind of impose yourself on the wave, but at the same time, flow with this incredible spot.
Yeah, I mean, it can be one of those waves where it's a little bit scary and you can find that your technique and some flaws might get pinpointed. I mean, Kanoa, he said it in his opening round interview, but interesting enough, rookie Marco, he looks like he's really comfortable. He almost wants to showcase his surfing on this wave. He's not scared if he has any technical flaws. He wants to put on his best show every time he gets up on his feet.
Yeah, it's been the Toledo love-in thus far. Let's see what Bogos Marco Mignot can do about that right here. He'll slice in and he'll snap high in the pocket and cover ground. Nothing rushed from him. Stand on the tail a little bit. Get things nice and steep. Toledo might get a bit doused in that brisk offshore as he throws buckets of spray now. Opening up with that carve and extending and holding it. Beautiful combos. Will slice off the bottom and sluice off the top. And again, keeping great rhythm and energy throughout this ride. He'll get a snap to finish as well. And some of the loudest people on the beach, his dad and his coach, they're enjoying it.
Yeah, you talked about standing up straight, Paul, and kind of cruising. How many stops that you actually see that? That's because this wave is about pace and patience. And Marco Mignot on that wave showed us both patience as well as a well-paced wave. So I like what I see from the rookie, and I think that should be the highest score so far in this heat. It's just the quality of turns are beautiful. The projection on the bottom turn you see here is really nice, and just easing up, not really trying to oversurf the wave. You can see him just stomping on the tail, stalling the board for a bit, and then go for the attack towards the end as the wave steepens up here.
just the way he's opening up through his carves as well and giving us so much variety to talk about. Really tight in the pocket there for Marco, keeps his speed throughout the wave. And note, this is one of those smaller mid-sized ones, has a great pace to it, lays into that finish. He found those waves similar to what we saw Molly tapping into, where she only stood up on her feet twice, but capitalized on these mid-sized ones. I mean, so perfectly timed in every single pocket that came his way for Marco. I mean, this was really beautiful surfing. He took down Jordy Smith at his home break. I mean, what's to say he can't take down Felipe, who is arguably one of, if not the best here at this wave ever. So Marco, he's showing that he means business and he's here to stay.
Slow motion, you can see just the torque right there, and the bottom dropping out from under him, regains control. A couple of pumps off the bottom again to wipe some of that speed, opens up the shoulders, gets the arm right out in front. So really good biomechanics, as we're seeing here in slow motion when we study the surfing of Marco Mignot.
Loving the way this heat's unfolding. Let's get down to Jesse Mendez for a quick update conditions. Jesse, what are you seeing?
I mean, since I got off the booth, I had some time to actually have a look at the sets and how they're approaching, a more open, wide view of it. And as much as it's fine and it's offshore, perfect 6 to 8 foot, because of those sets that are approaching the lineup, it's creating a lot of whip down close to the rocks, and that gives the surfers a lot of noise, so they really gotta be picky on the wave selection and try to get those waves that have cleaner bottoms so they can drive through, generate speed to apply some good turns up the top. The surfers so far in this heat have been doing a very good job, but we've seen it a few mistakes because of all the ribs that are going through the wave. Looks like Felipe is taking off on a bomb right now, kicking out to get priority. But yeah, like you see all that whitewash created from this big sets coming. It stays on the lineup for quite a few minutes, so they really got to pay attention to make sure they pull in the trigger at the right moment, because every wave kind of looks incredible, but some of them are going to be a little bit cleaner and they can be a little bit more precise on the performance and get rewarded better scores. And looks like Felipe is on a bomb that's going to double up on the inside. That thing's stretching out pretty nicely.
Yeah, thanks, Jesse. Toledo picking it up here. He just took a big wave that broke wide and then put him in position to snaffle this thing. Most of this work is kind of preparatory, so he hasn't really been able to find a steep section. This one's pushed wide. We saw a couple of these early on. Now it'll get steep and it will run, and he's got the speed to match it, and he'll go inside a tube drive in Toledo. He's covering ground and sections. Can he emerge? He absolutely can. The crowd are roaring to life here. Toledo just going through a deep section. He had so much speed to bring into that, and he needed it as well. We talk about how technical this tube can be here. He's fired up.
Oh my gosh, I fully, you know what, never ride Felipe Toledo off, because in my head I was like, oh bugger, he didn't make it. And then he just comes out, arms open. I mean, that barrel would have been so big and hollow. The free surfer's loving it too.
Free surfer wants to give him a 10. He was looking straight into the barrel down there at the point. We're going to take a look at this in the replay. And we talked about, again, pace and patience coming into play here. This one being a larger set wave, breaking really wide, so not a lot going on, but Felipe knew what was going to happen down the line, so he's just setting himself up, buying his time here. And this is the impressive part about Felipe Toledo, and just the read that he has on this wave, knowing that the double up is coming here sooner or later, and he's going to have an opportunity to pull into the barrel. And then now he's just got to get on the gas pedal. It goes from slow cutbacks to like on the gas pedal all the way through their second section, goes high and comes out. That's excellent surfing.
Wow.
That is excellent surfing.
Watching the start of this wave, I was thinking, oh, it's one of those bigger, wider ones. It's got a really slopey wall to it. And then he just found this on the inside, put the gas on, started racing through this. Look how open and hollow that barrel is. So much speed and technique through that. And he loves it. And if Felipe loves it, you know it's got to be something good, because this was clutch.
This is why it's excellent. It's excellent because he made this first section, and then he had the wherewithal to go high and get that second section right there. That is what made an excellent, from a very good score to an excellent score for Felipe Toledo.
Toledo emerges, arms held aloft. The judges assign him 8, 6, 7 now. Crucial wave for Mignot. He needs to get involved here. He'll need to go excellent himself, and he'll go layback. Nice aggression from him. And he'll keep slicing, keeping the speed up as well, and just making regular visits up high in the pocket. Let's see how this stretches out, because still needs to do some work if he wants to go excellent right now. There's a good hit with a little hang time and an air drop down. And he'll keep the variety onto this inside section into the lip, and he hits it. Maybe got there. The timing just touch off. He'll kick that away.
Yeah. Well, judging from his previous wave with the 6.63, Marco's going to have to bring a completely different approach, because the scores that he's getting are fairly suppressed. So he's going to need to have a completely different kind of line, or a little bit more flair in his surfing to get and catch up to a Felipe Toledo.
I really loved that first turn. Came round and put it on rail again. He's got really nice pace on this wave, actually. And with this wave in general, look at this bottom turn, so drawn out. Held it for a long time. Laid into that carve here, and then starts to get vertical in the pocket. That bottom turn there, he held that for so long. Great technique when it comes to Marco in this wave. Came to that section, almost a little lateral, which put him in a bad position to project out down the line there. We got some really nice surfing done at the start, but I agree, he's going to have to dig deep and find something pretty crazy to beat Toledo, because you know what's scary is it doesn't look like Felipe's broken out of first gear. He's just still kind of in cruise control, dropping his 48th excellent wave here at J-Bay alone. 48 excellent waves, that's crazy. Crazy.
12.5 on the clock here. That's the previous wave of Toledo, and just watching Marco Mignot, you can't help but compare the wave, really. And it's nice, neat and tidy what he's doing. He's kind of doing cutbacks on a mid-sized wave, and by comparison, Toledo has just been driving, coming out, disappearing again, arms aloft, crowd going crazy. So after that kind of energy, Mignot again coming up slightly second best. He needs to go excellent here, but we've seen him take down the best. He's taken down Geordie.
Yeah, he needs something to surprise the judges or to impress the judges. So I'm saying he needs either a long barrel, or we know he's got that air game, do maybe a couple airs on a wave to get back into the game. There's his dad listening for the updates on the beach.
This one well poised at the moment, particularly if you're in the camp of Felipe Toledo. He's a 3-time winner here at J-Bay. The reason for that, he's pretty much unmatched in this era at this wave. Time for a break here. More live action from finals day. Absolutely pumping Jeffreys Bay real soon.
Those are two pictures in my mind when I think of Africa and South Africa. Some of the most beautiful sunrises and sunsets in the world. We're driving out to St. Francis Bay. This is the wild side of Cape St. Francis, so we're here to check out the sunset. In the summertime, it's over the ocean. Right now we're in midwinter, so it's still a little bit over the land, but it's still such a beautiful place to watch the sunset from. Come here, take it in, take in the beauty. South Africa is just, it's unlike anywhere else in the world. Enjoyed this. I hope you guys are enjoying a sunset somewhere else around the world. This is one of my favorite places.
Truly stunning part of the surf world. What a pleasure it is to be back here at J-Bay for the Corona Cero Open Finals day in the best conditions we've had as well, all coming together pretty nicely. A busy beach scene here, crowd enjoying the energy, and something of a masterclass from Toledo thus far with the big number for the tube, 867. And as you mentioned, Jesse's backup score for him, you'd be backing him to improve that as well, the 667.
Oh, absolutely. And the thing I love about Felipe and what he's bringing to this heat right now is it doesn't feel like he's competing. It feels like he's entertaining. Seems like he's not even focused on the result. He just wants to perform for the crowd. And at the end of the day, he's a great entertainer, especially when it comes to this wave. So still sitting in a pretty early gear right now for Felipe. So I'm excited to see each round if he gets through this semi, gets through this quarter, through to the semis, each round see him lift that little bit more, and who knows what Felipe is going to do at this wave. That's what's so exciting.
Inside the 8-minute mark here, setting up Our first combatant for the second semi-final at the moment. It is Toledo. He's got priority as well, so a little bit of work to do here for Marco. In terms of his energy, he brought loads of it and emotion as well. And he was pretty significant in terms of the yellow jersey. And Jordy Smith having to surrender it, having been eliminated from competition by Marco Mignot in the earlier rounds. We just saw Iago Dora make a pretty solid defense. That yellow jersey, he'll be wearing it in Tahiti. At Toledo, let's have a look at those excellent numbers. We were talking about this already. And you think about that sort of company as well. Only Mick and Jordy more than him, but I'll tell you what, still got potentially 2 more heats to surf in this. Where can this go?
Yeah, I mean, clearly coming into here, if you're playing surf fantasy, you're going to always put Felipe on your team. He's going to be one of the picks coming into here. He's fulfilling that kind of that promise. I was looking for Marco just to bring some fireworks, but it's just been tough, out of rhythm, and he's going to really, he's way back in a corner right now, 6.5 minutes, and needs an extra score.
In terms of Felipe's season, though, this season, obviously got the win over there at the Gold Coast, but other than that, have we maybe been expecting a bit more from him?
So much more, and he came into the season after a year off, kind of friendly Felipe. I think what happened now in the back half of the year, we're seeing a little bit of the eye of the tiger. You know, the guy's got a lion on his chest, right? And now when you see kind of that, when he like looks through people type of vibe with Felipe Toledo, that's when you know he's on.
Mignot needs to get busy here, needs a big number. He'll try and get tubed on a tight section. It's a pretty almondy high barrel on a smaller wave. It would have looked nice. That would have felt nice. 871 is the number. Another big crack, though. Let's see what this wave does through here. Another big hit with some drift as well, but a little too much. And it's the kind of wave we talk about how hard some of these sections are to kind of control, unable to get the completion.
Yeah, gosh, he's having some great moments, though. I mean, really tight turns in the pocket. He's looking for the barrel as well, so he's trying to put everything on the table and show that he's got a lot to offer. Love these 2 turns here. Really tight and crisp in the pocket, but something to note, it is one of those smaller waves. Yes, it has a beautiful pace. It's got a lot of steep sections to it, but it doesn't compare to that big 867 of Felipe's, where it's a bigger wave. There's a barrel. It's high risk, so Marco maybe needing to dial in the wave selection a little bit more.
Mignot will go again here.
Yeah, already calling for the ski. Knows that the clock is getting just torched right now for him. And taking down, you can see the stress with Dad and Coach Jason Aparicio.
Tense moments for the squad down there. They haven't quite had that one moment to get really vocal about, as they like to do. We got in the game with the early exchange, and since then, a bit of a quiet now, wasn't it? That 8 from Toledo. Not exactly shutting things down, but just dictating the pace in this heat. Let's see, still time. We'll get on the Red Bull ski. He'll buzz back to the lineup close to it, where he'll get dropped off, and see where we go with sets. Having a look at the year of Felipe Toledo. The win, obviously, on the Gold Coast standing out, Kaipo, but other than that, it was almost like that taste of it, and then the change from him.
Yeah, and then at the beginning of the year, that 9th in Abu Dhabi at stop number 2, that stung Felipe Toledo, because in that basin, in that facility, all the warm-ups, it's the same wave every time. And he was one of the best surfer, if not the best surfer, in that pool at Abu Dhabi, and then he just had an unfortunate heat, and the mental side got to Felipe Toledo in that when he caught himself behind the score that he needed. So I think that was kind of re-energized Felipe, and then that's when you saw a little bit more of the eye of the tiger come out for him for the rest of the season.
Amazing to see surfers when they do take time off and come back, and you think about their accolades and their achievements and how well they'll just be able to slot back in with business as usual. But life moves pretty fast on the championship tour. Just the heat craft, just being able to manage the emotions between events, but particularly during the heat as well. Well, he's doing all right with that so far, getting a solid number early on, relatively early on. It's actually his last wave, so it's been a while since then he's been really selective.
Yeah, he has been. You can tell he's really waiting for those big moment waves to come through, and he can just capitalize on them. He's got such a beautiful bond here, and it's something that we've just drooled over the years, really, as surf fans. I mean, thinking about every single moment that he's given us something to feel wow about. It's been incredible. So 8-6-7, that last wave really sitting him pretty far out in front. So Marco with a little bit of work to do right now, and if Marco makes this heat, he actually leads the Rookie of the Year race. So this is a pretty important heat in terms of the Rookie of the Year.
Felipe Toledo, when we think about the live rankings, he's number 8 right now, Paul, and he can gain some ground, you know? So it looks like he's moving into the semifinals, and he's going to be gaining ground, and that's pretty important, especially Jack Robinson out of competition and Felipe kind of moving up the rankings while we look at the live rankings and in that final 5 conversation.
Big momentum surge for Toledo. Also love to go all the way. Get that 4th win here. Get his name up with a couple of the all-time icons of the sport. I mean, he's already there in terms of where he is. His stature, his championship tour surfer. These are those live rankings. So as you mentioned, in 8th right there. But good chance, a great chance of getting through towards semis at least here at J-Bay.
Look at the opportunity for Griffin Colapinto and Felipe when we look at the grayed out names that already have bowed out of competition.
Worth noting as well, Ethan Ewing get to serve in this round, so he'll be coming up. He'll be in the very next heat. He's taken on Connor O'Leary. When the quarterfinals are done here, we'll have a better idea of this picture. Really interesting to see how all of that shapes up. You just wonder as well how much of that plays on your mind this stage of the season. It's just worrying about your next wave, your next hit. I suppose with conditions, this is a wave that kind of requires quite a bit of your focus and concentration. So you're really just looking at that next section.
Yeah, literally. I think if you can just capitalize on doing big turns and those big critical parts, but it's easier said than done. I mean, put yourself in their shoes. You're thinking about making the next heat, but then oh, will I make the final 5 if I make that next heat, or am I going to be in better contention? There's so much going on and coming into play, and oh, guess what? We're going to Tahiti in about 10 days' time. So there's so much to take on and just break down, but these guys, they're the best of the best. They know exactly what they're doing.
Toledo on a smaller wave here, and after sitting for ages, I'll decide just to use this as a block in case Mignot gets any ideas. I'll just go through the motions here. And him going through the motions is actually very high quality surfing. And he'll just swing around and serving a little bit of notice there as well. And just going, yeah, there's a reason I got 3 of these trophies in the cabinet already. The squad love it. Toledo looking for that keyhole. Doing it with a bit of panache as well, as he'll wrap that and look to bring it in. So he'll be through to semi-finals again here. His record is just crazy at Jeffreys Bay. Marco Mignot, decent event for him overall. I think he'd be a bit disappointed with the way that one went down. No disgrace in losing, of course, to Toledo. His numbers are absolutely crazy here.
Incredible heat, I mean, and look at the rock dance as well, just to finish it off.
We'll keep going with men's quarters here. Connor O'Leary will take on Ethan Ewing. More live action from J-Bay real soon.
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to finals day. Hope you're enjoying the show. And the main star is the Swell, who has shown up, giving us great energy. Having a look at Connor O'Leary taking on Ethan Ewing. So the contrast in approaches, obviously the opposing stance as well will be key. Connor O'Leary is really well connected with some of the meatier sections of this wave. He'll look to try and tee off on it. We know all about Ethan Ewing and his approach to point break surfing, really pretty much in a class of his own, a league of his own on the championship tour. Let's see how they go about this. We'll be hoping for plenty of pulses coming through. 35 minutes in the heats and a chance to go to semis, take on Felipe Toledo. How do you see this matchup?
Yeah, this is actually a rematch of a 2023 quarterfinal between these two, and they had this exact heat, and Ethan got the win. And I feel like Ethan has a little bit of unfinished business when it comes to Felipe in this wave, getting second here back in 23, losing to Felipe as well. So I feel like Ethan would have a little bit of extra fire burning on the inside, but Connor has had this just dream run, really wanting to showcase the best goofy footer surfing he can, and he's had a great run here so far.
Toledo's run will continue at J-Bay. Face one of this pair. At the moment, bit of separation in the lineup from them. Ethan, a little deeper, quite a bit deeper up the point.
Yeah, that's the difference between a regular foot and a goofy foot, right? Ethan can be on his toes high line for that through that first section, so he's going to be a little bit further up the point, while Connor's got to be patient and place himself a little bit further down the point. Of course, Ethan Ewing, our defending J-Bay champion back in 2023. And so it's interesting to see how the start of this heat is. And Connor's not even messing with it. He's just letting Ethan have the inside, and here he goes.
Ewing from up the point, they'll open up. You just see the extra squirt that he gets out of those carving turns. And once again, wetting the rail. Abbreviated snap, and then a hit into the lip, just vaporizes it. Spray going in all sorts of directions. Better variety. He just drives that rail line in, almost loses it, but the recovery is pretty smooth, and he'll flow through to an inside. Gathering all of that energy and flow down the line and looking for a section that isn't really there. Actually just a little head dip and a kick out from him. So showing us exactly why people associate his brand of surfing with this wave, with some fast maneuvers out the back. Meanwhile, here goes O'Leary, and he'll stand up and he'll go straight into a highline. Doesn't even drop down the wave for the initial section. He'll get a bowl here, and he'll hang at the bottom of the wave and just kick up spray off his heels. And again, putting a little bit more into that turn. Now look to go into the lip, and he'll do that well, and he'll hang up and he'll hang on, which adds drama to it as well. And able to go straight up vertical with that big frame. O'Leary again tagging it super hard. He's got an amazing ability to recover from those turns. It wasn't really room for another maneuver, so he'll just lose grip as he recovers, but he did get that turn done, and he belted it a couple of times pretty hard.
Yeah, interesting first exchange between these two, in that both surfers had a bit of a bobble in their rides. So we'll see how it pans out with the judges. Both had to recover as well for some mistimed turns. And you can see Connor with his current ranking.
O'Leary at the moment down the end of the wave, dealing with the energy. We'll get another look at this opening ride for Connor O'Leary.
Connor, he's not scared of a right-hand point break. Lives at Lennox Head now, is really used to just going upside down on his back end. Just quite what he did on that second turn, really drove through these carves, pushed harder through that one, and Connor, he's just been unleashing, not holding back at all. Little fumble there, but he went really vertical on the turn. I love everything he's bringing. He's one of my favorite goofy footers in the world. Just how strong he is, how powerful he is, and how he unleashes right in these big pockets, but fumbling at the end there.
Yeah, you talked about it, Paul, how he just stayed at the top, right, and just paced through here. A little bit of differentiation on the backhand. Able to go pretty vert, heading the way there. came through that after a little fumble. But I think just got a little off pace towards the end here. Nice turns, but it would have been nice if he just had that final finishing turn. And Ethan Ewing just always clean, but he had a couple bobbles as well on this wave.
But how gorgeous is Ethan's style? I mean, it is just so beautiful. The way he draws through these carves, it's so silky smooth. Had a bit of a fumble there, like you mentioned, Kai's kind of redirected to get up and vertical in that section there. Just so clean, his lines, just the way he brings
Just got a little weird right here.
beauty to his surf there. Fumbled a little bit, just disengaged, then came back and brought it back to the pocket. Got a bit down the line through the end of this wave, but just the way he started it off, I mean, just really beautiful surfing. He's got such a graceful style, Ethan, and he brings his own unique surfing to the tour, and this is why I love watching him surf. I mean, just look how hard that rail is buried. Complete fin out of the water there, Kipes.
Yeah, and Ethan's got a lot of drive on those DHDs, likely riding, he has been riding the Juliet model a lot, but then also when we talk about the tires on the F1s or the fins on a surfboard, Ethan Ewing also utilizing solid fiberglass fins. He's got a new template out, and you can see that because of the angles that he's able to put his board on and the power that he puts in the rail game, he needs that extra grip with those fins.
Serving him pretty well for the opening exchange, 7-6-7 for Ewing. So we'll get a bit of an advantage over O'Leary. We'll get a 6. There's the spread from the panel. A couple of judges went excellent.
So that's got to feel good for Ethan Ewing. Even with a couple of mistimed turns, he's still got 8s from 2 judges. That's got to give him a ton of confidence.
It's also interesting to know as well, a lot of numbers, particularly towards that excellent range, maybe just under, like dramatic finishes, down to that impossible section, kind of almost making it difficult and then pulling it off, but able to amass those points really
just by clean surfing.
By clean surfing out the back. So if you imagine something like that with a finish as well, and I mean, where can that go?
Yeah, it's dangerous. I mean, the scale, it's so big. And interestingly enough, when I was chatting to Ethan in his last post-heat interview, he said he doesn't feel like he's still really connected with this wave yet, and he's in the quarters, and he still feels like he hasn't really connected. So this heat, it's a great way to start it off with the opening ride to that wave.
I would hope he feels connected. He's won here before.
Yeah, I know. I know. I think he meant more like in terms of like this year. But yeah, had his maiden victory here back in 22 in a great final with Jack Robbo. So he's looking to channel that energy right now between him and Connor.
Yeah, the green hat right there is another couple-time champ. That's Jake Patterson.
Get an all wickety whack with it on sideways there too.
Dog with a sort of trademark mid-heat grimace there. It's kind of, yeah, watching on and thinking, 6-point ride from O'Leary. What could he have done? What moments could he have had just to maximise that? Those marginal gains that we talk about. It's going to need all of that. It's going to need to maximise taking on Ethan. Who will have priority as well as the lead, just from one wave apiece. Bit of energy will stand up. Ethan very much not tempted. Connor will say, all right then, I'll go this. Here goes O'Leary. First turn, he'll go up, and he'll get that drift, releasing the tail. And a wave that's a little more pockety at this stage. It offers him a steep section, then a softer wall, so he can actually push quite hard to open up, and then just being patient. Wait for this thing to show its teeth. Getting involved with another hit on the backhand, so doing really well here. Great rhythm to this, and as he recovers from the bottom turn, another section will stretch out, and he'll match it for speed, hammering it with another hanger as well on the end, and a little giggle from O'Leary.
He liked the rhythm section that he felt at the end. That the beginning of that wave was a little mangy, but he stuck with it. I was surprised that he stuck with it, Paul, but then it actually paid off for him in that end section.
Yeah, it was one of those smaller waves, which we've seen a lot of people kind of get stuck in and trapped to, but that one came through a little bit wider, had a bit of a slower tempo to it, and you could just see Connor made the most of it, went upside down multiple times on that wave, and big smiles at the end. I mean, that's when you know a wave feels good, when you're smiling at the end of a wave.
We'll see where the judges go with that in terms of the decision to keep in motion and stay busy from under the priority of Felipe Toledo, who will wait out the back, got some energy unloading. As you see, the sky's getting a bit darker, slightly foreboding, just adding to that drama here. These frontal systems coming around the Cape and lighting up J-Bay with quality conditions for finals day. We're seeing very high quality surfing as well already in this heat, close to excellent from Ethan Ewing, really by his own standards, kind of cruising as well. Here's another look at Connor.
Yeah, loved this wave. I mean, I mentioned it before, went vertical, drift the fence too, and I thought, oh no, he's going to lose it. Re-engage, you could see a quick foot adjustment on this wave, and then came through this inside, just paced it really beautifully, waiting for it to stand up and really hit this bowley section through here. And this is where, I mean, he really went to town. He just unleashed vertical hit after vertical hit all the way through. Just stunning approach as well. Just his read, his management of speed, how high up he was going with that wind as well. That would have been brushing up the face and making a little bit of chatter on his board. Just negotiated it beautifully.
That was a nice opening turn, but you got to admit, the beginning of this wave, pretty ugly, and he stuck with it. He cleaned up at the end, and these turns right here at the start were in some difficult, kind of ribbed out, bouncy section at the beginning, but still he manages it nicely. I like the fact that he didn't give up on it. He rode it all the way through, and he actually had that bonus at the end when he really got into a top to bottom rhythm. And also with also with Connor O'Leary, his compression and his extension in his surfing really accentuates those backhand hangers. There's a 7-point ride.
Great competing from Connor O'Leary. Snaffles a 7 from under the priority of Ethan Ewing. And that'll feel a bit better for him as he claws his way back into the lineup here. So a 7-point ride for Connor, taking on Ethan Ewing. Whichever of these pair get through this heat, they'll be facing Felipe Toledo. Let's go hear from him.
Felipe absolutely on fire. 15.34, the highest heat total that we've seen in the event so far. What was it like competing in perfect J-Bay?
Thank you. It was really, really fun. You know, I've been surfing this event for a few years now, and J-Bay always delivers. And one more time is delivering for finals day, and we're loving it. That's why we come to surf J-Bay. That's why the tour is back here every year for days like this.
Any favorite moments in that heat?
Yeah, well, I mean, we got to talk about the barrel. It was a bigger wave, a third wave of the set. You know, I feel like the experience played, kicking out of the first wave, and then still, you know, had the inside position for the third one, and ended up getting the 8. Yeah, we got to show them how it get done.
What would it mean to you to take out a 4th J-Bay title?
It would mean everything. You know, that's my goal, just to win the event. As I said on my previous interviews, there's no finals 5 or anything like that involved. It's just winning the event. That's all that matters for me. If it happens, you know, I'm happy. If it doesn't, I'm happy. So I'm just taking it easy and enjoying the perfect waves we have.
Keep up the great surfing. Well done, Felipe.
Yeah, don't believe a word of it. Yeah, rubbish. Absolute nonsense.
Hey, but he did talk about, you know, having that experience to know that third wave of the set was the one, and you saw him setting up the whole time for that barrel. So, yeah. Whoever's come through this, he's going to have their hands full with Felipe Toledo in semifinal number 2. I'm going to say that.
A little sleepy moment here, but just interesting to think about where that scoreboard's gone and the fact that Connor has got that number. And if this brisk offshore is carrying that info out to Ethan Ewing, just wonder in terms of his mind, we've seen him be patient for extended periods in heats as well. Well, scratch that. He'll go here, an opportunity comes straight to him. And he'll swing all the way around for a figure 8 wrap. Pocket will stretch out, and he'll push hard, and it will get away from him. He won't add to his total with anything significant. It'll also throw that priority to Connor O'Leary, a mistake.
We've seen that this season, right, from Ethan Ewing. Really, really good surfing. Honestly, one of the best rail games in the entire world, but falls have been his nemesis in important heats. And this right here, just unforced error, going strong at it, but just pearls.
I am shocked. I did not see that coming. I mean, Ethan, he's usually really reliable, especially on that turn. Thinking back to Bells when he went excellent, putting it under the lip, tail jams. It's just been kind of his forte this year, and then went down yeah, I didn't really see that coming.
We haven't seen many surfers go on the attack on the early section out the back. It's not necessarily loads of points on that initial bit, which is kind of a setup for that speedy bit, and it's those real full-on whacks into the lip. So interesting that he's pushing that hard and taking risks out there where maybe the reward isn't quite there.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back for this, and if he redirects his heat, or if he's going to incrementally change one or two little things. But Ethan, you know, he's that guy who just always seemed cool, calm and collected. He doesn't really seem overly phased in heat, so he's just going to be fine. But something I want to know is this wind. It's really starting to rev up right now, and it actually makes it a little bit harder to surf, especially for the goofy footers. It adds a bit of chatter on their board, makes the lines a little bit harder to read. Yago, I was chatting to him about it after his heat as well, so I'm intrigued as well to see how Connor adapts to this wind now too.
Under the 17-minute mark from above, you can see it's all white. That's because a bomb set has just stretched out, caught these two a little bit inside. And this tide, as it ebbs away, will change this lineup, and it will be surfers who can maintain that dynamic read throughout the day. Finals day here, offering us so much in terms of waves and real high quality entertainment already so far. This one's still on a little bit of a breather, but a mistake from Ethan Ewing. He'll just get a 2 for that and have a little time to think about it right now, as the energy will come through, and nothing in terms of a wave for him to take. Just thinking of his season as well. A couple of semis for him. It's about as good as it's got, and we expect much more. I mean, he's been world title contender the last few seasons. We expect him to make finals and to win events, and he hasn't done so. 10 events in Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, off of pure surfing, Ethan Ewing is one of the best surfers in the entire world, even across the field. I think a lot of times I think that his actual results don't speak to how talented he really is and how dynamic his surfing is. He's almost everyone's favorite to watch just because of the aesthetics that he has in his surfing. So yeah, I think it's just been heats not getting put together properly.
O'Leary in the lead here in our fourth quarterfinal for the men. Semis featuring Gabby, Brian, Caroline Marks. That'll be coming up soon with the resumption of this heat right after the break.
Nothing's ever touched me like that before. I mean, my heart just kind of stopped for a minute when you just like lock eyes with an animal like that. I'm speechless. That elephant definitely had me in tears. It just felt like it was my mum saying hi.
This place is pretty incredible. You've got this huge open area where these animals that you don't even really expect to be like real life are just roaming around.
Like you're in the middle of the whole kind of a Disney movie in a way. Like everyone's jumping around and bouncing around and things are popping out of the bushes.
I didn't think I could ever see myself crying on safari, but this one, it just really struck a nerve. I will never, ever, ever forget this in my life. It has been a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
How was that?
Are you kidding me? Amazing. Africa can only really be one place. Top 10 on the championship tour reaches its conclusion today. It's finals day here at the Corona Cero Open. You guys, you having a good trip? You enjoying yourselves?
It was all right. No, I'm kidding. I know it seems dramatic to be like, yeah, I cried on safari, but it was the most breathtaking experience I've ever had in my life. I mean, just locking eyes with an animal like that, it's wild.
Let's check out Connor O'Leary here in live action on the backhand. And he'll highline over a section, and then he'll swoop low and load up. And then going high and chucking loads of spray using that big, solid frame. One of the most powerful surfers on tour. And he'll look to try and unload on an inside section, doing nice work, joining up the dots, and then a hit at speed with control, and crucially, a finish as well. The squad enjoyed that. Conor O'Leary leading the heat prior to this exchange, 11.5 on the clock. In the big goofy foot, covering a lot of ground to find that section. And when he found it, he hit it, and it stayed hit.
Okay, thinking back to the 7 and what the damage he did on that, and that was a smaller size wave. Let's see it on a bigger wave, and he just unleashed, performed on a solid wave from start to finish. I mean, Kipes, this was just beautifully surfed.
Yeah, Conor, you know, you can see why this is his 3rd time in the quarterfinals at J-Bay, so you see what this is one of his pet events. He's patient, but then also really highlights, like I talked about, that compression and extension that he gets on his turns. Just a stinger for the finish. That should do better than the 7-point ride that he has in his scoreline. Watch this in slow motion. You can really see the rotation and how he just stings that, puts the hand on the nose as kind of like a pendulum effect to swing around, and perfect timing for that finish.
Yeah, he has that Owen Wright, Matt Wilco technique when they put their hand on the center of their board to shove that momentum forward in those big hard sections there. So great surfing there from Conor. Look forward to seeing where that one goes. And Ethan, he wants a piece of it too, just really, wow, whipping through the back of that turn. He almost accelerated more at the end here, trying to find his pace on this wave. We know how remarkable he is when he starts to really light up this wave. Taking his time through the inside. He's already got a lot of damage done out the back. Here, just really drives hard, pushes hard off that back foot all the way back to the foam, and great finishing turn. I mean, slightly smaller wave in comparison to Conor's, but just textbook beautiful surfing. Not a bump in the road on this wave for Ethan.
See that little extra punch where we look at that at slow motion, how he swung his body around and just gave that tail a little extra kick? That's just trademark Ethan Ewing surfing. And then changes around with this kind of more of a layback, and again gets a little drift on the fins, stalled basically, and then the projection he gets out of the bottom turn is just beautiful. Talk about body mechanics, biomechanics, whatever you want to say with Ethan Ewing. He's just so on point, so centered and so clean. No real wasted energy in his body positioning. This is why it's just beautiful to watch.
It's with the judges right now. I've got a replays there. And just on the record, no worries, by the way, guys, for not inviting me to Shamwari. That's cool. No, I'm fine.
I put a call in.
I'm fine.
I swear there's something on your voicemail.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like your phone was switched off or something.
It's only when you like travel with people that they really show their true colours.
Yeah, it's
they
crazy.
reveal their true selves.
Yeah.
That's cool. I just played some chess with Turpel. It was fine. We had a great time. Who else is having a great time? Well, it'll be even better when this number comes through, but so far, excellence dropping in for Ethan Ewing. A big number, an 8-4, currently good enough for the lead in this heat. We're still going to get a number for Conor O'Leary, but Ewing goes to the lead.
Judges ate that up, just like the big line ate up a little warthog on the Shamwari Safari. They just actually feasted on that wave for excellent score.
So Ewing taking control here. The number for O'Leary in as a 777. And so Ethan getting the better of the exchange and getting the lead in the heat. He's got priority as well. And after not a lot in terms of energy going his way thus far, there's the spread for Conor. And now he'll have a little bit of work to do here. Remember, he got a 7 from under the priority of Ethan Ewing. And at that stage, going all right in the heat. But this is a significant shift here.
I feel like I'm having flashbacks to the women's quarterfinals. We saw a really similar scenario where Betty Lou, she was out in front, she had the lead and priority with under 10 minutes to go. Isabella, she needed a score. It wasn't as hefty as an 8-3-1, but had to find it away from priority and away from Betty Lou. So Conor, he's backed into another corner. But chatting to Isabella in her post-heat, she said these are the moments we live for as competitors. And I feel like Conor, he'd actually be relishing in this right now, knowing that he needs to push, find excellence, and try and get a win back on Ethan here in this round at this event.
Ethan Ewing in control of this one inside the 7-minute mark. What you're hoping for as a neutral is just sets to come through and opportunities. Dolphins in the lineup, they're not in a hurry. They're soaking it all up, will fly above this iconic wave and take it in. You can see the wrap of the swell as it bends in here.
Look at that whitewater line too, just indicating how perfect the wave is.
You can see way up the top there. Some significant energy making its way. It will take a good minute or so to get in here to supers, where we're focused at the moment. We're watching Ethan Ewing try and get himself a matchup. Felipe Toledo, a rematch of the final last time around. Ewing getting that win here back in 2022. And one of those servers you're picking your fantasy team and you think about, put them in their ideal scenario, and it's just a perfect match for this way, but doesn't mean that's how it's going to play out necessarily in your heat. So far, definitely heading in the right direction with his numbers, getting that excellent score. Just 3 waves apiece though in this one. I think we're going to see more waves ridden, and it is O'Leary with the work to do.
Yeah, needs excellence too. And I'm not going to lie, touching on fantasy, I've had a shocker this event. J-Bay's thrown some real curveballs in the mix for this year, but someone who is still in my team is Ethan, and he's trying to hold down the lead, but I would love to see Connor get that opportunity to come back and go excellent. And who doesn't love to see Connor just tee off on his back end? I mean, it's such technically good goofy foot surfing, and he really wants to showcase the best surfing that he can here. So he's got 5 minutes to try and find that under priority. So it is a little scary at this point right now for Connor, but he's surely in 5 minutes going to try and find an opportunity.
See this one just cap on the outside with this outgoing tide. Will push wide. So you see a set coming and you're thinking, all right, here we go. But actually that one, a little too much energy. 4.5 minutes on the clock here. 3 waves apiece, but the leads is quite significant for Ethan Ewing. He's put some solid numbers already together. Looking at CT by the numbers this year on tour. So second highest, 18.76. That came in quarterfinals at Bells against Connor. So Ethan Ewing, again, another excellent heat from him.
Look at the wild card. Look at Julian Wilson.
Yeah.
Julian just popped in as a wild card, and he's in this top 6 situation here with the highest heat totals for 2025.
I was going to say that. I mean, hello, Jules. 18 points final at Burleigh to go excellent in the final as well as a wild card. I mean, he's back on the Changers looking for a spot on the tour, but yeah, that is just an incredible stat.
Part of the reason he wants to get back on tour, of course, to come to places like this on days like this. J-Bay delivering for finals day here.
And Julian's got a 10 here as well at J-Bay. So we'd love to see him back here. He's just got to get through those Challenger series that is a big challenge right there.
Bit to do for Julian Wilson on the Challenger series. A bit to do for Connor O'Leary in this quarterfinal heat on the CT. Right now, 8.31 is that requirement, and he's in second priority from Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, as the clock goes down, it's getting darker and darker for Connor. Obviously, with Ethan with heat control and being able to utilize that priority. Good news is, Paul, we have seen 4 or 5 wave sets, so I got to hope for one of those.
Thinking of all these pictures as well with final 5, we saw the live rankings, and Ethan Ewing before he'd surfed in this round, but just inside that top 5, and you just think about the possibility of a really big, possibly a win here. He's a couple of heats away from that currently, and then what that could do for a season really where he's been kind of consistent but just hasn't had that breakthrough moment yet.
Yeah, you'd be nervous right now if you're sitting in 3rd or 4th on the rankings and you're out of competition and someone like Ethan is making ground in competition, and similar to someone like Griffin who's making ground as well. So people are really starting to scratch at that top 5. Let people know that they're here and they want to be in those spots. So everyone's going to be fighting for it at that next stop over in Tahiti. So looking forward for those battles that are going to go down. But right now, Connor, he really wants to get out of this quarterfinal. And like Kaipo mentioned, it is getting a little bit dark the more that clock starts to wind down for Connor O'Leary. So he's going to have to hope that one of those multiple wave sets like you're talking about comes through and he can just unleash, and hope that Ethan maybe makes a mistake on his.
You can see them both paddling out at the moment. There is some energy, some crisp lines coming down the point here and swinging in on this absolutely beautiful day of waves at Jeffreys Bay. O'Leary will try and go here, and he deals with a load of offshore up in the face, and then he'll hammer a first turn and completely bury the surfboard. I don't know how he recovered from that. Just power, really, just leg strength and technique. And again, hammering a turn. O'Leary absolutely clobbered that section. Look at this, it will stretch out now, and he'll go once again. Just whip up. Can he get back up for a strong hit here? He absolutely can, and he ain't done yet. O'Leary will keep driving down the line on a wave that's offering him multiple opportunities. He's just playing whack-a-mole right now, or hammer the end section as well. Meanwhile, hang on.
Wow.
Ethan Ewing just tearing across a section. That rail just slicing water, double up. And he'll try and get over the ledge and into this next bowl. He's patient, he's cash, he's prodding, and then he'll go up, and then he'll go down. So that'll be it for surfing in this. We'll count down. That exchange, you'd feel, definitely went the way of Connor O'Leary. 8-3-1 the requirement.
Oh, how good are the last 5 minutes of heats? The intensity gets higher. Everyone is going for it. Connor did not hold back on that. I mean, it's given the judges something to think about.
Having a look at Ethan's wave.
Yeah, really just graceful lines here. And there was a bit of downtime, but way he held that, drew out that line, came all the way back to the source. I mean, his traditional surfing is just gorgeous. And then once he started hopping through this inside, I was thinking, are we going to get a barrel? What's going to come? This is when you get on the edge of your seat. And he starts to build speed, come down the line here, goes for one big turn. Feet completely leave the board there. And a bit of an awkward fall there for Ethan. So he's got to hope that Connor didn't do enough on his last wave.
Here's another chance to see what Connor did. 8-3-1's the number. He's got to go excellent. That first turn, Paul, like you said, he just powered out of that, poking the nose all the way down, and then I think he just fired off. I think these are all high risk, high energy backhand hangers. I mean, a little bit of a carve there, but when he gets to this inside section and we switch cameras over to Impossibles, he really goes to work here.
Yeah, just starts really laying the rail. You can see this wind is not affecting him at all. Vertical in the pocket there. Lactic acid built up. He's holding his legs at the end of that wave. And that's the beauty of a point break. You just go T for T, turn for turn. And it hurts at the end of it because the wave goes so long. But big vertical turns in the most critical parts of the waves on a bigger wave. May I add, under priority too. Oh. That was a great opportunity for Connor O'Leary.
Well, Dog likes it. And no indication of the numbers as the surfers exit the water.
It's with the panel right now, isn't it? I mean, look at Ethan's wave. You're thinking, well, his scoreline will remain in terms of his top two. So it's really about that wave for Connor. 8-3-1, that requirement. He just throws everything at those turns and comes out with the speed to go up and attack again. It was relentless, really, on the end section for O'Leary with those big backhand hits. And this is a nervous moment. And a heat, really, which is kind of seesawed throughout. But a similar story in terms of not having that priority and taking that opportunity. The wider one almost didn't get on it. The sort of risk almost throughout. If you just think about the sort of emotions of that ride from Connor O'Leary, just kind of kept you guessing throughout. And generally speaking, when that happens in terms of the score,
I like the drama in it, you know, but I was surprised on the 777, the last of Connor. I thought that was going to be a bigger number when it came through, in my opinion. So, gosh, I don't know. That 8-3-1, that seemed like there was just as good of a pace, but maybe more dramatics, more high risk.
full of adrenaline, not going the keyhole, just doing the rock dance. O'Leary, he won't mind that if this number comes and goes his way. Have to do a little trot up the beach as the judges will continue to deliberate. Love the squad. They'll just trot with him. Number is in here. Connor O'Leary's going to the semi-finals. Well, here he'll face Felipe Toledo. Dog absolutely loving it. And just desserts for clutch surfing. Powerful backhand
Look at that.
hammers.
One judge goes 9, did that under priority. Bravo, Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, that was exactly the type of surfer we want to see at the end of a heat. I mean, high risk, it's dramatic. He needed excellence, put everything on the line. And Connor, I mean, he wanted to get one back on Ethan, considering that this is a rematch of the 2023 quarterfinal, and did it in style and clutch performance, held his nerve all the way through.
Well deserved for Connor O'Leary, Paul.
Connor O'Leary will get the win over Ethan Ewing, and he'll go to semi-finals to face Felipe Toledo in absolutely pumping J-Bay. That'll sting for Ethan at the moment. But what entertainment, what drama we're seeing. Real quality in moments in heats where really you're thinking the storyline's unfolding, it's kind of heading in a certain direction, and you get that upset, which is so cool to watch. And to be able to go up there so many times on your backhand and just club away at sections time and time again with all of that wind as well. Impressive stuff here. O'Leary through to semis. We'll have women's semi-finals. Gabby Bryan, Caroline Marks. Stay tuned.
Learning how to put fins in. Okay, let's try that again. St. Francis is actually a lot closer to J-Bay than people realize. It's about a 20-minute drive from J-Bay to St. Francis. Cape St. Francis is the place you go to when you need to surf a left. I remember getting to one of my first surf contests as a Grom and being so shocked that the wave was going left and I didn't know how to go left. So we came back from that event, had to put in some hours at the Cape St. Francis beach break and learn how to surf a left. One of my favorite places ever. I think some of my best memories growing up are here. Rich marine life, rich in lifts, really good rights too, and such a beautiful little fishing town.
Connor O'Leary signature all over that J-Bay wall, now signing autographs for all the fans down here on finals day. This is the biggest crowd by far I've ever seen at this event, the Corona Cero Open J-Bay, top 10 of the season. Now we're into the semifinals. Gabriella Bryan, world number 2, officially clinching her spot in the Lexus WSL Finals earlier today on finals day. Got past Tyler Wright when she was undefeated over that champion in the past, and the same situation goes as she battles with Caroline Marks, trying to find a way to beat Caroline for the first time, but it's been a different season for Gabriella. By far the most powerful surfer on tour, and Caroline Marks now featured in her second appearance in the semifinals. Hope you're enjoying finals day like we are. Joe Turpel, Rosie Hodge, and Jessie Mendez. Coming off a buzzer beater, we still feel that energy, but it's amplified even more, Rosie, on finals day.
Oh, definitely. It's just been amazing to watch all the surfers just rise to that occasion. That was maybe an upset in the quarterfinals that we had seen. So Connor O'Leary just continuing a magic run.
And I think he knew that was coming. You know, as far as past champions are concerned, they're the ones to beat all day long, especially with Ethan Ewing's reputation on a big wall like this.
I mean, you need compromise. You need to put yourself out there and make sure you have the guts to throw it out to the universe, and he did that earlier. He mentioned that he wants to be known for the best performance on the backhand out here, And to go up against a guy like Ethan Ewing with an excellent total for both surfers and come on top, it's a big statement.
Gabriella Bryan getting the first wave during the break, Rosie.
Yeah, there's just so much foam on this face. You see her kind of wiping her eyes. That wind also coming into play, gone a little bit more southwesterly, so a bit more offshore for these competitors. Groomed lines. Let's see if she can attack that section. She does. She's fearless. Falls off there, though. Commentator's curse.
Big chance for her to start off strong. Falls away from her, so that score is going to stop at a 3.17 with the fall. And Caroline Marks will have priority to wait for the waves that she's hoping for. Caroline rarely makes mistakes. We talk how she just rises to the occasion, can just outmatch you throughout a heat, just getting what she needs to move on. And for Caroline, she wants to pick up a major win to put herself in the final 5 before heading to Chopes. Here we go. Highline start for the goofy footer from Florida. And just channeling all that speed down to the bottom. Just quick speed turn off the top. Absolutely flying is Caralupo. Now pushing towards that lip line. Clean little backside snap. Now loading up on a critical section. Coming off the top with maximum speed. And she's got to eject in a heavy closeout section by the bricks. You can see all that turbulent water just hangs onto your board. She had to take a few swims and then we'll get back to business. So matching her personal best. Semifinal in 2019. Seems like a long time ago for Caroline standards. Was knocked out by Lakey Peterson early in the draw last time she was here in 2023. As we watch her start here, Jesse.
That's a nice way to start for Caroline. As we mentioned, wave selection on point right there, applying pressure right off the bat. Nothing crazy, but everything very well composed. You can see how she drives through the bottom turns and on the top. That board is holding it very nicely, so she's relaying on rail and not just the fins to overpower those fins. So beautiful surfing for her. Gets a little bit steeper there as she approaches for this last turn here, a bit more critical. Good surfing. Nothing outrageous, but very well done.
Another angle on it here, Rosie.
Yeah, the thing that I've really identified of Caroline is the acceleration that she gets through her turns, and then also knowing where to hit the lip line. She's definitely hitting it just before she meets the lip, which is giving her that opportunity for, first of all, stay in control and stay on the wave, and also project her out on the open face so she can keep that momentum.
But I think trying to understand this heat now, obviously it's amazing to start with the 5-point ride that she needs. I felt like there's a little bit more left in the bone in that heat, and you're going on a semifinals against Gabby Bryan, which most likely is one of the best surfers in these conditions. Do you think you should go a little bit bigger right off the bat because you expect for Gabby to do so well, Rosie?
And we know how well rewarded you get for hitting that inside section, and I think that was where it was like, hey, if you hang it all up on the line right there, those scores, you know, that 5 turns into a 7.58. So definitely that opportunity was there for her. Maybe playing a bit safe in this early stage.
Just came off that huge performance. Connor O'Leary upsetting Ethan Ewing on the glass now with Jesse Starling.
Just getting a little bit of intel of what happened right at the end of that heat. Certain someone was cheering you on from miles down the point.
Yeah, my as a lot of people say, my double ganger, Geordie. Well, I'm his double ganger. Yeah, I was so far down the point and I heard someone scream, and as you know, a lot of people know with Bill, Ethan's dad, he always kind of sits in amongst the trees by himself, and I was like, oh, maybe that was Bill just cheering because I didn't get the score. And I looked up and I was right in front of Geordie's place, and he was on the deck just going, yeah, I got the score. And I was like, yeah. So it was a pretty cool moment, you know. I guess with Geordie, top 5 implications and things like that. I beat Italo the other day and he's like, thanks for that, man. So, yeah, doing it for the big brew.
I was giggling in the booth during that one because you got the score and it turns to the athletes area. Dog, Leo, Tyler, everyone was like, yeah, there was such big smiles going around. I mean, you guys have such a cool family unit going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most important thing in our life, you know. For me, I feel like it's not only the, you know, the competition side of the success and the failures that we live through. It's more of, you know, building those connections and those families that, that aren't really your family, that become your family on the road, because we're spending a lot of time together. So to be able to have that close connection with Gab and Leo and Ryan at the start of the year, and hopefully we'll be back next year. And yeah, we've got a cool little team going on that are all feeding off each other to do our best. And I guess that's all. We're all under the umbrella of Dog. And if we didn't have him, then we wouldn't have been able to create this atmosphere. So yeah, it's been fun, and hopefully keep going with a few more.
Semi-finals coming up as well. It's going to be a big one. You've had this goal of just doing your best goofy foot surfing, the best that anyone's ever seen at J-Bay, and it feels like each heat you're living up to that for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's just trying to give myself as much opportunity to be satisfied, win or loss. Just then I was kind of at the end of the heat going, I'd love to have one more chance just to give it a red hot crack, and put it all in and put it all on the line, and if I fall, at least I could say I tried. So to be able to get that chance, I was kind of looking, and Heath was looking, but I guess he kind of thought that there was a few more behind it. So I was like, well, this is my chance, I got to go, and nearly didn't even catch it because I was kind of swung real late because I didn't want to show him too much eagerness to want to get it. So yeah, I just kind of put it all in and kind of got to the end and went, I just did 100 turns, and I don't know what the score is, but at least I could say I tried. And yeah, it was cool to get the reaction from Geordie and to keep, have another chance to surf 35 minutes out there. It's cool.
Cool. 100 turns gets you an 8.6. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jesse Starling, and so much joy from Connor O'Leary. That's a moment he'll never forget. Seeing one of the greats ever, at J-Bay, who happens to still be on tour and is in the title race. Jordy Smith cheering him on from his house down at the end of Supers there. Connor knew that he had his hands full with Ethan Ewing. Well, it's going to happen again in the semifinals as he takes on a three-time J-Bay champ, Felipe Toledo.
Wow, huge, huge rankings implications. Connor's been the guy that's just been knocking out everyone. Like you said, he did Italo, Ethan Ewing right there, and then Felipe's making a late charge. So he's been the spoiler this event.
Sometimes you get on a roll and you kind of know it before everybody else does. It reminds me of Frederico Moraes out here when he made it to the final. He had giants ahead of him, and he just kept taking them down. As we look at Gabriella Bryan, a little bit deep here, but she's got plenty of time to set this one up. Nice clean sweep for the surfer representing Hawaii. Lays down a power carve. Gabriella Bryan swinging back on the open face again. Nice timing, patience. Just waiting for this section to open up. Lays it down as well. Nice little stylish gouge. Clean rails on the snap. Let's go of another one in the pocket, and she'll step off. Caroline Marks on the one behind. She's already towards that impossible section as she belts it. Big vertical crack there, controls her finishing move. And we'll bring it to the start of Caroline's wave in just a moment, but a great ride for Gabby Bryan. 3.17 is going to be long gone at the end of this heat, and now a serious number will be heading her way, Jesse.
Yeah, that was impressive surfing from Gabby Bryan. That's why we were talking about, Rosie, how important it is for Caroline to step up a notch a little bit in this heat. Because of surfing like this from Gabby Bryan, you can see that second turn, or maybe first turn itself, it's going to be close to a 5-point ride. Just that turn, for how much engage and how much power she actually carried through. Sets it up right here, generates speeds, the wave gets steep. She's going to drive through that front and back foot, very well balanced. And then carves it once again, and I think she has another turn as we approach the inside that she kind of lay back carve, which is very aggressive. Halfway through that turn, you can see both of the hands behind the back. And then the wave starts to run. The only downside here I see is this turn right here. She gets a little bit too heavy-footed on the back foot, so she wasn't able to open up and finish that turn as well she probably would have liked to.
And then to Caroline's start, waiting to see what happened here.
Yeah, so Caroline had a bit more height on this one, but it also started off a little bit slopey. Now she gets a little bit more of a critical section, stays tight to that white water. Really like that turn from her, staying in that top third. Yeah, that was, I mean, when you compare the waves from Gabby's just had that gift of the cupped out section that kept giving her something to hit. There, that last turn from Caroline was really committed. That end section hit was really nice from her. So for me, those last two turns from her, whereas Gabby's from the outset, even though a bit of downtime on the beginning part of that wave, it almost set her up so perfectly with the rest of the timing of the wave.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rosie. And I got to give the nod to Caroline on the finishing. The wave was steeper, was bigger, and she timed it very well and was more aggressive than Gabby. But the beginning of the beginning of Gabby Bryant's wave was just very impressive and unreal.
Gabriella Bryant will be competing for her first world title this year at the Lexus WSL Finals. First time ever the stage is Cloud Break in Fiji, a place she loves dearly. Spent a long time last year there preparing for the regular season event, and had one of the toughest losses of her career to a wild card at the time, Erin Brooks, when she let her go on a wave and it knocked her out of the title race. She surfed off that pain at pumping restaurants, but Richard Dog Marsh was waiting for her to get to the beach for a big talk, and she knew it was coming. She just had to move on by getting barreled and laying down some big turns, and she learned a lot from that. She can talk about it, she healed from it, and look at the year she's been putting together. And the score that she just got, Rosie, is 7.5 on the last. Caroline 6.43. Gabby wins the exchange.
Yeah, we can see there. I mean, I think that little bit of a pressure release, finding out this morning that she's in the WSL Final 5, you can see she's surfing with a little bit more freedom. But, you know, like that spread on the Caroline Gabby waves, because I did like that finish from Caroline, but Gabby getting the nod there.
Yeah, I think it's just the whole wave put a little bit more aggressive from the beginning to the end. As much as we're talking about the best of the best, obviously Caroline Marks, an amazing surfer. Just the beginning, she had to zigzag, do some carves. The wave wasn't as steep, and on the opposite side, it was Gabby Bryant just really relaying on that rail. And then I think for Caroline, that finish was really what stood up, and probably got that score to the 6.43, because that was very critical from her. But never too far behind. You can notice she's going to keep the gap always pretty close, and she has a chance. She's going to take it.
One thing we know on the women's side, we'll have a brand new champ at J-Bay this year. Caroline wants to make the final for the first time. That's her score from her last wave. Her finish, the best maneuver, right above the bricks. 6.43, open with a 5, so she's able to hang on to the lead for the moment. Caroline still with a lot on the line as far as world titles are concerned, just to one spot out of the Final 5 picture, but going into an event in Tahiti that she's won in the past. But she'd like to get it done here, where Betty Lou's been knocked out by Isabella Nichols, so Betty Lou's in the hot seat at that number 5 position at the moment. And just 3 spots left to finish up the Final 5 story. But this wave is just set up to create heroes, you know, for people. They have their favorites that they like to watch as far as free surfers or competitors. Rosie, for you, who are some of your all-time favorites when you think about Jeffreys Bay when it's pumping at this size?
Women's side, you know, Steph Gilmore is just so fantastic to watch. On the goofy side of things, I think Tatiana Weston Webb with those hanger floaters that she was doing sticks out in my mind. Men's side, Mick Fanning, Felipe, Geordie, obviously, Sean Holmes. There's just so many.
Sean Holmes,
oh, so
bring
many
the guy back.
Just like seared into your head, those moments where you're like, that's just one of the most beautiful visions that you'll see in surfing.
Jesse, what about for you?
A few that you mentioned already will check the box that what I was thinking. One that comes up to my mind is Joe Parkinson as well. On a day like today, mostly with that much open wall, he's able to utilize every inch of the whole face of the surface of the wave, which is very hard to do. On the woman's side, Carissa Moore, it's another one, very powerful surfer, very on rail, very committed to every section. So I think those two are names that comes out.
So much history at this event. Sean Thompson winning back in '81, the very first event that was here was the Beach Hotel Classic. Soon after, well, he kept winning and dominating the tour. He had won a world title a few years before that. Greg Day ended up winning the following year. Then David Barr took out a win representing San Diego. A lot of great history in the QS as well. Pierre Tosti is a longtime photographer, but had a great career as a pro surfer. Had a couple of 10s in the same heat when it was the top 3 system. Got really barreled, won back in 1991. Munga Berry, an absolute legend, winning this event in the past. And then when the tour came back for the women, it was Steph Gilmore who won the first. Carissa Moore fell in love with this wave and would always get close to maxing out the score line, and she's really been in touch with the tour this year since becoming a mother, and the big reason is Gabby Bryant. Close friend of hers, loves talking about the tour with her, about surfing. They spent time in the off season together. And Gabriella always mentions how she's pretty lucky to have a best friend like Carissa Moore.
And especially at a stop like this, I know that Carissa would work a lot with local Duncan Scott, and he would really help her out with the lineups and finding trust in where to sit and positioning. And I'm sure Carissa would have relayed, you know, that relationship and the little bits of advice that she got. So it's always just so handy to have that mentor that's had so much success leading you through a year like this.
And you did throw out one of the biggest wild card stories of surfing history with Sean Holmes, you know, and then you think about all the wild cards that have been in this event at J-Bay, kind of like Bells, how it's such a tradition, or Pipe, to see who's going to sometimes come out of the trials or who will just get into the main event, like Luke Thompson after that win in Bolito. But Dylan Lightfoot, you know, he's been in this event as a wild card, working with Isabella Nichols to share all of his secrets on his home break. Isabella taking on world #1 Molly Picklum coming up next. While we've got a lull, we'll take a quick break, but Gabriella Bryant's just waiting with priority and waiting for another reason to let that rail go on an open wall here at J-Bay. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us here on Finals Day. 12 minutes on the clock as Caroline leads over Gabriella Bryant. Well, it's about lunchtime, and all the surfers are being really spoiled right now. Let's send it down to Kaipo.
Well, other than surfing, you know what's the best part of my job? Eating. And meeting incredible people like Chef Wes Randall's here from Seal Point Lighthouse that just has been making one-of-a-kind, outstanding cuisine. You can find him at Cape St. Francis, but here he's in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Thank you for having us, Chef, and thank you for all the creations that you make. Talk to us a little bit about what you're preparing today.
So today we thought we'd feed the surfers lunch, a little bit better than the granola bars you guys are generally getting. So we got some spicy tuna tartare, we got a Thai coconut, so sweet potato, big cooler box, Corona cooler box of oysters, local oysters. And then thanks to Gosney for hooking us up with some ovens, and we're doing some fermented potato breads in there. Yeah, we got some lamb belly. Yeah, it's like a little bit of everything.
I love the fact that you not only prepare this food, but you actually hunt some of the food that you prepare. It's very unique to your restaurant.
Yeah, it's super unique. Well, we have a very strong philosophy, and it's very local orientated, and it's got to be about fish from our bay, animals from our mountains, and that comes down to sourcing and sustainability. So we actually hunt the animals ourselves, we dry age, we butcher on site. That's just part of what we do. So it's just become a core ethos for us.
Well, a stop on tour besides Jeffreys Bay, Seal Point Lighthouse right at Cape St. Francis, and you will not regret it. It is absolutely an incredible dining experience. Thank you, Chef.
Thank you, Kaipo, for making us all starving up here in the booth. It is a beautiful place, and like Emma Smith was telling us, it's not that far to get to Cape St. Francis, just down the road. That's that Nevermind restaurant right there. There's a big place to hang out in the field, the beautiful lighthouse. You can check the surf down there and meet Wes, as he's often just hanging out and greeting people at his restaurant, working hard, as Gabriella Bryant has been waiting patiently to lay that rail over. She'll start off with a nice clean wrap, now running down the line, meeting it with a nice power hack. Off the bottom, holds the rail into a nice clean wrap. Always tons of spray off her rails. Nice little whip in the pocket. Now moving with a good pace down the line. Throws down the cutty. Little stumble there. She's got to regroup, so missing that section. Gets back into it with a little power hack on the open face. Jumps off in the closeout. And Doc quickly taking notes, knowing that she left a little bit out there on that stumble, but gosh, she recovered well, and the 3.17 is gone.
Yeah, I mean, looking for an upper three to take the lead. Small away from her, but she can get stuck into this one a little bit better, Jessie. I found that this kind of hit the reef just so perfectly and just offered her that little bit of opportunity to sink the teeth in and make some juicy turns. This one especially just hooking into that one. A lot of spray. Regathers herself, winds that around, so a little bit of a different look at a cut backing maneuver there. looking down the line. Sets up this turn, follow I-line, winds through that maneuver again. Oh, and there's just that little bit of stumble. I think, you know, just a little bit out in front of that white water perhaps, and a little bit of that wind chatter up the face as it also hits that shallow section on the reef. But a couple beautiful power gouges.
Yeah, that's going to probably hurt a little bit of that score because she was in such a good flow throughout the wave. And, you know, it catches so much of the attention. This wave is so perfect that anything that happens, any rail you catch, the judges really, it's not appealing to the eyes, let's put it this way. So she was probably on her way to probably matching that 7.5, and that happened. She missed that one turn and also got out of timing for the closeout. So unfortunately for her right there.
Yeah, your big impactful maneuvers are just so amazing to watch, but the mistakes are easily highlighted too, so that the judges picking up on every little intricacy of the wave.
Judges passing on all those ideas to the surfers before they get to South Africa to compete on this wave, knowing that we're surfing on an ideal day for Jeffreys Bay, providing this perfect canvas for surfers to showcase their entire repertoire of maneuvers, allowing for high speed, high lines, deep barrel riding. They want to see that real committed approach, but they also added additional notes, you know, of looking at loss of control, recovering from bottom turns, and seeing that disruption of flow really pops out on a wave like Jeffreys Bay. 7 minutes to go. That score is affected by that just little stumble, but Gabrielle O'Brien still finished strong. It's 6.03 in comparison to her 7.5, and here comes the world champ up and out. So Caroline just using priority and stepping off immediately. Caroline chasing a 7.11. She's out the back, so she gets priority again with 6.42 remaining. Wave selection, Jesse, you know, especially for what Caroline might be looking for as a backsider today.
I think you just kind of gotta look at what Connor O'Leary did. He had those waves that were kind of medium sizer that had a good pace for a backhand where you can apply top to bottom surfing back to back, because obviously if you have a very big open face on your backhand, it's harder for you to use all the surface of the wave. So you want to get critical. You need to get critical going up against the front sider here. So she just kind of got to stick to her hands and make sure the bottom turns are always coming from behind the whitewash so she can get up and vertical in the most critical part of the wave. Fortunately for her, it looks like there's just being a kind of a low, and there's sets approaching out the back, and that's going to groom things out. If, you know, one of those waves that come inside her a little bit more steeper are probably going to be easier for her to ride. So this is her chance right now at 5 minutes and 40 left. Most likely she would only get one opportunity here, and she got to make the most of it. It's not a massive score, mostly for a surfer like her.
5:30 on the clock, and you might think it would have been an uphill finals day for Gabby Bryan. When you look at just the numbers, what she dealt with Tyler, it was 7-0. Well, she got her first win, like you mentioned, Rosie. It's a different year. And then you look at Caroline Marks, it's 3-0, and it might not seem like much, you know, as far as a lot of matchups together, but they've been finals in there, including the one in Portugal this year. They've had an El Salvador final that Gabby lost last season. Those sting the most.
And even when you look at their scores in those events, it's been extremely close, Joe. So both of these surfers, Gabby's been keeping pace, but let's see how she does in this one.
Caroline trying to stay undefeated against the current world #2. Couple of setup turns. This wave's not looking too promising yet, but she's going to commit now down the line. Starting to grow with size. Caroline, patience paying off. Big swing off the roof. She drills it. Getting back to the top again. Attacking some good sections. Now a little fading cut back to set up the inside track. Keeping that speed down the line. Quickly moving under the lip with her last two moves. To show the judges she has control there. Did she need a lip to hit to really show that she was going for it on the end of that wave? Let's watch it again. Jesse, Caroline chasing a 7.11 here.
A little bit sticky on that first turn, but man, she did it well halfway through. When the wave, when it mattered, she did it very well. And like I mentioned, she needed to be coming from behind the whitewash, and that's exactly what she does here. Look how much she drives off those hills and the bottom turn and gets from behind, as critical as it gets, mostly on the woman's side. So hard for you to hit the lip back to back twice. Such a powerful wave with so much speed for you to control. Very impressive from her. And right here, she did the 2-4-1. I would have liked for her to delay herself a little bit more on that transition to maybe get one big crack, a little bit more critical. But damage done from Caroline Marks. She left a question mark right there with those 2-4-1 in the end, but still, this is going to be very solid from her, mostly compared to what she previously done in a 6.43. I'll leave it to the judges.
Smart. Judges obviously watching a lot of great waves today. And watching Caroline do some damage. She's been critical on the end part of the wave, but she did well for patience. Even though it started off slow, she saved the best for last again.
I think, you know, just as she rolls in on that outside, that just set her up so perfectly to give her that slingshot, to get in that position to come around the white water. As you're looking at those back-to-back maneuvers, they were so clean and critical. It's just like, just a pity at this level when you're coming up against someone like Gabby, you have to be putting yourself in a position to attack that lip line on the inside, and the judges are going to go excellent with that. I mean, we saw it with Isabella Nichols' wave on a clutch performance again, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson earlier this morning. They love it when you attack that inside section. It's so dangerous.
It's such a fun sort of climax of watching a ride, you know, when they kind of roll in or high line or just setting up everything and anticipating the money section to really open up, and then obviously finish on the bricks. Sometimes it's scary. Sometimes you're getting barreled through that section. Builds up to a 6.47 on the last of Caroline Marks, so not enough to turn the heat. Now needs a 7.07 without priority now and 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about, as much as that wave was quite better than her backup, it's not going to change so much. She's only better for 0.03 than her previous best score, so she basically requires the same amount. She does have some time, 1:48. But yeah, it was that, you know, she needed a little bit more than half a point to get the score she was looking for. It was that finish. I was very impressed with how she was able to get back-to-back vertical on the lip. We haven't seen that so far in this heat. We have seen a lot of separated maneuvers, kind of a wave in blocks where both surfers would have excellence in parts of the wave, but that combo was very impressive, but left the question mark on the finishing turn, going 2-for-1 right there.
Yeah, it was almost gone. Does she need to hit the lip? It had to force those under the lip hooks. And now Gabby will leave Caroline out the back with a minute to go. Nice punch there from Gabby Bryant. Stepping on the gas. And now loading up. Throws down a clean arc. Swings right into another fading cutback. To improve, she needs a better 6.03. Here comes the patience. Almost like a boxer ready to strike. That's going to keep her guessing down the line. Resets again off the bottom. Big crushing finishing move in the pocket. And Gabriella steps off her last wave of semifinal one. That's a Gabby fan right there in the mix. Liking that finish. She's got her mom here. She's got her sister-in-law backing that performance. Said she's been here for what feels like a month already. Scoring multiple swells. And it's all paid off. First semifinal for Gabriella, and we're counting down to potentially her first final appearance here at J-Bay. Caroline into the countdown is going to run out of time. Gabriella Bryant officially our first finalist of the Corona Cero Open J-Bay, a 7.5 and a 6.03, and still has a chance to win the event.
Yeah, just surgical surfing from Gabriella Bryant. Just finishes that one like a tidy little heat performance for her. Shouldn't have to sacrifice too much of her board, body parts. Everything's intact, and she'll get ready for the final.
She is going to be tough to beat. Powerful, in tune, and making no mistakes. Big, powerful hooks in the pocket. It's just so hard to beat when she's got a big canvas like this to work with. Gabby Bryant will be taking on either Molly Picklum or Isabella Nichols. We started off with the top 8 in the world this morning, 1 through 8. Now we're really getting interesting in the top end of the rankings. World number 1 is up next, Molly Picklum, and now world number 4, Isabella Nichols, out here at J-Bay in Semi 2. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Jeffreys Bay for the 2025 WSL Rising Tides. And we're here to celebrate women's surfing. We're here to empower the future generation, not just from South Africa, but from other African countries as well.
There's so many girls here.
Every year we come back, there's more and more girls in the lineup at J-Bay, which is so cool. And being able to inspire, you know, even just one young girl out there is like why we do what we do. It makes Rising Tides like so special.
There's obviously been an increase in females in the lineup. Hopefully in the next few years we get equal amount of guys and girls out in the lineup and just showing the guys that we can also rip.
The performance levels of the surfer girls are rising, and it's for a variety of reasons, but the Rising Tides is definitely one of them.
Hopefully I can be like them when I'm older. For that to be your job, that's like the best job in the world.
These girls now go back to their towns and their communities, and they just feel like we can be the next champ, you know? We can be a part of this bigger picture.
It was a fun edition of the WSL Rising Tides, brought to you by Body Glove. It was fun to hear from a local named Tashman Tasti, who's just so dedicated to surfing globally, but especially all the next generation surfers here in South Africa. Fun crew, anticipating a few of them joining the World Tour, and it is the best job in the world, isn't it, Rosie?
It's epic.
And when you traveled around the world on tour, surfing these waves you dreamed of, what are your favorite memories?
Just there's so many, Joe. I mean, it's definitely led me on the path I'm on today with the career that we see in the women are ripping. Here goes Isabella.
Isabella Nichols versus Molly Picklum, all Australian battle here, and catching her board again was Isabella. Little bobble off the top, but gosh, she's got a racetrack section spinning behind her as she drills it off the top. Nice patience from Nichols and beautiful rail line again on that arcing turn. Loading up off the bottom, hits the lip line well. Pushing into a wrapping cutback. And now world number 4 into a fun section to throw down the top turn and attack the lip again. Oh, and she stumbles after a very demanding 300-yard ride.
I know, you can notice that she was kind of giving up on that last turn because she had no more energy. Like I mean, she had to go through a few sections, so it relies so much on her body to generate the speed to go around it. Once she got to that last turn, she was like, I'm done, guys, but I have to kind of hit it here.
Oh, gets shallow right there. Yeah, that end section definitely surprised her. She was like, oh, there's one more. And she just gets a little bit worked on that inside section.
So she's catching her breath, grabbing that DHD design. And Darren making so many championship surfboards for Jeffreys Bay over the years as we see it from the takeoff again, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful wave selection from her. I love how she extends and she's very calm throughout the wave. Make sure the amplitude of the turn is there. She catches the digits of tension. Loses a little bit of the front foot on that wave and kind of set herself badly for that barrel section. So she had to kind of go around it and regroup the composure. Right here, the wave slows itself down again, opens up, gets critical once again. Great read through that section, very easy to get caught behind. And then that's when the leg starts to burn. You can see it, the energy, it's not there yet. No, not there anymore, sorry. And then right there, she's like, okay, I'm just gonna finish this. The attention is not there and gets caught that outside rail. But those drawn out carves are very beautiful. Look at the technique. Foot placement is perfect. Generating speed throughout the turn helps her a lot.
It's kind of insane to see how much Bella adjusts at the different right-hand point breaks we've seen, because they've each had different tempos and different sections and personalities. Like El Salvador, she was so great. She had that really magical piece of equipment. Then she heads to Bells where she wins the event. But to me, her timing here at J-Bay, there's just something like this place is imprinted on her where she takes off on that opening wave of the semi-final and is already dropping in such a big number. She has a connection with it.
She really does, yeah. Just going from strength to strength this year of winding up against Gabby Bryan in El Salvador and then going into Bells with so much momentum, and it was clear that she just gained so much confidence as she takes on Molly Picklum, who's had the best year so far since she's been on tour as far as consistency of just making key heats, making a lot of finals days, and she was runner-up here in her first try at becoming a champion in South Africa against her good friend Lakey Peterson.
I think this is the first heat that actually Molly Picklin, in this event, she starts with the back against the wall with someone applying pressure on top of her with the substantial score of a 7-1-7, and Isabella just got it. And that's all because of that beginning fight. Isabella took the inside and had the right away for that first wave. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm sure she's going to take it like it's nothing because she's been surfing so well and she's very composed and obviously a lot of confidence building up throughout the year. But yeah, let's see how she, relates to the situation because she hasn't been there before in this event.
Yeah, Isabella's made it clear this year, especially on right point breaks, that she will paddle you out of the area to own that inside. Parco did that to his advantage at J-Bay a lot. I mean, if you can surf really fast and not put yourself out of position, you could use that as a skill set to control the start of the heat.
And that's also just trust in your positioning, knowing that if you can, push that person up the point, you've got the speed when it counts to paddle back in and put yourself in the sweet spot.
Such a big part of heats, and I guess that's the big topic at releasing the news today about the Lexus WSL Finals. You take that out of the game at Cloud Break, when you've got the higher seeds starting with priority. So it'll be interesting how everyone will adjust on that day. It really rewarding your performance from the regular season.
And it's better for some, worse for others. The guys that like to take advantage of the no priority in the beginning are kind of going to be hurt on that. It's all up to performance and, being patient, being selective when it matters.
26 on the clock. Molly Picklum also on surfboards from Darren Hadley. And Darren told me the other day that Mick has been working on a new model. And Molly was the first to get this new model to try it out. She's been looking incredible on it through the early rounds of competition, where Fanning is still the team captain. He retired a while ago, but he's not just riding twin fins. He will here and there, but he's still working on high performance blades that then will help the entire squad that are still competing on tour.
Yeah, the R&D that he's doing, he's still traveling, surfing so much, and obviously the surfers trust what he has to say if he creates a model. I know that Darren was really interested in getting Molly on some longer equipment, just as something that could really make her turns feel more impactful. I think Molly's put a lot of muscle on. She trains really hard, but just something where the surfboard can have that stand-up moment, and also she can push as hard as she wants to.
DHD sweeping the Challenger Series so far. Winners, men and women. First two stops of the season. That's Picklum's camp. Chris Bond there with the cool hat on in the middle. Worked with Molly back at the event in Abu Dhabi, where he splits his time. He's South African, but spends time in the pool. Was able to break that down for Molly, and she made the final against Katie Simmers, and working well here in J-Bay as well.
I think that's how the relationship started, right? It was at Abu Dhabi. Obviously, he has experience there. He works there, and brought it on to here. Props for him because she looks dialed on both of the events. I think second place finish in Abu Dhabi, and here minimum semifinals. And for me personally, the best performance we've seen on the women's side as far as this event been.
Got her boyfriend here as well, Austin. Also that familiar happy face, Ryan Fletcher, who's in Molly's corner all year long as working for her management team. And for Fletch, man, he's used to working with a lot of athletes over the years. Now he can just focus in on what Molly needs. And he's like, yeah, Molly's really independent. We don't have to go to breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. They both like their space. They've been here before, and they've just got such a great relationship. And Molly knows that she's got a big supporter anytime she needs it on the road. Molly scratches into this one, looking to answer back. Throws down a nice clean sweep into the pocket. Breaks on her back, and she's over it. So a slow start continues. And now Isabella's got priority.
First mistake that we've seen from Molly in this event, maybe just that quick in and out from her with her priority.
And looking to the other side now, it opens up a huge door for Isabella Nichols. Started off very strong, has priority, can just be 2 steps ahead, just like that in the first 10 or a little bit after 10 minutes of this heat. So very important decision and opportunity in front and in the hands of Isabella Nichols right now with set approaching. So let's see if she's going to take advantage.
Isabella Nichols, world number 4 now, moving up a spot on the rankings after she eliminated Betty Lou. Will now set that rail. Nice clean sweep to start. The Bells champ now starting to run off the bottom. Nice connection there. Bottom drops out. That's going to put her behind. Another section pushing her away, and that she might miss this end wall. Still hanging in there. Nichols not giving up, but just in time to kick out.
Opportunity means both surfers. One give the chance, the other one not solidifying the opportunity right there.
I can't fault the way that she went for it on that first maneuver, though. Here goes Molly.
World number 1 coming into this one with a ton of speed. And she'll just put that speed back into the pocket. Another wave that she doesn't want to commit to. It stays pretty slopey down the line. Got that just first step into the wave where you're trying to decide if it's worth committing to. And her last couple, she's kicked out immediately. We'll watch Isabella again here, Rosie.
Yeah, so this is, you know, with that priority that Molly is just kind of handed over to her, she really just attacks that one, gets a little bit caught behind, and she has the tenacity to stick with it and try and get around the section, and she so very nearly does. And then the wave closes out on her. So sticks with that wave, just the one hit out the outside.
And in Molly's defense, like, she took off on 2 waves and kicked out a little bit early than probably a lot of them would have. But she did a good job because I kind of pay attention how the wave turned out to be, and they didn't have too much scoring potential for a day like today. But you're trying to predict 150 yards down the line. Like, every wave out the back, mostly the sets, they look pretty similar. They stack up out the back. They look like a big double up on the inside, but some of them just don't do it. Like, they have too much energy pushing down the point, and it never really gets steep enough. So it's very easy for us, obviously, sitting here looking at the whole lineup, trying to predict what's going to happen. But for the surfers, it's very tricky.
Let's catch up with Gabriella Bryan with Jesse Starling.
Gabby, crazy day in the office. You've had a win over someone who had a win over you 7 times today. You've made the final 5 for the first time in your career, and now you just made your 4th final of the year. And not too bad day in the office, actually.
No, it's a great day. I knew that waking up, like, it was going to be a huge day no matter what, and I'm doing everything I can to make it a good day, and it's definitely been one. So yeah, we got one more heat, and there's so many good things to take away from today already, but definitely want to put the final stamp on it and give it all in the final.
Give us a little intel into Gabby Bryan right now. I mean, we were chatting to Griffin earlier. He says he's just trying to conserve his energy. He knew it was going to be a long day. Where are you at right now before coming into the final?
Yeah, J-Bay today is so exhausting. Like, you get to the end of the wave and I'm just like, jet ski, come get me. Like, exhausted. But I mean, I'm just trying to simplify it, honestly. You just need 2 waves, surf it to the best of my ability from top to bottom, and leave everything out there, and that's the best I can do. So yeah, that's the game plan.
Well, you're looking great. We'll keep it nice and shortly, get your headphones on and psych back up, but best of luck for the final.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse Starling. A very successful Gabriella Bryan, not just today, but all season in 2025. Look at all those points she has, sitting world number 2 behind Molly Picklum. Katie Simmers out of the mix when she lost to Caroline Marks. Isabella had the battle with Betty Lou, and they flip-flopped. Betty Lou down to 5th, Isabella up to 4th.
Wow, and then even more space for her, Isabella, if she makes this final.
Pretty exciting with 10,000 points on the line to see what this will look like before heading to Tahiti. And I think it was really good for Gabriella Bryan clinching earlier today. Had a strong event for her, big wall. In Tahiti, you know, she hasn't had the results yet there, especially in hollow backside tube riding. That hasn't been her strength over the last couple years. She's still working on it. But with a lot of confidence knowing that she's already got her spot in cloud break, it's not going to be coming down to chopes.
Yeah, that's and if you think about it, like in the same situation that Gabby was last year as Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, like in that 5th spot, backhand at Chopu, and then you have someone like Caroline Marks that was very successful there before. It's a lot of pressure adding up for, you know, those last spots.
Molly Picklum driving into a beautiful carve using a ton of open face. Setup turn to follow the first major. And now the surfer from Terrigal will just get clipped. So after a couple of waves where she just looked at it and kicked out, she commits to one and falls, trying to lay into a carve off the top. Still a lot of time for Molly to kind of try to regroup rhythm. It's interesting when things just happen for you. Earlier for Molly, I saw her and she was like, how good is it when waves just come to you? Now she's got to adjust in this heat because things aren't going her way just yet.
Well, first indications on this wave, you're like, here she goes. She's winding up. This is going to be it. That first beautiful maneuver sets up so nicely. This wave kind of slacks off on her and she has to regather speed down the line. You're thinking, okay, she's going to do the double hand layback right there, and she wants it, but it's so tricky. You got to decide whether you go to the top of that lip line or kind of cut that turn short just under the lip to give you that push back into the power source. And looks like she maybe got in the two minds there.
Yeah, I agree with you. You could tell that she kept bottom turning and double pumping down the line. She was wanting to do that carve that you mentioned, but the wave was a bit steep, so she probably was also thinking about just hitting the lip. And you can't do that. Like, you got to figure it, like, you just got to go for one of them.
Isabella Nichols with priority and controlling this matchup over Molly Picklum, who is world #1. And the winner will take on Gabriella Bryant in the final of the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. We'll have a new champion this year on the women's side. We'll find out what happens in Semi 2 right after this.
Welcome back to the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. So a little after 1:15, you might think it's a little early for a beer, but that's okay because I got Corona Cero. 0% ABV, that means it has no alcohol, all natural ingredients. Crowdy day, that's okay too because there's vitamin D added to the Corona Cero and best enjoyed just like that with a lime Corona Cero.
Cheers, Kaipo. Look at that, in the mix with the crowds here on the beach. Looking forward to hearing Kaipo on the Corona Cero post show after the big finals that we have later on today. It's still early in the afternoon, like you said, 1:15 local time here in the Eastern Cape. So get locked in. We're crowning champions soon. All roads lead to the Lexus WSL Finals. We have two contenders in the lineup now. Isabella Nichols, world #4, taking on world #1 Molly Picklum. Just got a message from Darren Hanley. He was noticing that both Molly and Isabella are jumping on the MF DNA model. That's just known for performing one at J-Bay. A lot of titles there, but also perfect for really good waves with power compared to that Mick model we were talking about, that new one, which has more speed for waves with a little bit less power like the other day. So making the switch there, they're racing on the exact same surfboard, about 5'11", here for finals day. And for Isabella, I mean, there's a lot in this, matchup. We talk about her having to come off the Challenger Series a couple of times. She can actually point to Molly, one of the reasons why she was knocked off tour in 2023. Molly beat her 4 times this year. Remember, that was when the cut was made in 5 events. Molly beating you 4 times that year, she basically kicked her off tour.
Well, I'm just finding that Isabella's finding redemption. You think about their recent head-to-head history as you see the surfer up and riding out the back.
Rolling into this one, Molly Picklum has just kicked out of a couple. She fell on her last, but she's got a better wall this time. Off the bottom, beautiful arc there, controlling speed so well. Hits it off the lip line with an air drop. And Molly is feeling it. Finding a wave to find her rhythm. Fletch loves it, Austin loves it, Chris Bond loves it. That's a support crew for world #1, knowing that she just got her best numbers so far.
2-turn combo, but 2 of the most high quality maneuvers that we've seen in the women's so far, and on a big set wave like this, Jesse.
I think the difference in between Molly and the other surfers on the women's side is that she's embracing the speed that she has. You're not going to see her wipe off speed whatsoever. Look how critical that first carve is down the line, and just keeps the speed to finish it off with the massive closeout turn. That wave is way above overhead, and she knows how good that felt. And the fact that Isabella lost priority on the 4.83, didn't capitalize, it's going to sting her.
As we look at that approach from Molly Picklum again, famous for throwing huge turns and closeouts. She can do it all day long.
I mean, Molly is just so critical in her approach. And that was just, I mean, that wave barely fits in the screen. So you see the size and the height of it, the way that she's using that rail line, all power through every inch of that maneuver. Stays low and compressed, ready to attack that lip right there. So beautiful timing in between. There's no movement in between those maneuvers. Both of them just back-to-back, super quick, precise maneuvers.
And the fact that she didn't ever try to stomp on the back foot and cut those turn shorts, even on the snap to finish, just shows that she's not worried about embracing all the power and the energy that the wave is giving her. So she's just utilized to the max potential that she has and just relaying on heels and heels and toes throughout the whole part of the wave. But here looks like Isabella Nichols on a gem of a wave.
Nice Cole redirected the pocket for Isabella Nichols. This section's just going to run off for a moment, but she'll lay low. Oh, and it gets clipped right when she was about to emerge out in front of the open face. Another mistake there from Isabella. Her last wave, the 4.83. That's going to be another throwaway, as Molly has just completely changed the feeling of this heat. It's an excellent score once again for Picklum. 8.67 in the lead.
Yeah, I was like, that looks like it's going to go excellent. That's excellent surfing. I didn't know how high it was going to go. She turns this heat, and talking about their recent history, their matchup in the semifinals in El Salvador this year. I mean, Molly wants this one back on Isabella big time, because that's where Isabella snuck through into that final, and I'm sure all of that comes into your mind when you're competing. You're using that as fire to drive you.
And also when you're going against someone in Molly caliber with such a momentum that she's carrying throughout the year, gaining momentum in every event. You start off with the 717, have a few opportunities to actually apply so much pressure on top of, a potential world champ, but you can't commit that many mistakes. Obviously, we still have a heat in our hands with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left, but it feels like the momentum shift to Molly's side.
What a great year for Molly Picklum. Winning her first event of the season at the last stop in Saquarema in Brazil. Made the final before that as well. Lowers was runner-up to Betty Lou. Really showing why she's world #1 this year. Worst result she's had all year, 1/9. That was her only tough event. That was at Bells Beach. Runner-up in Abu Dhabi. 3rd place finish at Pipeline. One of her favorite events on the calendar. And now a lead change when she was out of rhythm is a positive sign. When things go your way, it's easy. Every wave's coming to you. When you're out of rhythm, you got to dig deep to turn it. That's what champions do.
Definitely. I mean, just to meet that challenge and turn it in your favor. I think that's what we're seeing nowadays, is how the competitors have evolved, where, the wheels come off and they just skid off the road. Now everyone's been able to maintain, readjust, and make these quick decisions on the fly.
Molly Picklum still just 22 years of age. As you see a red jersey pop up, that's Yago Dora preparing for semifinal 1. New world #1, Jesse. For the first time, he's going to put on that yellow jersey in Tahiti.
That's exciting for him. And I was just actually looking at, as he was trying to pedal out, I guess we'll get back to that after maybe the woman. No. So you can talk better than me. You surfed this wave 100 times more than I did. And how tricky it is. Yago's actually going to make it out the lineup almost at impossible section right now. So it just shows how the timing on the keyhole for you to make the gap.
Well, catching up with Caroline earlier this morning, she said that was the hardest part of her whole heat, was trying to figure out the timing. It's been so consistent with the sets. You get pummeled along there when it's like keeps breaking. It holds you on that kind of washing machine section right along the rocks there, and you start your heat way down the beach. You got to paddle up, reposition yourself, and it's really tricky to time it.
And you also don't want to, I don't know, like he had 8 minutes left. If there was actually more sets to stacking up, he could have got swapped all the way to impossibles.
I liked your question this morning of like, hey, because as you can see, there's a little bit of beach there as Boneyards goes into Magnatubes up the top. You can actually get a beach entry over there and kind of just mosey on down the point. It might be a cleaner entry.
I wonder if any surfers have done that. I haven't been really paying close attention to it. Most of the surfers that I've seen it, they just paddle out off the keyhole. But yeah, it wouldn't. I've done it before from up the top, and mostly a guy like Felipe Toledo that likes to start the wave. Mostly the first wave of the heat, he likes to start way up the top at Boneyards because he has so much speed to burn that he doesn't really care of being a little bit deep. So Wonder if he's going to pull that off. It looks like Griffin maybe is doing that.
Oh, and almost get in the headspace of your competitor. You hear the stories about Michael Peterson just popping up at the cliffs at Bells and just finding a different point of entry on the beach, and all of a sudden you Houdini float into the lineup.
And that's what Griffin was doing. They just showed him on the lineup right there, and I just looked back, and he's way up the top at Boneyard. So he did start from where you mentioned, Rosie, at the beach. I don't know the name of the beaches, but yeah, he's going to start obviously with the inside as well. So that might be an advantage for Griffin. And Iago opting to pedal out of the keyhole, got swept all the way, not all the way to the bottom, but halfway through, definitely past the car park section, and is battling up the point right now. Different approaches, different strategy. In 40 minutes from now, we're going to figure it out which one paid off.
Semifinal number 2 with 5:40 on the clock. Molly Picklum turning things on Isabella Nichols recently, but Isabella started off on a nice long right. 7-1-7, multiple turns on this one. Fell in the finish. His legs were burning down the stretch.
Applying the pressure early to the current world #1, Isabella, just looking impeccable on these right-hand point breaks. Great timing throughout this ride.
I love the extension on her turns. Like, she's definitely not cutting it short. You can see it right here, beautiful. And she's longer in compared to most of the women, so she can really make that to her advantage on an open face and just use every inch of the surface of the wave here at J-Bay, which is probably the trickiest thing you can do. Make herself look big in such a big room.
Isabella Nichols got that section down the line, ended up getting clipped, but still earned the 7-1-7. Molly kept catching waves, kicking out, built to a 3, and then everything changed when she had a big 2-turn combo.
Yeah, just a precise surfing, delivers excellence on this rail. The 2-turn combo was just the best of the heat and well rewarded.
Board looks great under her feet on the MF DNA model from Darren Hanley, built for good waves and going really fast. All she had to do was just pick her lines and just find that flow. It's been a secret weapon for her in her career, even at lowers, you know, at a peak. She wanted ones that had a wall, even a closeout where she can just fall off the lip line. Set taken by surprise. Both had a punch under this one with 4:10 on the clock.
Oh my gosh, this set's up stacking out the backer. This is such a good line for it. You could have took off about 200 yards out the back. Bella Nichols kind of getting the worst of that first one, but looks like they might pull the trigger on this one. No, almost too wide actually.
Yeah, that set you could have started off at Boneyards. It was so perfect from the top. Then halfway down the line, you can see where they're sitting. Had to wear the first one. Molly has priority, so she has to be thoughtful about watching Bella turn here. And looks like Molly will commit to it with 3:30 to go. She does have a 3.87 to improve on, and she's got a wall to do it. Adjusting her rail, almost went to the lip line. Nice patience from Picklum. Throws that nice arc, connecting with the white water. Throws more of a down carve to try to get to the bottom of this thing. Nice off the top from Molly. World #1 loading up for a nice clean carve. It's opening up, and she gets axed by the lip as she ejects there.
Let me tell you, with all the tiredness that you go through this 30 minutes of the heat and then the leg burns, she got smoked right there. Like, you're out of gas already. All the energy you spent on a wave does not feel good.
That section just throttles you. And you're watching her, she's taking off on this wave. It's well overhead. The trust that she has in this rail line of her surfboard, like you said, Molly is not shying away from going into her maneuvers with a lot of speed. She's not going to the fins of her surfboard. She really is relying on that rail, even right there where she gets that kind of tricky section where it's all sudsy. She still pushes as hard as she can. This wave stretching out in front of her. There's that moment though where you're like, oh, is she gonna try and tuck under the hood right here?
That was her hope. She was in track for that, but just the wave was a bit faster than.
Such an awkward place to fall because you're going with forward momentum. That wave is crushing down. Like, it's hard to penetrate when you're trying to dive in at that angle.
And also coming that fast, it feels like the water's rock. You really can't go in, like, you can't get deep enough. And she got a little smoked right there, but was enough to better her situation. And very smart of her, just not nursing, but also not pushing too hard. So just a great balance for the situation of the heat. But definitely now, leaving the door open for Bella Nichols with a little over a minute, 6.48 require.
Coming down to this in the second semifinal, we're about to find out who will be with Gabrielle O'Brien. We know we'll have a brand new champ on the women's side today. We do have a past champ and one of the best on the men's side. Felipe Toledo trying to make it 4 titles to equal Kelly and Mick Fanning. He's in semifinal 2.
That was a smart wave from Molly too, because she does extend her lead with the 4.97, held Isabella off that wave, and she was only requiring like the 6.48. So kind of tactical move there for Molly to go on that wave. First of all, it was a bomb, but just utilizing her priority there. That was that last wave of the set. Pretty smart surfing.
45 seconds. An opportunity for Isabella to turn it. Needs a 6.48. First turn. Pushes hard on that opening carve. That puts her behind. Now still dealing with some white water. Not giving up. Doesn't have a ton of wall to it though, and it's staying really small through the brick section here, and that'll do it for Isabella. Great job finishing with an equal third here in South Africa. And Molly Picklum has made 3 finals in a row on the championship tour, winning in Brazil, trying to go for back-to-back wins. Now her second appearance in a final at Jeffreys Bay. Molly Picklum, world number 1, taking on world number 2. Gabrielle O'Brien, the best on tour this year, facing off in pumping conditions here in South Africa. Women's final all set. Picklum getting into the excellent range one more time with an 8.67 on a bomb of a wave. Simplified it, picked off a great wave, channeled great lines, and she's got a chance to win the event. Men's semifinal time. Dora versus Griffin Colapinto, followed by Toledo and Connor O'Leary, bringing Paul Evans, Jesse Starling, and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
Nice sunset cycle. You can see the whole of J-Bay from back here. This is such a nice way to finish the day. We got to surf this morning. And I'll come down the beach in the evening, enjoy the sunset. It's a nice warm breeze tonight. It is just absolutely stunning. It's so nice to have everyone here in town, the whole of the WSL crew, and lots of friends. And it's going to be a very exciting week ahead. Good spot to set up and relax and enjoy the view. And we have a stunning evening here. It's nice, it's healthier, you know? You're still going to feel fresh later on, and you're still enjoying a beer.
Corona Cero Open J-Bay approaches its thrilling conclusion. Women's finalists, they're all set. What about the men? Having a look first, Semi Yagodora, #1 in the world in the yellow jersey. Let's see how he wears it, taking on Griffin Colapinto. And joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Jesse JJ Starling, Uncle Kaipo Guerrero. How do we like this matchup?
I love it. I love the surfing that Griffin's been doing, but I think Yago's been the outstanding competitor, and he's been the guy that has delivered in clutch moments over and over again throughout this whole contest. Let's see if he does it again.
Yeah, I feel like Griffin, he's kind of been Mr. Consistent, but I agree. Yago's had these Hail Marys that he's brought to the table this event. So I feel like it's going to be a contrast in the 2 different styles and approaches to this heat, but it's going to be a great matchup no matter what.
Yeah, loads of fascinating talking points, aren't there, as well, between Griffin Colapinto. In terms of his momentum, we're more used to seeing him very much nestled inside that top 5 picture at this stage, and maybe Yago trying to bust his way in from the outside. It's the other way around. In 2025, Dora been unbelievable throughout the season. This is Griff's opening ride.
Yeah, Griff, wow, that bottom turn is really nice into a big fin throw there for Griffin. This is a way to start off a heat. Electric, a lot of energy he's surfing with, goes up and over through this section here, carries his speed down the line. A lot to work with at the start of this wave, looking to get around this section here. It's caught people off guard a little bit, but he works with it. Tucks in for a barrel, uses that to his advantage, and then brings it back around again here for Griff. I mean, bringing the energy and spark to the start of this heat, finishing off with a big layback there. There's a lot to love about that wave.
Yeah, so this is, Griff had a couple of up and outs just to test things out, finally got on a wave to his liking and executed well. I think this is going to be a good score, good solid opener for Griffin Colapinto.
I just love the variety that he brought on this wave. You know, laying back into it at the start, he gave us a huge fin throw, a lot of speed, a lot of agility to come into that one, showing that he's got technique and class about him. Looking really fluid on his first proper ride in this heat, and he's going to get himself a pretty nice score here.
Yeah, solid number. Drops for Griff 7.5, and just hustling up that energy, really busy throughout that ride. Talk about the variety as well. I don't know if we've seen anyone try and slide the tail quite as much as him throughout this event. He's gone to that maneuver a lot. It's served him well.
Yeah, definitely. The judges are loving it. I mean, it's high risk. You know, it's so easy for those fins to not catch and grab and just to keep skidding out. But you can tell that he's got that on lock. He's practiced that time and time again. I remember in his early days watching a couple clips of him at Trestles. He just really did go to that turn a lot. It's one that he's really dialed in and nailed it, and now that he's using it in competition, you can see how comfortable he is just stepping away from that tail and having to re-engage. So yeah, really, really beautiful performance there.
Yeah, just speaking of Trestles and maybe finals days last couple of seasons, like some of the criticism of Griff has been he's undersurfed a bit. He's gone out there and he's surfed within himself, and maybe try to overcompensate start of this season, taking too many risks.
Well, I mean, talking about Griffin and lowers, it's just surfing's mental as it is physical, and we know he's one of the best surfers at lowers, but the mental aspect I felt got to him on finals day with that format, with so much hometown pressure. You know, Matthew McConaughey doing a voiceover for his hype reel. I mean, talk about like a lot of stuff on your shoulders at your hometown. So I actually think, and with Griffin's performance last year in Fiji, I feel if he's able to make it into the final 5 this year, it could be a much different finals day for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, what a difference as well. Just no pressure on him at all throughout the season. No one really talking about him just because of results, really, and then just slipstreaming through and going through the gears right now. Great chance of a final here. Already his best ever result, but in order to get there, he's got to get past Iago Dora, who's shown us versatility among other things, because he can go full rotation backhand on the impossible section, heavy as you like down there, or he can just smash it all the way down the line.
Yeah, some of those airs he stomped in the earlier days of competition, they were incredible. I mean, so clutch, so high risk, and we know he's got that on lock, and that's what makes him such a threat as a competitor.
Here goes Dora. Mid-size wave. He'll stay active, covering a load of ground. And he'll visit the lip line and project himself out. And again, just swinging that board around in a tight pocket. Dora pacing things really nice as he'll punch that and send a load of spray into this sunshine. And again, relentless really in that pocket, and he's so smooth for a finish, but not quite on that occasion getting that finishing turn, but great work done prior to that.
Oh, I mean, so much speed and agility. There was just everything on that wave. We were literally just talking about the fact that he can rely on these big backside full rotations or go to town and just stick to these traditional turns, and he just showcased that he's got everything on lock, especially on this last wave, and such a clean canvas to work here too, Kaipo.
Just, it's nice rhythm, it's nice tempo, it's nice reading of the wave. So that's one of the strengths, right, of Iago Dora. Come out, you know, as a kid, they call him the skinny goat. He's not skinny goat anymore. He's a power surfer, but with finesse. So a lot of push on the backhand hangers here. It would have been nice to get the finish. I don't think it's going to cost him too much because he got a lot of beautiful rhythmatic work down the line. But you can see right there, got on his heels, and that's where things went wrong. But got the work, a lot of work done before that fall.
Yeah, I mean, just really classy textbook stuff here from Iago. And he came through this inside section. I know he didn't make it, but the damage was done before. It would have been nice to get the finish, but he got so much done at the start of this wave that it would have just added a couple more points on. Maybe he thought to himself, I should probably make this last turn. And as soon as you think that, it's really all systems over. But Iago just with a lot to kick this wave off. Really nice stuff. I mean, he showed us every single angle that he can put his board up at. 10, 11, 12 o'clock. We love it from Iago.
And speaking of boards, it's obvious right now why Mayhem Lost Surfboards is winning the Vista CT Shaper rankings. You got friendly fire in this semifinal between two Mayhem riders. Oh, Griffin got one too.
Yeah, Griff getting another one. Wanted to back up this 7-5. Heard the crowd go a little crazy for a second there, so I wonder if we're going to see something big on this wave from Griff. Wow, and there it is. Really nice hook in the pocket. Came back around, big floater down the line, and just cat-like reflexes to hang on to that one for Griff. And if this one's growing down the line, this is exactly what he's looking for. Again, holds this rail really beautifully, just working with the pace of this wave, and lays into it for a finish. So he's been loving those Larrys to finish off these waves.
Yeah, interesting wave, as you can see, just because the different aspect of this wave, the different swell angle, how it actually grew down the point from where he took off. And so that's a really fortunate happening for Griffin Colapinto, and of course getting a nice finish is going to add to that.
I love to stand and look back to the judges like, I know that was a good wave, you know that was a good wave, so let's give me a good score. Just gets to the end of this one, gives a little look back like, okay, I know it, you know it.
Already this matchup delivering in terms of performances. Dora replies to Colapinto with a 6.83. And now we're going to get another, I reckon, pretty hefty number from Griff as well. Certainly a counting score at this stage. It'll put a little bit of pressure for a second wave on this guy, Iago Dora. Once again, he will be going to Tahiti in the yellow jersey as the world #1. But right now, he's thinking about really going deep into this and all the way to the final. There's that number for Griff. He's gone excellent. And that's why he was feeling that energy. We heard the roar of the crowd, had that one moment on it of risk.
And it's rare to see unanimous scores all the way across every single judge with the 8-point ride.
Speaking of the yellow jersey, Molly Picklum is with Rosie.
Molly, you've been so impressive throughout this event, so impressive over the last 3 events. But before we get there, nervous moments at all in the beginning stages of that heat? Isabella took control there for a hot minute.
Yeah, for sure. I knew she was going to fight hard for the inside, and I knew there was kind of going to be enough waves to just give it a roll, but also I like to fight for the inside and just have control. But she got me good, and she was more confident in the positioning going up the point, and so I didn't push her that hard, and she got that epic wave. And then, yeah, I think I just got a little lost in positioning, and yeah, it was what it was.
Your 3rd final in a row, so impressive, Molly, so consistent. What's been the secret for you, and what are you finding out here in J-Bay that's giving you so much success?
Yeah, J-Bay, it's a real one-of-a-kind wave. It's so epic, and you come here thinking you're going to just rip and like put the best performances on because it's the most perfect looking wave, but it's definitely got a timing to it, a rhythm, and I think last time I was here, I felt pretty good. Like I could learn a lot about my surfing here, and then this year, just kind of putting pedal to the metal a little more, just trying to hold the throttle down, hold it down, and yeah, it's just like a tempo, and you kind of just got to get in rhythm with it.
We're definitely seeing those improvements in your surfing. And now we know that the ultimate goal is win here, but there's also a couple of bets in the background that I'm sure are driving you. Do you want to give us some insights?
Yeah, obviously be happy to win. And the whole bungee jump, all my team's super scared to do it. I mean, so am I. But if I win, we're going to try and get Fletcher to do that bungee jump. And for everyone tuning in, for all those people that he's been here with, he's never done it. So it's quite the mission. Yeah.
And now we said over the broadcast, so there's no backing out, Fletchy.
I'm so happy he gave me the opportunity, so now he's screwed.
All the best in that final, Molly. We can't wait to see yourself and Gabriella come up in that one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie.
Can't wait to see Ryan Fletcher jump off that bridge, Paul. Let's go.
I feel for him. It is terrifying.
Yeah.
But I think it just adds to the location as well, because not only do you have this perfect wave, there's so many things to do around here as well. I mean, thinking back to Shamwari, you can go do the world's biggest bungee jump, get your heart rate going.
This is interesting. So we're watching a replay of wave #2 for Iago Dora. He was probably halfway up the point. He decided to paddle instead of catch the Red Bull jet ski back out. That's kind of like a different strategy. Because of his placement on the point, he didn't get a lot of opportunity. He makes up for it with one final big maneuver, but it's just one maneuver right here. That was beautiful, but it did not turn the heat for him.
I mean, that turn though, so high risk, so much power coming off that back foot with that lip line to come down as well, almost made it look too easy. Like he just kind of floated through that turn there. So he's got the energy and he's got the timing with the waves too. So he just needs to go and apply that on maybe one of those waves that Griff is finding.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 5-point ride, so he's got some work to do.
Yeah, a little bit on here for Yago Dora. Both of the exchanges going the way of the American. Griffin Colapinto, solid lead for him. Got priority as well, 20 minutes on the clock. It is absolutely pumping here, this tide. Just draining out. And these lines refract and bend in at Super Tubes here and offer just incredible opportunity. If you find the right one and picking the right wave, it's obviously key in any situation, but particularly in conditions such as this. Conor O'Leary got the Apple Watch on, so he can keep abreast of everything that's happening, situations in the heat, priority, scores, and a little quick cuddle and a pat on the bum from Dog Marsh, and he makes his way down the steps here, and I think carrying some of that underdog energy, bit of a people's champ as well. Condog, let's see how he goes. Meanwhile, bit of a crunch from Whitewater and a chip in for Griff. Sort of speculates with a swing of the roundhouse out of the back and then just waits patiently, really. The wind will groom up the face, illuminated by bright sunshine and a wobble. And good enough to clean that. And just drifting with that tail and getting a little tangle. Meanwhile, important way for Dora to get involved here. And a much better looking section, and he gets his teeth into it and he hangs that one up and drifts, and he covers so much ground off the bottom. He's gone like 50 meters just holding one bottom turn, and again absolutely leathers it. Great rhythm to this, and this will still provide for Dora world #1. He'll fang a hit for a finish, and he'll get a great look at some vision, a little dismount as well as it engulfs him, and he's right back in the heat.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was thinking to myself, Griff falling down on that turn, like he kind of has the room, the wiggle room to make mistakes like that, but Yago just showing that he's still in this. He still really wants to make a final here. We know that he's going into Tahiti with the yellow jersey for the first time in his career, but he wants more than that. He wants a win here at J-Bay.
Yago again. That last wave, a little bit flat. This wave, much steeper. Gets his rhythm going, like you said, Paul. Gaining just meters across here on long bottom turns, coming off the toes, quick top hangers, and then has this kind of turn wired right there where he gets a little bit of release. I mean, that is really, really well surfed on the backhand. That's goofy foot inspiration right there.
Yeah, he's looking switched on. And to think we've only had 2 goofy foot champions here in the past. He could add to this list. He's going to keep fighting the way back like he has on this wave. I mean, just really gorgeous lines. He has a lot of tempo between his turns. Absolutely no downtime. Like you mentioned, Paul, pretty much bottom turns for like 50 meters to get up to that section. And then the way just showcases how strong he is, that he can hold a bottom turn for that long, yet still explode as hard as he does when he does get to the top of this wave. Leaves absolutely nothing on the line on the lip there, and he just went toe for toe, tee for tee, absolutely unleashing. Bit of a weird start to this wave here for Griff, but he had this room to be able to push harder on a turn like this. I mean, we're talking about how he really relies on throwing that tail around. I mean, critical section to do that turn in, really hard to make there, but Griff, he's got an 8 and a 7.5, so he can push that hard to keep trying to get excellent scores.
Well, even with that fall, that was strategic surfing, because Griffin knows that, and he's been a sponge as far as like digesting how to construct heats. He knows he needs to improve upon a 7.5, so he had to go for it. There was no reason at all. If he didn't go for it, it would have been a wasted wave, wasted amount of time. So calculated risk by Griffin Colapinto, Paul.
He'll have priority as well. We'll get a number to come in for Dora, and it will mix things up here, certainly in terms of the scoreboard, because it was his best by far. And that backhand technique, I mean, we talked about something of an advantage and how vert you can get, but just going blind, like no sight line at all on the sections that you're hitting. You're kind of looking down the line, but surfing way up there tight in the pocket. So impressive when you watch those techniques.
And you think about past Goofy Foot champs out here. What did they have in common? Gabe Medina, Mark Occhilupo, that long backside bottom turn. Here's Griff.
Full-blooded roundy from Colapinto, and then he'll let a section go, just let it breathe. And then he'll rip in. Beautiful rail work from him, compresses over the board low as he waits off the bottom, and he'll punch it and tag a lip. So hard to do here, going full speed again.
Wow.
Super critical surfing from Colapinto. Down on the inside, he's pushing so hard here.
He is not holding back. There is no section that he isn't willing to hit here, but I mean, talk about the grace that he had on that wave. Just really picking his moments, but just having no downtime in between them as well. He's just got that kind of Ethan Ewing-esque about him here at J-Bay, where it's just really beautiful to watch him surf. So Griff not holding back at all, looking comfortable.
Yeah, we're game on here though. Look at these numbers. Dora gets the 8.43. It's actually the high score of the heat, still in second at the moment, but what a matchup this has proven to be. Still 14.5. Healthy numbers from these two. And you would suspect loads more quality surfing yet to come in terms of securing a berth in the final. This is what just happened for Griff.
So take a look at the replay, and really what to assess right now is, did he improve upon that 7.5? Did he improve upon his scoreline? That was a beautiful down carve. A lot of speed coming out of that. And then he really attacks the wave in this inside impossible section.
Yeah, unleashed on that moment there. Really just almost identical turn straight after it as well. No downtime, goes straight to the lip and goes down. But the damage he got done before, especially these two turns, so tight in the pocket, such a critical turn to try and pull off as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a natural thing to kind of update your score as you watch replays, but just sort of gut reaction watching it live, it felt like an improvement.
Yeah. I guess, I don't know how much weight there's going to be to not finishing the wave. And remember, he just started off with a cutback, but that down carve was beautiful, and then those two snaps. So that's where all the scoring is going to happen, is the one, you know, really kind of G-force down carve, and then those two big snaps. So we'll see what the number comes in.
He could have pulled down that turn on the end. He felt for sure that was going very, very deep into the excellent range. It will be a maneuver that won't score for him, but the prior work done will, inside the 13-minute mark. Panel will assign a number for that. This clash.
Psychologically, is it better just to straighten out after those two made snaps and not go for that final maneuver, or just keep that momentum going? That's, I guess, what we're looking at, but it looks like he's going to slightly improve.
Judges putting a number in for Griff. Then it will be the marginal improvement, 7.77. Just gives you an indication where that could have gone had he made that final turn. But just looking at sections and having the audacity to go to parts of the wave where people, you'll understand them for being a little conservative and shying away from, not Griffin Colapinto, not in this event. He's gone at this hard and he's never really had any success. It's kind of hard to attribute exactly why. Sometimes just the vagaries of surfing a heat, but it's all connecting for him at the moment here. He's in the lead over the world number one, Iago Dora, who's heading to the final here, the Corona Cero Open. We'll find out when we come back from break. Welcome back to finals day here. Our second semi-final is very poised and tense at the moment. Still got time, of course, to get your Open J-Bay merch. Do that and just enjoy the show that we're seeing. We're being treated to today with the best conditions we've had throughout the entire waiting period for finals day, and a surfer leading the ratings and right now getting himself back into the heat with surfing like this.
Wow. clutch turn in the pocket here for Iago. I mean, we heard the beach go crazy during the break, and we knew something big was going to be going on. Really had to bide his time through this inside section though, Kipes.
Let's see what he's got on the inside. Steepens up and hammers that lip. Upside down. One more time under the lip. Oh, and he got the Aki clip right there. That's the Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, Griff, he said, I want a piece of the action too. He didn't want to let Iago get too far away from him because we knew that there was going to be some big scores coming through. Just really playing it on rail. Tidy, clean lines drawn by Griff during this heat. So he's looking to better a 7.77. He's had a 7.5 that he's throwing away. He's trying to find that on this wave. A lot of downtime so far, though. Nothing crazy happening. And he's going to get out the back. So probably going to be chasing a little bit more after that last wave of Iago.
Iago into a lineup where he will have the lead in the heat because his number's in 8.33 is the rewards from the panel. Yeah. Another excellent heat from him.
One judge a little grumpy with that 7.8. Everything else looks good to me. So I throw away the high and the low.
We haven't seen the under the lip snap, I don't think, so far.
Beauty turn.
Talked about variety, the weaponry that he's got.
That's the Aki turn right there. You know, and that was beautiful. Like lip landed just barely on his shoulders. And you know what that is? That's adjusting your line as you're doing your bottom turn, knowing you're going to be too late to the lip, cutting it short and going under the lip. So cool. Bring them back. I want to see more of those under the lip hooks.
Paying homage to the greats, the icons of the sport. Jeffrey's Bay, Goofy Foots, there have been some truly outstanding names down the years. Iago Dora would like to add his name.
Simon Anderson was a regular foot that had an incredible under lip snap too. I feel like I'm almost going to give in like surf history Simon Anderson the credit for that turn, but then I'm going to give it the recent history to Mark Akalupa at J-Bay for that turn.
Yeah, you get the Houdini moment as well. You kind of completely disappear and then come out with the speed. Crowd absolutely loving that. Griff, priority now. 8.76 the number he's chasing down. So in terms of the scores overall in this one so far, had real quality going to both of them. But in terms of the head-to-head matchups, very much stacked in Iago's way.
Yeah, that 5-2 to Iago, it's a big up. That's definitely one his way. I mean, a lot of scores there as well. We've got excellent scores when it comes to those max waves, and when it comes to these two, really different approaches to surfing heats, but the one thing they have in common is they always leave it all out in the water. They always bring their best. So this has been the matchup we knew it was going to be between these two surfers.
Looks like Griff might be hunting in air. Or a turn.
Colapinto carving hard in the pocket. There's that tail slide whip. There's the tube time. He'll just push through and come out through the curtain. So the choice of this wave, will it be vindicated by the inside section as he'll look and he'll grab the face and stall and travel a lengthy tube ride for Griffin Colapinto. And he absolutely loves it. The crowd do too. They're in full voice here. What a heat we're witnessing. But hang on, Dora again. Under the lip snap from him, and it's functional because it makes him match the pace of the wave. And he'll carve back. Now he's got a beautiful section and he'll absolutely belt that. No way. And then goes up again and pushing so hard. We're watching real high quality surfing. Has to be one of the outstanding heats of the whole event. You'd expect that in semifinals.
Wow, what an exchange. How's Griff just tube seeking and finding? Iago down the point.
Ain't done yet. He'll keep going here. 5 minutes on the clock. Maybe looking for a section. We know his weapons on that inside, not on that occasion. It's with the panel now. They're going to have a look at this tube from Griffin Colapinto. The turn's done before it as well. This was the last wave of Iago.
Yeah, there's a lot to break down here. He's hurt Kaipo and right on cue under the lip snap to start this wave off, and then really just starts to, like you say, match his pace to the wave here. This turn, really nice. Just straight click in the pocket there. Came back around, felt like it was in the right direction, and then buried the nose and went down. Had Matt Bemro's head in his hands. You know, you could really feel the emotion from Iago's support crew, but beautiful turn there. I mean, super vertical, free fell from the lip, and it all just came undone on this second turn here.
Yeah, let's see what happened. Yeah, just got out to the shoulders, sunk the rail too hard, and you know, he's just thinking, oh no, oh no. And look at this, is like cheering, but then, oh. Meanwhile, Griff, tube seeking.
Yeah, Griff, this was a great wave. I mean, talk about patience and power. This is exactly that on this wave. Digs in that rail. It's really hard. Straight back off the bottom into that fin throw we know he has unlocked. Then gets a bit of a cover up. Had this moment where he kind of just teased us with a little bit of a barrel ride and said, all right, you like that crowd, want to see a little bit more? Comes through this inside section and really shows us what he's got. Tucks into this barrel, travels through it, is doing his best Felipe Toledo of what we saw this morning. Came out, and the surfer he is, he almost looked like he was chasing more down the line, but then realized, you know what, let's call it a day, because this was a really nice end to the ride here.
Wow, look at that, drained. Second section, gets through. He had a couple pumps to get through. And then the celebration. 8.76.
Yeah, it's definitely asking the question, because he got some really tidy turns done out the back. So it is a full combination. It's a full wave from start to finish here. He's pretty deep in this as well. He travels in, maybe not as big as that barrel we saw of Felipe's this morning, but still technical. He drove through the barrel there for Griff. So see how it puts him back in this heat.
Yeah, he's well within his rights to ask the question as he emerges. And he's delighted with the work he got done. Let's see what the numerical reward will turn out to be. The number is in, it's 833, so it's deemed excellent, but not quite where he needed to get to in terms of the score. It'll remain the 843. Look how close these two are. This is the spread from the panel.
Yeah. And not one judge gave him the 876 that he needed. So still got some work to do. He's got a 2-minute drill because he does have priority.
Huge totals for this pair.
Yeah, but look at both of them are excellent.
Showing their quality and a reflection of the conditions as well and what's available. And really, it's kind of the type of stuff you just mind surfing, getting at all different parts of the waves, doing deep tubes, going up into the lip. And we've seen everything really so far in this. 90 seconds left of it.
So Griff's got to actually better that last performance, and that last performance was, to me, incredible with that long tube ride. He's got to better that right now by 1/10 of a point for that 8.43. Iago wants Griff to hear the situation, and he wants to hear the situation.
So it will be priority with Colapinto here. Let's see how crucial that turns out to be as we'll go inside. Well, the final minute is upon us here. And at the moment, Thiago Dora, world #1, heading into the final here. Unless Griffin Colapinto can find a wave, and not just any wave as well, needs an excellent number.
I feel Iago should just hustle and kind of be in Griffin's orbit right now. You know, just be in his atmosphere a little bit. You know he's got priority. But then again, Griffin's showing a little bit of desperation, and we can see right now also, Paul, like not a ton of energy, and just these insiders, I don't know if any of them are going to have what you need for that 8.43.
Colapinto forced really to go to the inside, and it will be a smaller wave. He'll give it a crack, he'll swing at it. Here he goes, Griffin, with speed and with a section. Goes massive over the section, but he won't stomp the landing, and it's what he had to do, really. That was all that was on offer for him. But ultimately, as he puts that down, it will be the Brazilian and the world #1, Thiago Dora, heading to the final. What a semi that we just witnessed.
Oh, what a heat. I mean, Back-to-back excellent scores. Both of these guys with 2 8s in their lineup. That was the matchup that we saw coming, that we all were predicting to go down between these two surfers. I mean, obviously one has to win, but I feel like they're both going to be pretty content with that heat.
Iago absolutely loving this. He just cruises through and brings this one in, saving that energy. He's going to need a bit more, one more to go for him. It will be the final. He's locked in there. He's been outstanding from the opening round throughout. And the first semi-final.
What an outstanding heat. Just excellent on both surfers' account. That's entertainment. You got to feel good about that, even if you're not making it out of this heat. Iago Dora on the recap. Just hangers on the backhand. Beautiful surfing, powerful surfing, a mix of grip and release throughout this entire wave. Great rhythm, great tempo, nice finish, high-risk maneuvers. What more do you want?
Oh, can't ask for more. I mean, excellent scores for both of our surfers. This was a true matchup between these guys. And Iago, once he found this gear, he just didn't stop unleashing. Turn to turn, showing us everything he's got, every single rail and maneuver he can throw in. He really did show us. And the thing I loved as well is he stuck to a lot of traditional surfing in this heat. We've seen him go really progressive in his last opening rounds, but showing that he can go excellent with big maneuvers just like that one.
Speedy, high risk, a lot of leverage, the under the lip right there, beautiful surfing. But Griffin, he could respond with some beautiful, excellent surfing all of his own.
Yeah, I just love the way Griff was able to find this gear and dig harder on this rail. I mean, although didn't get the win, put on a brilliant performance. I mean, he's found a connection with this wave that he hasn't had in the past. This is his best result he's ever had here at J-Bay, and you can see why this year he's looking comfortable. He knows this wave. He knows exactly how to read it, especially in moments like this when there's a barrel or when he needs to go the air or lay his rail. He really did tick every single box here this year, and I bet you he's going to come back bigger and better next year.
8-3-3 right there, but not enough. It's going to be Iago Dora on to the final.
Our first finalist is locked in. It is the world number 1, Iago Dora. It'll either be Felipe Toledo or Connor O'Leary. Find out who when we come back from break.
The Corona Cero Open J-Bay is brought to you by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By Kuha Municipality, good governance through service. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
One of the outstanding days from an incredible season of pro surfing on the Championship Tour continues here in quality conditions at Jeffreys Bay, having a look at a 3-time winner in the form of Felipe Toledo. And he's going to have to get past one of the heaviest hitters in the business, Connor O'Leary, on the backhand out here. And he has been belting sections and getting big numbers from the panel. As we'll check out Phil. Pretty sprightly, light on his toes. Chucks up a bit of variety as well, engaging that rail. And some of the chatter on the face he deals with pretty well. His weapon is his speed, and he'll build it up here, dealing with a bit of washy stuff going up the face of the wave. Toledo.
By Toledo standards, that was a pretty sticky beginning for him. I mean, he's got about a half hour to improve upon it. Here's Connor, first wave.
O'Leary just eases in. Similar sort of setup for him. As he'll just wait patiently and look down the line. You see that trademark kind of sweeping motion that he does with his arms as he moves them across his front leg and then just drives up to that lip when the section's steep. When it's more mellow, he goes a little bit out, kind of carves on the face, bang, with the speed, and that one just running away.
I feel like kind of a tough start for both of the surfers. That wave for Connor just stayed. There's his coach, Doug Marsh, but just stayed kind of flat for that whole first part of the point.
He had that one big moment right at the end, but yeah, I agree. Didn't really get to go super vert like we know he can. You can see he's still eyeing off these mid-size or these smaller sets that are coming through because they have that really nice pace and bold to it. But I agree, you know, it's all right. It's just the start of the heat, trying to feel this one out a little bit. Connor, though, this is what we're talking about here. Just a little bit slopier at the start of this wave here.
Yeah, so usually we see that, you know, real compression and vertical attack, but because the wave wasn't steep, he wasn't able to do that. So he's just doing some backhand carves. This is what he wants. He wants sections that stand up like this on the inside. And this is when you really see the difference with the vert stab. And then the wave just ran away.
Yeah, two different opposing storylines in this heat as well. I mean, we have the underdog of Conor O'Leary, who has found himself in this round by just going upside down and belting it wave after wave. And he is kind of the crowd favorite, you know, with this underdog dark horse mentality. And then you have Toledo, who is actually also the crowd favorite because he's won here 3 times before, has the chance to go in the book of best edders all time here, and has had excellent waves after excellent waves. So there's two kind of opposing storylines here. Either one, though, I feel like the crowd's going to be happy.
Toledo stands on the tail and is patient. Sets up with a carve, realizing a little softer in terms of the energy on that wave and not somebody wants to commit to in terms of time. Already, best result of the season for Conor O'Leary. Couple of fifths in Margaretson at Trestles, the best of it for him right now. Obviously, he's going to get at least equal third here, but in terms of his career, there's been a couple of moments where maybe we would have liked to see him when he's in this kind of form and he is getting excellent numbers. I mean, you think a couple of years ago out here against John Florence would stand out, and sometimes he's in that form where people can't really match him. They can't get near his power. He just kind of runs out of steam sometimes in events, and right now is the opportunity to really step up, get yourself in a final, try and win one.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see Conor take home a win, especially a maiden win on the CT. He is so good at surfing and just so technically beautiful. I mean, I mentioned it earlier, he has that same technique on his backhand as we saw some of the best. Owen Wright, Matt Wilkinson, when they come back around, put their hand on the front of the board, and you get taught that as a goofy footer, and he just applies it, and he just is so easy to watch, especially at this wave as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing the opportunities that do come his way.
His plans would have been very much dialed in with Dog before this one in terms of not giving opportunities to Toledo, trying to iron out any kind of mistakes, really trying to optimize whatever you can do when you come up against someone that's had such a great relationship with a wave like this. How do you upset them? How do you steal some of that momentum? Opening exchange will go the way of Toledo in terms of his 5-3-3. It's a 4-5 for Conor. And that's where we are after about 9 minutes of surfing in this. Interesting to see O'Leary managing to get waves from under priority against Ethan Ewan to get himself hit.
Look at the pot's going to get stirred right now. This is semi-cleanup set. Let's see. Conor or Felipe.
A bomb for Toledo, and it'll push wide. And it'll just try and stay with this, and then he'll have to connect and fade back onto the inside if this wave will stand up for him. He's been super patient out the back, and now he'll commit to a speed line. 3-time champ Felipe Toledo has a look at that section.
We talked about that, Paul. Bigger isn't always better, especially on this tide getting lower. That was a big macking set, but it went so wide off of the point that, and Toledo was waiting for that earlier today on a higher tide. That inside impossible section gave him that barrel, right? Not the case this time.
Live rankings up to 7th. Obviously, he wants to get inside that top 5.
Yeah. And 6 is out of competition. So 6 was Griffin, so he's out. So there's an opportunity for Felipe Toledo.
A major opportunity for him here. You think about past successes at this wave, and obviously hasn't had great results at the end of the road thus far. This will be, of the 2 remaining events, certainly the one he'll identify and go, that's me, I'm the outstanding surfer in the event. Let's lift that trophy again. He's on the back of the ski. We just mentioned in terms of game plans, and maybe there's little mistakes, and coughing up opportunity there, and you just saw before he got on the ski, just a little bit annoyed with himself that he took that wave and isn't going to add anything in terms of his total.
Yeah, he mentioned in his last post here that he's just feeling pretty mellow, you know, just cruising, doesn't really care. He cares. He 100% cares. And that's the thing I love about Felipe is he tries to keep you on your toes and just think that he's feeling one way, but he looks switched on. We know he wants the win, and he says he's not thinking about the final 5, but deep down, we know he wants a 3rd world title, that's for sure. And he's got a chance to really climb up those rankings like we're talking about here. And what a wave to do it at. I mean, his connection here and as a place as a whole, it runs really deep.
Let's see how this one plays out after her first men's semi that was just relentless in terms of quality. This one, relatively, just sort of simmering at the moment. We're waiting for it to boil over. Toledo getting back into the lineup and realizing he's got yet more work to do in this heat. Priority with Conor O'Leary. Yeah. Think about matchups down the years between these two. It's been pretty uneven thus far, and there's a reason why Toledo's the favourite. It's been one-way traffic pretty much, Kibes.
It's uneven in every category, right? Average heat score, maximum heat score, average wave score. So it's been all Felipe Toledo. When we look at the analytics, but right now I feel even though Conor O'Leary is trailing Felipe, the advantage is with Conor O'Leary because he has that priority. So chance for Conor to get one back.
Let's see how he goes about doing that. The remaining 22.5 minutes of this one. Crowd enjoying their day here for finals day. As we look to the forecast that almost had sort of 3 different pulses of swells, and you're trying to work it out and look at the winds, particularly that devil wind as well, which comes up the face and makes things tricky. You have to say, hats off to Surfline for the forecast in terms of we're probably maybe slightly better than we were hoping for and expecting today.
Yeah, yeah. And about 1,000 Corona buckets have been thrown out throughout this entire point. It's been absolutely, it seems like every other person has a bucket of Corona walking up and down the beach.
You can't be in a hurry to get anywhere down here at J-Bay today. There is just people everywhere. You're trying to run to get to the post-heat interview, and there's just a million people. Everyone wants a piece of the action, and just hearing all the little chit-chat in between as well. Like, did you see Griffin's last wave? What do you think the score's going to be, and how invested the fans are down here to seeing who is going to be crowned champion? Everyone's got their fan pick favourite. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of a matchup to go down between these two guys to really fuel that fan fire.
No major upsets in terms of the women's finals. We see the world number 1 and 2 go at it. That'll be Molly Picklum, Gabriella Bryan, and that'll be in about just over 21 minutes time. Before that, who's heading to the men's final to take on Iago Dora? Will it be an old Brazilian affair? Could it be an old goofy affair?
Yeah, order in progress. You find that flag pretty much at every single stop. You're going to find a Brazilian audience. They would love nothing more than an all-Brazilian final.
Even at Burleigh, it was actually probably 50-50 between the Brazilians and Aussies down on the headland there. I mean, Felipe, every time he's up on his feet, half the beach was roaring, then the other half was roaring for Jules. It was crazy how much support there is from the Brazilians all around the world. And then talk about Saquarema. I mean, the crowds looked insane there.
Oh. Traffic jams of all sorts. 10,000, 30,000, whatever, 40,000 people. Yeah, it's crazy. They got a great fan base, and right now I feel like it's getting into morning right now in Brazil, and we're on Global. Their audience must be tremendous. There's a big viewing audience right now. It's 9:20 a.m. in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, they didn't get their all-Brazilian final in Saquarema, though, did they? All-American final over there.
Yeah, got a little quiet for just a moment.
The crowd will get you so far.
Yeah.
It's all about the surfing that goes on the 2 best waves at the moment in this one. Pretty modest, really, in terms of the scoreboard thus far. We're really waiting for it to fire up in terms of quality sets coming through, but that's only adding to the anticipation down here as we expect.
How beautiful is this town, Paul? Just stunning. The layout of this. This is my first time to South Africa, and it's been an amazing experience. Not just going as fast as you can on a surfboard, but just everything else around it.
Yeah, it's truly magical and unique place, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't really be anywhere else. Like you said, whether you're up and riding on the wave or just around and about town here, Meanwhile, looking to tap into some of that magic. Connor O'Leary, the goofy, as he'll hit his first turn and then use that rail just to stay connected to the pocket, and he'll be a little patient here, and he'll just rake that bottom turn and a similar sort of motion to carve back into the pocket. So far, this has been more kind of lateral style surf, and he hasn't cracked the lip yet. He'll give it a hit there, and he'll look to go on this inside if it cooperates, which it won't really do. So it's a wave that flattered to deceive a little bit.
That was tough. And that had nothing to do with Connor O'Leary's surfing. That had everything to do with the wave just turning semi-lackluster.
You can see how much he wants to unleash, though. The fact that he's just really trying to give it his all. But I agree, that wave just tapering off a little bit. Didn't have that shape he was looking for.
Well, this is why he's had success here as we go CT by the numbers, and these are average counting wave scores. So your top 2 scores, and you see Connor O'Leary, 3rd place there on that particular graphic, and just showing his quality and how he engages and commits to these maneuvers and takes big risks to go up on tricky sections and gets rewarded when he does so. But this wave didn't really offer him those sections.
Yeah, it didn't. I feel like it had this weird little ridge in it that it never quite let him get fully to the bottom of the wave. So it didn't cup out and steepen up like I was hoping for. You can see it's starting to taper off through here. A lot of fatness coming through this section. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the surfing. It's beautiful. It's clean. There's barely any fumbles between any of his turns, but just didn't have those big open water sections that he's been able to capitalize on. I mean, got damage done on that turn there, but yeah, was definitely looking for more. And, you know, Kaipo said it hurts a little bit watching that one. You know, you can see how bad and how hard he's pushing, but just not getting the opportunity to there.
A short while ago, Rosie caught up with Yago Dora.
Well, Yago, what a performance. We've been saying it throughout this event, but to come to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, to hear the competitors, coaches, everyone giving you such a massive applause, one of the heats of the year. How did you feel about your performance?
Yeah, that felt really good. I'm a little tired actually after that, and that was just a lot of surfing. We almost didn't see each other out there, just so many waves coming. We were exchanging big scores, and yeah, I'm just so happy I made those 2 good waves, and to get the heat win against Griffin on waves like this is really special.
And let's touch about surfing against Griffin. Similar kind of situation to what we saw at Trestles, yourselves going excellent, trading excellent waves. Is it great to surf against someone that brings out the best in you?
Yeah, it's amazing. These are the matchups I love surfing. Griffin, we qualified on the same year, so we have been pushing each other like every year, and it's also really good to have a good hit with him. And yeah, feels even better when your opponent also ripped his heat, and yeah, just nice to get that one.
3rd final this year, an opportunity to clinch your 3rd win in 2025. I mean, this is just an amazing track record.
Yeah, it's been a great year. I feel really good. I feel like my surfing is on point. I'm like on my best phase right now, and yeah, I wanna keep going and surf another 30 minutes of perfect J-Bay.
Let you get ready for that matchup. Thank you so much, Yago.
It's all happening down here on finals day. The women's final coming up soon. Gabby Bryan taking on Molly Picknam. We'll conclude our 2nd men's semi as well right after the break.
Nothing's ever touched me like that before. I mean, my heart just kind of stopped for a minute when you just like lock eyes with an animal like that. I'm speechless. That elephant definitely had me in tears. It just felt like it was my mum saying hi.
This place is pretty incredible. You've got this huge open area where these animals that you don't even really expect to be like real life are just roaming around.
Like you're in the middle of the whole kind of a Disney movie in a way. Like everyone's jumping around and bouncing around and things are popping out of the bushes.
I didn't think I could ever see myself crying on safari, but this one, it just really struck a nerve. I will never, ever, ever forget this in my life. It has been a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
How was that?
Shamwari Safari, pretty sweet action if you can hook into it, and just one of the many delights of a trip to South Africa. Surfing has been the start thus far on finals day. Should we get caught up with numbers? Not loads of action to bring you there. A little bit of news in terms of Conor O'Leary in his second number. It's pretty modest, 4.1. He's in the lead at the moment, though. Gone beyond. Well, we're under 12 minutes to go in this. What's happened to the waves, you guys?
Well, I saw this happen yesterday, Paul. And although we have 3 times as much as swell as yesterday, the low tide sometimes pulls everything out and sometimes just takes some of the energy out of the water, this receding tide. We saw a pause yesterday afternoon. I'm sure the surfers are aware of that too, and will be, you know, planning accordingly.
We're expecting a pulse sooner rather than later. Toledo's expecting it right now. Really nice carve. Opens up, board away from the body and commits hard to the turn. And again, just cuts in water. Oof. And then chops his line short to get up there high, taking a risk. And another mistake from Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, didn't see that coming either. I mean, that wave started off beautifully. A lot of speed, a lot of energy with that one from Felipe, but yeah, it just went down. I was thinking to myself, oh, 327 any day of the week. Went up to that floater and just, don't know, maybe looked like the wind got a little bit of air under his board there for Felipe, but very uncharacteristic heat. I thought we'd see a much bigger matchup. I mean, we've got 10 minutes to go, so it can definitely flip on its head. But not the matchup we thought we were going to see between these two.
Getting some energy, though, coming down the point right now and having a look. Is O'Leary's interested. A little late entry for him, and then straight down the line. He'll load up high and then just swoop down and set up for this. Massive first hit. And another, beautifully done. He'll get another pump, and again, high in the pocket, super critical power surfing from O'Leary, and he'll get a little greedy and push really hard on that end section. He had good work done prior to that. Groans up here on the host set, groans in the Red Bull athlete zone as well.
Oh, everyone felt that, because that was on its way to excellent. And he's just going to go look for the Red Bull jet ski at this point.
Oh, that was more like it, though. I mean, the start of that wave, it just kept getting better and better with every turn. And then, like you mentioned, he pushed really hard. Pushed as hard as we've seen him push. It maybe just a little bit of headspace coming into that one as well. Think I need a good wave. I finally need to open up in this heat. And then overdid it, overcompensated. And I think the whole beach just went, no. Are you serious? No.
Yeah. Still did better, I believe, than that 4.1 that he has in his scoreline. So he will improve, but he had way more room to improve with that wave, with the wave quality and just what he got done on the outside.
Yeah, I do think this is the best wave of his heat so far. I mean, just got himself a high line to start this one off. It comes down, absolutely no downtime. Held that bottom tone we've talked about. Gabby Medina, Oki having similar characteristics. Unleashes at the top, just really opening up that strength and that power we know that Conor has to offer. Comes through here, pushes even harder and then slips over the rail there. That board almost coming disattached. And you could see a little bit of frustration there from Conor. Splashes the water a little bit there, but wow.
Yeah, you sometimes see coaches, even athletes in some sports, cover the mouth so the lip readers can't kind of guess what they're saying. I think Dog there is maybe because he wanted to say something a little bit colourful in terms of his language, so he just covered the mouth.
Look, in the Red Bull athlete zone, Tyler, Lily, Dog, and the crew are still recovering from that. That was emotional. That was an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah, we're still recovering from that
the turn, we've seen him do that turn so many times. We've seen him do it on bigger sections in this event, even earlier on today. And you're just thinking, as he commits to that turn, he's looked like he's timed it to perfection. But
remember, the judges don't take away from, you just don't add to your score. So what he's going to get credit for is those 3 big turns, and he will improve upon his score line. So he will stay in the lead. So that's the good news for Conor O'Leary.
Yeah, significant number for him, 6.33. So in control in terms of being in the lead in this heat. Priority with Toledo. Just a mid-range number required by him, 5.51. And he's not going to hang around too long to go about getting it, because he's in action here. Felipe Toledo loading up with a ton of speed. And at this stage, not able to do too much with it other than stay patient, stay close to the pocket. He'll swoop again, and he'll frame this next section where it'll get speedier. And a dynamic carving snap into the lip line for him. And then doesn't try to do too much on the float, but does well to control it. And now a stall, and he'll drive and pump, and he'll come out the tube, and he'll go again. Toledo getting barreled, getting deep, coming out.
It's on. Now it's on. We've got a heat in our hands. That was the first exchange where it's been blow for blow between the two. Obviously, Conor went down, got the best wave of the heat. It was the 6.33. Cue Toledo to come in and find himself his best wave of the heat so far. Just to lay it on rail, have these big, speedy projection floaters, and not one, but two barrels. This is classic Felipe Toledo and exactly what we expect from him at this point in the heat.
Yeah, it's almost like we're a broken record. We talk about there's so many, just the patience that you have to have in J-Bay. Showing patience, showing restraint at the beginning, gets a nice snap there. That's just a medium snap by Felipe Toledo, but this is the projection right here, getting to the impossible section. Hops over that double up, knows it's all about the barrel, parks it, and wants a little bit more, and he's gonna get a little bit more.
I love the way he slowed down a little bit more for that second one. That first barrel was super quick, got some nice cover, but it was in and out. I think a little bit too quick for his liking as well. Gets a bit of shade time, comes around here, and watch him stall. Really starts to wipe off the speed around here and then travels through. Look at the speed he has going through that barrel there for Toledo. I mean, we knew he had variety, but this is really taking it to another level, just between every single turn he had in these two barrel rides.
And watch his feet and watch how he gets further up on the board, then back to hit the brakes a little bit, gets to stall, check turn, and then way up on the board above the tail pad, because that is the gas pedal on your surfboard. Gets the acceleration, gets the completion.
Number drops in for Toledo, takes control, goes excellent. 8 points for Felipe Toledo. Carving snaps to double tube to 8 points and puts a number on O'Leary. It's a very gettable one at this stage with priority and with over 4.5 minutes. A big goofy Conor O'Leary, 7.01. Brazilian crowd here supporting, they're enjoying it. Vociferous on finals day, as you might expect from early on this morning. But hang on, here goes Conor O'Leary, chasing down a 7.01. Decent looking wave from him. Let's see how he'll go here. He'll pull in and he'll grab the rail. And if he can come out, which he can, that is so technical to do that backhand at J-Bay, and a hammer of a hit for O'Leary. Check the bottom turn. No. Once again, absolutely smashes it. O'Leary, another with the drift. This is going to be a monster of a score for O'Leary. What's he got? One more. Come on.
Talk about a comeback. What was that? Talk about an answer back. Give him a 10.
Yeah, is that a 10? That was crazy surfing.
Give him a 10.
I mean, that got every single one of us in the booth revved up, hands above our head, just going, that was epic.
Come on.
Unreal. Unreal. How good is competitive surfing? This wave here, I was a little nervous at the start because it was slopey. Looked like he maybe buried a little bit of rail coming through that first section, but then from that, he just really switched into gear. Technical backhand tube riding, fully covered, disappeared, and then came through this inside section and just unleashed kipes.
Gonzo on the barrel, and then goes hammers right here on the hangers. And this one just oververt, and that's not enough. He wants more. He knows he's got to finish. Talk about high risk. Look at that finish. Oh my goodness, Conor O'Leary. He's going to turn the heat right there.
Just the hands on the head to think, what just happened? You know, I think he was confused on what just happened on that last wave as well. Incredible stuff from Conor O'Leary. I mean, this is just clutch surfing. I absolutely love this wave from start to finish.
A massive moment in the context of finals day, a massive moment in Conor O'Leary's career, and a huge number in for him. It's a perfect number. It's a 10-point ride for Conor O'Leary. We'll just appreciate this again. It could only really be, I mean, it was goosebumps all around as we watched this go down. The commitment.
Just the barrel, the disappearing, the leverage on that final turn, the celebration, the feeling that Conor O'Leary has right there. And like you said, Paul, and we asked for it, right? And the judges gave it to us, a 10-point ride.
Toledo will wonder what just happened at this stage as he'll go glide over a lip and out. His requirement is 8.34. Conor O'Leary is back on terra firma.
Okay.
And it's 10 points for Conor O'Leary. His career high is 9.57, and what a time to do it.
So not a perfect 10. One judge gave him a 9.7. Talk to that guy. But the other ones, hey, we love it. 10-point ride all day long in my book.
I wonder if he's looking at Geordie down the point, because he said in his last heat he could hear woo down the line, and he thought it might have been Bill. He looked over and it was Geordie on his balcony just going, you got that score.
A Yeti 110 Tundra heading his way. What a moment for Conor O'Leary. He's back on the beach here in sunshine on finals day, and at the moment heading towards the final with a 10 in a heat against a 3-time champ here. This is what Toledo tried to do to reply.
I mean, the scary part is Toledo needs an 8.34, and it's really nothing for someone like Toledo, especially a J-Bay, really fast speed turn to kick this one off. Straight up into the pocket as well. Had a really cool free fall with the tail kind of flaring out there. Again, on rail. Needs to go excellent here. Yeah. That was really nice for Toledo.
Yeah. It's, hey, good surfing. That's not going to be the 8.34 that he needs, though. And I feel like he knows it from the body language when he kicked out.
Well, this heat, a little slow burn to kick off, and we were kind of speculating it was going to bring the drama, and it absolutely has in the best possible way. And O'Leary is through to the final here, gets his first win over Felipe Toledo. And what a moment it is for Dog and his crew as well. Absolutely delighted. And it sets up our final all goofy foot affair. Iago Dora will take on Conor O'Leary. He'll come into the final with momentum from a 10 in his semi-final heat. And finals day absolutely delivering for us here at Jeffreys Bay. Elation on the face of Conor O'Leary. And we're expecting more of this top quality action, because there's just 2 more heats yet to come. Coming up next, we'll have the women's final. Gabby Bryan taking on Molly Picklum. Joe, Rosie and Jessie in for the call. Stay tuned for the finals.
I knew that waking up, it was going to be a huge day no matter what.
J-Bay, it's a real one of a kind of wave. This year, just kind of putting pedal to the metal a little more.
Here comes Molly now. Big hook there. Good timing, big section off the roof. The best on tour this year, facing off in pumping conditions here in South Africa. It's time for the finals. Number 1 and 2 in the world find themselves in the final here at the Corona Cero Open Jeffreys Bay. Gabby Bryan in her first final appearance here in South Africa. Molly, runner-up to Lakey Peterson the last time we were here in 2023. These two have been just running things on the championship tour, but they want to win this event for the first time and carry that momentum into Tahiti. Waves are flawless, and we are just buzzing off an electric backhand from Connor O'Leary, giving us a 10-point ride. He'll take a Yeti 110 Tundra, and he'll also look for a chance to win his first championship tour event. Joe Chappelle, Rosie Hodge, and Jesse Mendez. We talk about a buzz in the air on finals day, but when you score the best waves in the waiting period and the best surfers in the world give you a show like this, it's truly unforgettable.
Oh, I'm so grateful just to be sitting here, to be witnessing this, to see Connor O'Leary switch that heat with a 10-point ride up against one of the greats, Felipe Toledo. I mean, this is amazing.
Jesse, speak on behalf of all goofy footers out there.
I mean, it's a proud moment. Obviously, we barely had any past champions here. I think we had Aki and Gabriel. And Gabriel winning all goofy finals as well, same as we have in a few minutes from now. So this is going to be very exciting to watch. Both surfers are demolishing waves. And that comeback from Connor O'Leary, bouncing back off a huge mistake of falling in a 6.33 in his fourth turn, which most likely would have been a 9-point ride. Yeah, it's very impressive, and the tube riding, the technical skills of the bottom turns, everything is impeccable.
Connor O'Leary is surfing with a new kind of confidence. He's been speaking with a new type of confidence as well. It's almost like he knew it before it happened that he'd be in the final. Taking down the side of the draw that had all the past champs of J-Bay, from Ethan Ewing to one of the best, a 3-time J-Bay champion, Felipe Toledo. He's up against Yago Dora, who had a wild heat against Griffin Colapinto. So that one's set. Women's final underway. 40 minutes for their final, scored on their top two. And it's Gabriella Bryan versus Molly Picklum. What are you seeing there? What Gabby's going to bring to try to win this heat?
Oh, man, just both of the most consistent surfers of the season so far. Molly in her third consecutive final. I think it all just comes down to who's managed their energy. They've both surfed, quarters, semis, big heats for both of them. So their third surf today as we watch Molly rolling in.
Molly controls the start of the heat, out positioning Gabriella Bryan. World number one just fading under the white water. Channeling that speed down the line. She'll fade once again, finds the pocket on her back. Beautiful lines all the way back into the power source. Leaning into a cool rail hook just to change gears. Now Molly fading down to the bottom. Trims that first section. Flying down towards impossibles, blitzes the lip line well, and she will step off. Nice clean speed tag to finish off on her feet. Meanwhile, Gabriella Bryan letting the last couple of waves run through, dropping anchor with priority nose. She wants to be efficient with her wave selection, because these two surfers have had a really big finals day today.
Yeah, you got to really, I mean, at this point right now, you can't contain any energy. You just got to put everything out there. I'm sure both of those girls are very gassed, not just because of all the energy you have to spend, but also it's pretty cold here. So, like, that's also makes you spend way more energy than the usual. But what a start here for Molly Picklum.
Watching this opener, how'd you like the first turn, Rosie?
I loved it, Joe. It really just set her up for the rest of this heat. That was kind of like that setup turn. We noticed that some of those beginning waves are a little bit slow, so Molly just S-turning her way, waiting for this wave to stand up. She's really found the sweet spot in the lineup, knowing where to pick the waves, and her wave selection has been incredible and a crucial component of her success here.
Just easy paced, and then that little speed tag at the end, Jesse.
I mean, I could sound like a broken record, but how she's driving through the turns is really impeccable. As you see it, she's never really stomping on the back foot only. She's not only relaying on the back foot and the fins. She starts it off on the back foot and then transfer the energy and the weight to the front foot. And that just creates amplitude, creates drive, and it's just way more dynamic. And she's doing that better than anyone throughout the event. As you see it on this turn right here. Oh, this is kind of that layback carve. Notice how she starts to compress on that front leg. She bends that front leg and extend the back one, putting all the weight, or not all the weight, but a good amount of the weight on the front foot, and that just generates speed throughout the turn. And kept the rails pretty clean throughout the whole wave. Like, there was no downtime, just beautiful rail working from heels to toes for Molly Picklum.
So in her last semifinal, she had to kind of pick up rhythm in the back half and did well at that. This time she's kind of back to her usual habits, starting off strong, clean rails, as she's looking for another championship tour win. She's had 2 at Sunset. She won in Brazil. 8 career finals for Molly Picklum, as she fell off tour, believe it or not, as a rookie on tour. Went to the Challenger Series, came back and put herself in the top 5 in back-to-back seasons. These two confirmed to be competing for a world title in Cloudbreak. First number in, Molly Picklum, 7.67 start.
Yeah, I really like that number. And just analyzing Molly's surfing, it feels like she's really added a few more maneuvers to her repertoire and really giving us a kind of a variety that we know she's capable of, but she's definitely putting more emphasis into a few of her turns.
Gabrielle Bryan celebrating 2 big wins this year, defending her title at Margaret River, going back-to-back, and also winning in El Salvador, where she made the final the year before. Loading up, the most powerful surfer on tour, flexes through that first section, throwing water once again off the tail of that Mayhem. Now starting to jam down the line. Where Molly started slow, Gabrielle started in attack mode, and still a huge power gouge on the open face. Hustling to get out in front for more, and that one's going to shut down, but the damage has been done. 2 different styles, a complete contrast in these 2 athletes. Molly with the finesse type rail work, had to wait patiently to build to her best turn, where Gabby's just ready to punch this thing out blow for blow, Jesse.
Yeah, it's just a good contrast, like you mentioned, Joe. The point of difference is Gabby's just going to destroy every section that is in front of her. She doesn't ever hold back. She might cut it a little bit shorter and tighter, but that's all because she's really pushing those legs and using every inch of that board in order to dig that rail in a good way. And right here, she's going to do it again, gets the speed. Massive layback carve, but that wave just starts to run a little bit in front of her, more than she was probably hoping for and expecting, and she can't get around that section, but damage done and so much water displayed.
There's something about Gabby surfing when she gets to a final, like she's already achieved her spot in the WSL Final 5s. Here she finds herself in the finals, and there's just this release of pressure, and she's really surfing by feel, I think, and she's just upping every maneuver that she's doing, which makes her so dangerous in this situation.
And I feel like she's starting to not just be super back heavy footed, she's kind of starting to drive more. So like you mentioned, she usually gives us a little bit more on the finals or as the event progresses, and that's just relating to massive maneuvers with a lot of drive and very dynamic for Gabby.
Gabrielle Bryan taking advantage of the Red Bull ski. Molly Picklum in motion. Hits it off the lip line, likes to come from behind the section to hit the most critical part of the wave. Now finding her flow state, will come off that higher line and start pressing off the bottom. Cool redirect for Picklum. Swings it back into the pocket. And now loading up, has to adjust again. End section always tricky, and that one was maybe the trickiest she's had to deal with today. Lunging after that closeout section, she'll go down with a fall. Molly paddling back out, but she heard the sound of a 7.67 for her start. A point better than Gabrielle Bryan's 6.67. So a point of difference there. Gabrielle left chasing at the tail end. Well, before we get there, let's watch Molly's again, Ro.
There's something about Molly's connectivity and flow through these J-Bay waves. Like, even though she gets a little bit caught behind there, it's still like going through each of these maneuvers, like attacking that lip line. She's trying to create that point of difference. She knows she's up against one of the most powerful women in our sport. So where can I kind of put my brand of surfing to create that point of difference? And I think Molly, with that, you know, degree of difficulty that she's bringing to the table, the varying up her maneuvers and attacking this end section, that's just such a positive thing for her. I mean, that section is insane that she's going for, and just needs that little bit more speed in order to get that maneuver maintain her composure over the board.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just the flow that she keeps throughout the wave, it feels like she connects the wave from the top to the bottom a little bit more smoothly. And that's appealing to the eye when you're watching live as a judge and just an spectator. Right here, just going for broke, but kind of hitting the inside of the lip a little bit underneath, and had a little bit too much pressure on the outside rail, and the board flips underneath her. Even if she had perfectly timed that, it would have been very hard still to stick. But yeah, great. I mean, a lot of damage done. Obviously a wave with a little bit less energy and less impact for the judges, but still maybe a good backup for now.
Doing the lap around the buoy with the water patrol. Those lines are drawn there, so there's no wake in any set waves that come through. Keeping it pristine and perfect, and we've had the best conditions kind of pick up throughout the day, getting to a good part of the tide, really lined up, 300-yard racetrack. This is what the dream is all about. Picklum, last wave, a 5.67 to back up her start. Gabby Bryan chasing a 6.68 at the moment. Interesting when you see, you know, the point difference. It's fun to kind of break down the scale. Jessie, Molly's start compared to Gabby's second wave, where Gabby had big, powerful turns, more power than Molly, but definitely left that end section kind of running away from her at the end, and that might have been what the judges saw there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is. Like, she probably finished the wave just past the car park section, and there was probably another 50 yards in front of her. So that's just points to accumulate to your scoring potential on your wave. So for her, I don't think there's a mistake there. Maybe she could have just outran the wave a little bit more and chose not to do that third turn, but man, it's very hard to do it. You see that open wall in front of you. It looked like the wave was going to have the timing. Some of them just swing a little bit faster than you expect, and that's how it rolls. You know, it's bad luck for her right there, but you can see the damage has been done, and she almost matched surfing halfway through the wave, so she's looking good, you know, to capitalize on the next opportunity she has.
Number 1 and 2 in the world at the moment, already clinching their spot to compete for the world title. It'll be Molly's third appearance in the WSL Final 5 format. It'll be Gabriella Bryan's first time competing for a world title in her career. Gabriella Bryan, almost a bit of an underdog when she was on the Challenger Series. Still looking for a major sponsor at the time, but obviously making multiple finals, winning the CS. Her profile got a lot bigger, how comfortable she was in waves like Sunset Beach. Saw her release that powerful attack, but things definitely changed, you know, in the offseason this year. Last year, she actually was surfing with a hurt shoulder. She got run over in a free surf at Sunset, and she was actually planning on working on her shoulder recovery if she didn't make the cut, but she almost made the final 5. She won Margaret River, but I think that just showed her, hey, I was surfing basically with one arm, you know, and almost got a spot in the world title race. Then with a little downtime to get the shoulder healed, she actually spent more time in the gym, got more volume from Matt Biolas, and realized she could push a lot harder.
I think Gabby, you know, one thing I recognize with her career, she's kind of flown under the radar and surprised us in such a massive way. She's kept her humble, just happy demeanor throughout, but obviously just evolved her surfing, got such a great support crew on the right equipment, and now she's headed to the WSL Finals, and just the most improved surfer on the Women's Championship Tour.
By far, just seeing her feel confident in the jersey as well. She's quick to thank her coach, her support crew. Might have been one of my favorite post-heat interviews with Gabriella Bryan earlier, with Jessie Starling. Told her that she had her spot, you know, in the finals. All laughs, because her whole support crew was just screaming at her from the top of the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Those are moments in your career that you're never going to forget.
I mean, those are the moments you live for. Obviously, mostly achieving something so massive, and by falling short last year, had the spot taken in the last event for a few mistakes that she had in a heat against Erin Brooks. It looks like Molly up and riding. That sounds much better to talk about than what I'm saying. So
late takeoff there for Molly. Up and down, back to Jessie. Oh, we'll continue on.
Well, yeah, we'll just continue on.
Waves are pumping. It's flawless. At the moment, we have Gabriella Bryan holding position as she's worked out her lineup marks over the years of coming here, where she's finished in the quarterfinals in the past. So found a bit of success, but this is the moment she's been training for.
I actually want to go back. You guys are talking about the final fives, and I just want to notice, pointed out the importance of this heat. This is not just a final. This most likely could be the deciding world title heat coming up in a few months from now. So you coming up on top here, it could build a lot of confidence going up against someone. Like we were talking earlier this year, earlier this event, how Gabby had to overcome beating Caroline Marks and Tyler Wright from never getting the top or the edge on top of them. This could play a huge factor coming into the last few heats of the year. So this is just more than a final at J-Bay with pumping waves. There's a lot on the line.
100%, Jesse. And to add to that, the announcement earlier today, the importance of being in yellow and the perks that come with it.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just recognizing it's not going to be, if you are the #1 seed and you win that first title match, you win the world title. I mean, you've done so well. And just to like let that resonate with you and give you something to fight for in these final 2 events as we see that rule come into play, I think it's going to make that race for the yellow jersey so competitive. We're watching it play out right now in this final, and headed into Tahiti, I think it's going to be the same thing.
So we've got to wait and see what happens as far as seeding goes with these two. At the moment, Molly's in yellow. No matter how this final ends up, she'll stay in yellow heading into Tahiti. But the goal would be in that #1 seed.
How scary, though, being #1 seed in Tahiti, because you're going to come against a crazy wild card. More than likely, it's going to be Vahine Ferreiro, and we'll see who it is. But either way, you've got a handful of just maniac surfers that can really throw a wrench in your campaign.
You know, are you kind of maybe trying to get the #2 seed?
Yeah, sometimes you hope for it, really.
Here comes Gabriella Bryan, waiting patiently to open up. Top turn carve, doesn't look interested, steps off.
And that's the problem of being at J-Bay, and it's 6 foot and it's as good as it gets. Every wave looks incredibly amazing. And all of them look like they're going to double up on the inside. So this is what happened right here for Gabby. Takes off on a wave that looked good, but the wave just kind of dissipating halfway through. But it still was a great wave. It's just a matter of being patient enough to pull the trigger on the perfect one.
And sometimes, like psychologically, when you're hearing scores come through and you don't get the better of the exchange, and this playing field is so vast that you don't get to see your competitor and what they've done, you can almost start to second guess yourself on your wave selection. So even though, you know, Gabby just absolutely mutilated that midsection of the wave, was rewarded with the mid-6, she's not aware of what Molly did on her wave. So she's kind of like maybe getting into her head a little bit. I don't know, I'm kind of speculating, but just noticing when the boys have come in, like even when Griffin and Yago met on the glass, and Griffin was like, oh, what did you do on that wave? Just to kind of calibrate what was going on in the heat. I don't know. Maybe I'm going down a rabbit hole. But.
No, I think you pointed out a huge factor. Like, they are overthinking. There's no doubt about it. But they just have to kind of tone it out, and they go to reset modes throughout the heat to tell themselves, hey, just keep it clean. Make sure you just pull the trigger. You know what the right wave looks like. But you overthink in this perspective of the surfers with the jersey and the best conditions of the year. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
What a great time to be watching pro surfing, pumping finals day. We saw this swell on the charts a long time ago. And Kevin Wallace at Surfline was getting more and more excited the closer we got to today, which is Friday here in South Africa. Groom conditions. We had a little bit of cross shore this morning, went strong offshore. Now it's just perfect. Jeffreys Bay, Molly, and Gabby going back to back on their ride. 7.67 still the highest number of the final so far. And Picklum had to work hard and wait a long time for that first win of the season. Just came at Brazil, and she's looking to go 2 wins in a row as we check in on the beach with Kaipo.
That's right, Joe. It's been an epic day at the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Incredible action. The action's not going to end after the final, Joe, though. It's going to be the Corona Cero post-show with myself, Jesse Mendez, Rosie Hodge. The fans are unreal. And check this out. I ain't no liar when I say that Molly is on fire. Check out all the highlights today at the Corona Cero post-show. 0 APV, all natural ingredients. Enjoy it with a lime. Yum.
Cheers, Kaipo. Kaipo on his first trip to this wave here at Jeffreys Bay. He came in this morning and was like, wow, this is a trip of a lifetime. He's been having so much fun meeting these people that are locals at Jeffreys Bay, getting waves, going on safaris. Dream realized. Thanks, Kipes. Looking forward to the Corona Cero post show, which will be following the men's final. Coming up next, an all goofy foot final. Very rare. We had one a couple of years ago with Gabriel Medina and Italo Ferreira going blow for blow and solid 8 to 10 foot surf. Actually, I'm supposed to say 6 foot plus, right?
Solid max. That's as far as you can get on surfing. Anything above that, it's basically Joss.
Yeah, you just say 6 foot. Surfers are funny. But I'm going to go 8 to 10. It was pumping. And Gabriel was surfing unbelievably well to take out a win for the Goose. It had been since '84, since Aki won.
Ooh.
What was that right there?
That was interesting.
A little bit of intention, maybe not. No paddles, but definitely a little bit of the nose sticking into the wave. Let's see how the priority judge. I mean, I looked at you, Rosie, and you're kind of surprised as well at what happened.
Well, Gabriel was kind of over the back of Molly there, like kind of sell it to her, and Molly didn't actually put a paddle to inspect that wave, so I think it looks like the priority is going to stay set.
So priority doesn't change. World number 1 will take this wave. Setting her pace off the bottom and lays into a throwaway. Priority goes to Gabby Bryan. The Picklum camp silent.
Yeah, that's a big mistake. Kind of almost felt like the same problem with Isabella Nichols in the previous heat against Molly. Had that best score of the heat to start. Had the opportunity to capitalize and just maybe pulling the trigger in the wrong wave.
So 15:40 on the clock. Connor O'Leary is already preparing for the final. So didn't even have time to check in with us on the glass. He is straight to his coach, Richard Dog Marsh, knowing that the biggest heat of his career is coming up next. Taking on world number 1, Yago Dora. Really look forward to that clash. Join the conversation on our social media at WSL and predict the champion of that men's final. Still 15 minutes to go till we get there. But you guys noticed that little moment with these two, then Molly straight into a fall. So little rhythm change right there.
Oh, you could just tell Molly was just shaking her head after that wave. She knows the mistake she made. A word that I heard thrown around this morning is stamina. And I don't think it's just physically. I think mentally you've got to have that fortitude to kind of hold your ground, make smart decisions. Even when you're feeling, you know, that this has been a long day for all of these surfers. It's been a long, long leg of the tour. Like Lowers, Saquarema, J-Bay.
And you're talking about just kind of getting worse, right? Because you come from Brazil, which you're probably riding 10 seconds to 15 seconds max waves. So you have to keep your attention throughout that period of time. Here you're talking about 30 to 40 seconds. So it's 3 or 4 times longer and more time that you have to keep concentrated and Molly up and riding.
Under priority, Picklum trying to make up from that mistake with priority, lays down a clean arc. Section's going to knock her back and hold her behind, forced to jump off again. Nothing changing in the top 2 for the Australian.
This is an interesting scenario for Molly because she's halfway through the lineup. She kind of probably has the option to just paddle back out, but there's kind of sets stacking up out the back. She's going to make in time out the back to not get caught probably, but I'm not sure if she's going to be on the good positioning for the takeoff. So Gabby kind of just having a momentum shift for her right now.
13.5 remaining in the final to decide a champion. It'll be a new champion for the women and the men this year. So far, Molly out front, Gabriella with priority. We'll be right back.
Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
Can't wait to get to the end of the road at Te Ahupo'o in French Polynesia. The final stop of the regular season, the end of the road. The road literally stops. There's a crazy left-hand tube that's a slab that comes off deep water, folds over a very shallow shelf, and the world's best put their head down and try to get the barrel of their lifetime. But it's also going to set up the Lexus WSL Finals, though, who will be in the final 5. For Picklum, she's looking for a big result there. She's kind of gone down swinging in the last couple of years, just going for broke, tail sliding out, pulling into what looks like closeouts. Gabby Bryant also looking for a big result this year for the first time in Tahiti. Molly's put in a lot of time in those types of waves of consequence, has great backhand tube riding technique that we've seen her showcase to 10-point rides at Pipe in the past. That's kind of how the year started. Molly with the edge over Gabby Bryant rankings wise, where Molly made finals day, started off with an equal 3rd this year. Gabriella Bryant with an equal 9th. Molly runner up in the next event, then things turned for Gabby Bryant. Now won 2 events this season, and Molly's trying to get her 2nd win of the year. She can hang on to this lead for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so Molly making the finals early on, but Gabby getting the wins in events over Molly. I think that was also like that little pressure release for Molly. She'd been so close, so consistent, and then to get that win in Saquarema, she's definitely feeling a lot lighter and happier coming into Jeffreys Bay, and confidence. And I think a key component is confidence in this game. Like that self-belief is so important.
9:30 left in the women's final. Yago Dora preparing with Leandra da Silva in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. It's been a very successful season for now world #1 Yago, but this guy has been unstoppable. Connor O'Leary coming from the past champ side of the draw, getting past Ewing, getting past Toledo, and getting his first 10-point ride of his career.
Oh, he's peaking. This is insane, just watching Connor in front of our eyes just reach that kind of potential, do the kind of surfing that he said he wanted to do.
And guess what? Gabriel Medina just woke up. Bro, I just woke up. Goofy Foot final. What? Sick. He's watching. Gabriel winning this over Italo Ferrer a couple years ago. It's very rare to see an all Goofy Foot clash at this event.
It's a proud moment for Gabe, and I'm sure he would be fired up to be surfing conditions like this.
Yeah, gosh, he turned in one of the most memorable performances for a backsider when he had that moving wedge on a bomb and he was attacking. That was a comeback year for him, where he often found his fire here at J-Bay, which typically was kind of the halfway mark of the season in the past. Now the second to last season on tour in a very condensed year, like you were saying, Rosie, where you don't have time to really do too much in between unless you lose early, which is a tough thing to do, but you can turn it into a strength. Exactly what Gabriella Bryant did. She made time for herself and changed her flights and came straight to J-Bay, which feels like a month ago.
It really does. And kind of ticked off all the bucket list things, right? Did the safaris, did, you know, all the little bits in between that you want to experience as almost a tourist, and then got down to doing business, like surfed those swells. We had some beautiful waves coming through the J-Bay lineup just before the competition got underway. But the best words to hear when you read the Surfline forecast is the storm has behaved as predicted. And that's what this day has done. I mean, this has been like a lights out day with the waves that we've had.
Yeah, it's like you hope your child behaves the same way. Keeps you on your toes. We always like honoring the legends that have won in the past. Rosie, tell us about Lisa Anderson, what she means to you and your surfing, winning out here at J-Bay in '96.
Yeah, just such a hero, Joe, and just definitely someone that's inspired so many of the generations, the up-and-coming generations. Everyone can have a look back at what Lisa achieved, the style that she has, just the swag. Yeah, and then competing out here at J-Bay, for me, seeing Lisa do that is just those are the iconic moments. You cut out those posters, put them on your school books.
Just style. Never forget when Lisa came to Salt Creek one day, was just blowing minds. She got the cover of Surfer magazine. So many things, along with 4 world titles and being an all-time hero. 6:30 to go to see who's going to end up on this list. Lakey Peterson, the last champion of the event. But we had more great champions in the 90s. 3 events run for the women in the 90s. Trudy Todd winning in '98, then to Melanie Redmond Carr in '99. Megan Abubo winning in the year 2000, and then some serious time off. Big thanks to the WSL putting J-Bay back on the calendar for the women. Here comes Molly attacking that first section. Pushing her back on her heels and back behind this whitewater, but she's going to hang in there. Emerging out in front. Smaller open face. She'll arc her way through, staying light on her feet. Couple little warbles in this lip line. You can see it kind of feathering in front of her, but she'll hang in there. Little swoop out front. Nice timing on the snap off the top, and Molly calls it a wave. Sticking with that one to try to improve on a 5.67, Jesse.
5.67. I'm not sure. Like, very sticky on that first turn. It was critical, with a lot of downtime, and the wave lacked a little bit of energy on the in-between, and then cleaned up in the end, had some critical turns, but smaller wave in size already. So I think even if she batters, it's not going to be substantial, and she's going to leave Gabby with a huge opportunity with 5 minutes left, and actually plenty of waves on the lineup, and she might be pulling the trigger right now about 30 seconds after.
This is what Gabriella Bryan was waiting for, but this would be the nightmare for Molly Picklum paddling back out. Seeing the most powerful surfer on tour just getting started. Warming up the rails of this surfboard from Lost. Pushing off the bottom, keeping it nice and controlled in the pocket. And then unloads a nice little rip into the pocket. There's the fade, and here comes the wall. World number 2 lights it up. Gabby now patient. Just those steady little pumps to push off the bottom, and now lays into that solid off the top. Little bit out in front of the tube as she is way down, passing impossibles. And she will kick out right by the free surf session that's happening way down the line. So one that kept her patient, you know, from all the way at the start. Remember that opener that she had where she was really pushing hard on the back foot. Had a little bit of finesse. And waited a long time with priority to try to get at least a 6.68 out of that one.
Yeah, I think that I just had that feeling like I wanted more from Gabby. Like just watching her go through the motions on that wave, there were a couple moments there where she could have got more critical, where she could have really done something quite dynamic and hit that lip. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's just flawless surfing from her, but just that tiny bit lateral.
Yeah, I'm kind of going the same route. It is going to be close most likely because of a turn that she does right in the middle is very critical. But like you mentioned, this is beautiful, but still the wave not as steep as the judges were probably hoping for, and even herself. And this is when the wave starts to steepen up, and she does this massive carve, which that's going to add a lot of points to her wave. And then right here, she starts to go lateral, like you mentioned, Rosie. Gets up and vertical, but very back-footed, tries and pull in, but doesn't get covered. Yeah, I felt like there's a little bit more left in that wave for her to grab it. 6.68. It's going to be up to that turn. Right when the wave doubles up, it feels good enough to get that score, but I felt like it lacked a little bit of criticalness.
Yeah, I think like you look at it, and that wave had the potential to be excellent. Like it could have really had that wow factor, and almost like looking down the line a little bit too much, like kind of wanting the barrel, but then mistiming that, so opting to go to turns.
You know, like she was composed throughout the halfway through the wave, and the wave didn't give her much opportunity. And then as soon as the wave starts to stiffen more, it's when she kind of was hesitating a bit. This is massive though. Like this is a very big turn. Mostly looking at slow-mo, you can see how much damage and how much water was displayed. But this was the moment of the wave itself, separated from everything else. So it's going to be up to the judges to decide if there's enough flow and a whole wave combined in order to get the score she's needing compared to what Molly has done.
Be close.
They're taking their time, making a decision. First signs of a score are coming in, and they are in favor of the Kauaian. Gabriella Bryan, 6.93. It's enough for a lead change. Molly Picklum with priority in 90 seconds to try to win this thing. Chasing just a 5.93. And she's just hoping that she gets a big set that just wraps around this point and gives her a shot at the title. Runner-up in 2023 is Molly Picklum to Lakey Peterson. She doesn't want that to happen again.
Molly didn't shut the door. She left it open, you know, and obviously Gabby asking the judges and just going a little bit above, all for that power turn that she did, but looks like there's sets stacking, and with the minute left, most likely Molly's going to get another opportunity. It's up to her nerves to decide if she's actually going to pull it off or not.
Gabriella Bryant's going out the back going, oh my goodness, Molly's going to get a chance. Lines to the horizon, wrapping around this point like silk. It is perfect, and Molly gets to choose which one she wants. Staying focused. She knows she needs to perform. Looking for a 5.93 to take this one. She's going to duck under the first. Try to put herself in position here. 20 seconds now.
She was too far under and deep for that first one. Came a bit wide.
It's going to come down to this. Picklum doesn't go.
With 10 seconds left, she didn't try it. That's all she had. I wonder if she doesn't know how much time was left. Didn't check the Apple Watch.
An interesting moment. Doesn't go. There's the frustration for Molly Picklum. Might have thought there was one behind it. And it will go to Gabriella Bryant. Gabby Bryant bringing the power. And J-Bay is hers. Your champion of the Corona Cero Open here at J-Bay. Gabriella Bryant beats world #1 in pumping conditions.
Wow, what a heat. I mean, just power wattage. Both of these women performing so well. I'm sure Molly's going to be kicking herself that she didn't take that last opportunity. Would it have been the score? But this event was all Gabriella Bryant's.
There was a little bit of whitewash in the beginning of that wave, but it was her last chance, and then all of a sudden hits the inside and it cleans up, and it was probably one of the best waves of the heat.
Why don't you go there?
I don't know. It's just sometimes you blink. You think really it's sometimes it goes black in front of you and you just commit mistakes, because that was obviously with 10 seconds left her only opportunity.
Well, Gabby Bryant takes it, an emotional victory and probably a big sigh of relief seeing the horizon lift with all those waves, and Molly opting to let this one go. And she runs out of time and feels the frustration of letting that opportunity go. And another runner-up performance and a third victory this year for Gabriella Bryant.
Just insane stuff. Just the powerhouse, the connection that she's had. I'm sure she's going to be enjoying this lap on the ski as the crowd appreciates her efforts today. Just a massive day of action. Quarterfinals all the way through to the final. Flawless surfing from Gabriella.
Gabriella Bryant showing how powerful she is, paying off, spending a long time here in South Africa after what was a very painful loss in Saquadem. I saw how tough that was for her to walk away from a lot of points on the calendar. She was able to get on a roll here, clinch her spot in the WSL Finals, and pick up her first win at the best right-hand point break in the world.
I mean, it's kind of destined being fulfilled, right? Like the type of surfing that she is capable of doing in right-hand point breaks, mostly the ones with a lot of power, it's pretty unbelievable. It's just very comfortable in those conditions and taking it down for her own home island, Kauai.
Sometimes I wonder if she knows how good she is. You know, when she surfs heats where she feels like she has to do so much. I don't know if she knows that her turns are enormous and that she could actually stay calm in a lot of situations. And she'll take that one on the head happily.
Oh, nature will always keep you humble. And that inside section, trying to line up the keyhole and that lamppost just right to make it in.
Let's say she just probably passed the keyhole already by just getting caught by that wave. Got dropped off in the right place, but then one or two waves sweeps you down so much here.
That's right. Well, she's cracked the code in the keyhole. She's locked up. J-Bay. She gets to join that special list. It was Lakey in 2023. Now it will say Gabriella Bryant.
I love the reaction, Joe. I mean, she is just such a happy, humble being. Just to watch her achieve success is a really cool thing to be a spectator of.
Gosh, yeah. Always laughing, always stoked. What comes out to me is just how much she loves to surf. You know, you can tell she'd be doing this anyway. If there's no such thing as pro surfing titles, she would be surfing every single day with her family. I'm sure a proud moment for her dad too, that would take her on trips to Indonesia when she was a little kid, and obviously all the world-class waves she has back home has created a world-class talent. World #2 upsets world #1 in the final at J-Bay. The party starts for Gabby Bryant on the beach, and we've got the men's final coming up next. Dora taking on O'Leary after this.
I feel we want to keep going and surf another 30 minutes of perfect J-Bay.
just trying to give myself as much opportunity to be satisfied, win or loss.
Goes to the air. Yago Dora. He finds the finish. Put your hands together. It's a perfect 10-point ride.
All goofy foot affair. Yago Dora will take on Connor O'Leary.
Let's start the clock on this 40-minute final. An all goofy foot matchup. That's making Aki cry somewhere in the world watching this heat. Always the benchmark for best backhand surfing. And Aki winning at 84. An all goofy matchup we had recently with Gabriel Medina and Italo Ferreira. But that's it. We've got it happening again here. Dora, now world #1, will be wearing yellow for the first time in Tahiti, but taking on the underdog of Connor O'Leary just in his second ever appearance in a CT final, looking for a big win in his career. Stage is set. These goofies have been fired up and they earned their way into the final in different ways. It's on. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and Jesse Mendez here for the call of the final. JJ, wow, this has been fun, and there's a lot of fire behind both these guys, starting with Connor O'Leary, the momentum he's feeling after a 10-point ride, his first of his career.
That 10-point ride was absurd. It was actually ridiculous. And we were sitting here, everyone had their hands above their head. The beach was alive. And Connor, I think he was just in disbelief of the wave that just came to him and how he just perfectly teed off on it. And if that was the level and he keeps just creeping upwards and upwards, I hope it keeps rising for him in this final, because it's been so fun to see these two compete on different sides of the draw.
Really cool to see his run through Ethan, through Felipe, and then Yago Dora. What a wild matchup that was with Griffin Colapinto. Both going blow for blow with their best surfing. Griffin had a ton of variety, but Yago had that classic finesse for the backhander.
I mean, the type of surfing, and actually Yago's riding a 6.0 driver 3.0 if I'm not mistaken, and I was talking to his father Leandro and I was asking what is he riding, because it felt like there wasn't much length on the board, but the board is so glued to the water and so responsive that I was kind of surprised for how small it looked. And he's like, oh, he's probably on a 6.1. He went and checked it and came back to me saying, actually, no, he's on a 6.0, which is a standard short board for him. Maybe he has a groveler as a 5.11 or something, but very impressive for the conditions and how much power he has today for him to ride in that. And it's suiting him very well because he's able to get under that pocket, getting covered by the lip sometimes of how tight he's been surfing, mostly on that semifinal. So incredible surfing for him.
Connor O'Leary would definitely feeling the energy from one of his partners in the dog pound, Gabby Bryan, celebrating a major win. Just enjoyed the chair through the bricks and through a lot of fans, and one of her teammates in the dog pound, Leo, in the mix as well. What a great victory, her third this season. El Salvador, Margaret River, J-Bay, all belong to Gabby Bryan in 2025. Now world #2 will be getting picked up here and enjoy probably the best ride you could feel after the final. Accomplishing so much this week in South Africa.
I mean, 3 wins in a season. That's something to talk about. 4 finals, and out of the 4, she's had 3 wins. That is absolutely out of control, and that smile, it says it all. It says how much it means. So she's been here for a really long time, almost a month, surfing here at J-Bay, and that time, it's time well spent. She's got herself the win here. She's got herself a spot in the final 5. This has been an incredible day for Gabby Bryan in her career.
The most people I've ever seen down here at Jeffreys Bay for the event, and that started from the opening round. So Gabriella Bryan's feeling some incredible energy from the fans, driving from all over in this country to be here for Finals Day, a Finals Day that was well predicted on the forecast, so they made their plans and they're happy they did. Been firing all day, getting the best conditions for the finals, so that battle will continue. World #2 got more points than Picklum in that final. We're still trying to figure out seeding coming into Tahiti.
And the crazy thing, 3 wins in a year, it rarely ever happens. One in itself on a career is a massive statement, but three event wins in 1 year itself. She should be super proud of what she's accomplished so far.
Well, Jesse Mendez, you were just breaking down the board for Yago Dora, which looks incredible. Darren Hanley making some great equipment for Connor O'Leary, but we'll watch this start of the final. Yago Dora stretching this one out. Gets out in front, nice fan, nice controlled carve. Hitting the lip line with precision. Off the bottom, more vertical on that third maneuver. Nice fade, keeping things controlled. Nice low center of gravity over that board. Comes down with the white water section on his heels, doesn't phase him. Drives into a big vertical, super clean finish. And a very smooth ride from start to finish. There's Penguin there, great photographer, great supporter for a lot of the surfers on tour. Watched every bit of that wave from start to finish. Dora having one of those years, picking up a win early in the season in Portugal. Got himself in the title race earlier than he's ever felt in his career.
It's exciting to see when you come down to these final events, all these little storylines start to unfold. And for this guy, it's taking world #1, that yellow jersey going into Tahiti, and he's surfing with the confidence of it too. I mean, he's got such a great pivot point that really just trajects him off the bottom, really tight in the pocket off the tops, just like that turn does. But if he needs to project out, he can. He has such a big variety of repertoires and almost this cat agile like attitude when he's surfing just that traditional style. It's really quick. He pivots really tight in the pocket as well. And this was a beautiful start to this heat for Yago.
Just well played, even just getting positioned for it. What did you like about it, Jesse Mendes?
I think you broke it down perfectly, Jess. He's very good at pivoting, but he doesn't lack extension on the maneuver. So he's good at getting up in vertical, but not getting too tight. So he projects it down the line and makes the turn looks big. And that's very important on such an open face that we have here at Jeffreys Bay. And great start. He took off on that wave at Boneyards. Kicked out almost at just past car parks. He actually had a little bit more down the line. He probably didn't think he was sitting that deep. And this is a great start, and you can see now, I mean, you can't see on the screen, but I'm looking over my shoulders, and Connor O'Leary just repositioning himself in front of the keyhole. He probably paddled a good 50 to 80 yards down the point right now to get back in position to where the surfers have been usually taking off on the waves, but they're just kind of fighting for the inside in the beginning. And yeah, Connor let that wave go, and Yago took advantage of it, starting with the 7-point ride.
Nice start for Yago Dora with the 7. Having plenty of time to paddle back out, take the deep breaths. Horizon staying calm at the moment, and Connor waiting to pounce when he gets the chance. Getting boards from Darren Hanley, Connor O'Leary. Darren said since Connor's so big, they had to add more rocker, nose and tail to his 6'3" Juliet model, so he could really fit it in the pocket. Add a narrow squash tail for hold and release, which is always really thoughtful of Darren. Every surfer's got different needs, right? And he knows what's going to work best for Connor on the day.
Yeah, and you can tell those tiny tweaks of making Connor's board and that bigger frame fit perfectly in the pocket, just like they really hope to do. I mean, Connor has this ability just to whip. And if it's not a whip in the pocket, to drive out of a carve as well. Just the bowl and the cupped out shape and the way he fits his turn in all of the pockets. It's why he's getting these massive scores like his first ever 10-point ride.
And maybe one of the only guys on a squash tail today.
He really is on a squash. That's very impressive how much drive he's actually getting. But he's very good at compressing himself on the bottom turn and getting very low. He's a very tall guy, probably. I mean, if he's not the tallest, the second too. And the way he's capable of actually compress himself and get himself very tight, but still, because of his weight and his power, he throws so much water up. It's very dynamic, and that's a point of difference for him compared to Yago, a little bit smoother, more out in the face. It's just contrast. Both are incredible, both are excellent. It's a matter of who's going to perform better in the 35 minutes.
So Connor staying patient. It's interesting because Yago's been pretty familiar with making finals, especially in the last few years. We mentioned the Portugal win, then just blitz lower trestles, showing his range, you know, showing why that everyone's seeing him coming as a great chance to win a world title when you're a favorite and a cold beach break in Portugal, go left or right at lowers, and now you're in the final at J-Bay. It's been that special year for Dora. As we wait for Connor to get started, let's hear from a champion. Gabriella Bryans with Paul Evans.
Yeah, let's do that, Joe. Gabby Bryan, the 2025 Corona Cero Open J-Bay champion. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels so good. I don't know. I don't think it's sunk in yet, but it's kind of crazy. The last 2 events, I probably had my worst heats ever in my career on tour so far, and came here early. It put a lot of time in out here, and it paid off. So I'm so stoked.
4 career wins on the championship tour for you. This is your 3rd this season. How does this one rate at this prestige venue? What does it mean to be a winner here?
It's incredible. It's been a dream of mine to win here at J-Bay. It's such an iconic wave, and it's one of my favorite waves in the world. And like I said, I've spent so much time here this trip, and I'm surrounded with really good people. I have my mom and my sister-in-law here, and we've just been having a really good time. So yeah, to come out on top with all of them around me is insane.
Something of a setback for you in terms of giving up the yellow jersey before heading here, and of course Molly in that yellow jersey in that final with you. Did that add a little bit of extra spice for you? How did you deal with that?
I took the pressure out. That yellow jersey comes with a lot of pressure, and it was my first time wearing it ever in my career, these last events. So I personally like to be chasing something and have something to want and go after. So yeah, I'm happy in red, but hopefully, I mean, the only time that I want to be wearing yellow is the first event next year, so got to do everything I can to do that.
But most of that final you're actually chasing. She got to a really strong start, ripped a wave all the way down the point, and you were under a little bit of pressure throughout. Your thoughts as you paddled into that wave that ultimately delivered you the score?
Yeah, I kind of gave up the inside because there's so many waves out there. I didn't want to waste a bunch of time battling and stuff. So yeah, she got that 7, and then I got a 6, and my surfing felt good. The wave was just kind of not that good, and then my last wave was coming in, and Connor's in this heat right now, and he's just he didn't tell me to go, but he's just he cheered, and I'm like, this is it, this is right here. If I can just put it together. I had a couple little mistakes, but I pulled it off, and I'm so stoked.
Congratulations, Gabby, once again. She's the most powerful woman on tour. She got 3 wins this season. Let's get back for the rest of the men's final.
Thank you very much, Paul Evans. What a great champion we have downstairs. She has not stopped smiling. Her face is going to be really sore at the end of the day. Just happiness, so much success this year. Well-deserved from Gabriella Bryan. And a fun heat with world number 1 and 2. You don't always get that. You know, the seeding kind of tries to predict that in the opening round. There's always so many big names in the mix. We got that for the women's final. We got Connor getting a start during that catch-up.
Oh, these big power hooks, we're obsessed with them. Really big second one especially, but got caught behind here. That wave really started to speed off down the point there. So Connor, only a small score to open up with, but Yago, he got the crowd really excited for this wave here.
Yeah, it looked like he started off with a nice carve up the top. The wave kind of bends a little bit out to see it right there, so he has to kind of just maintain the rail work. Flatten it out, carves it again, nothing major yet. But it starts to double up as we expect and start to get steep. He gets up and vertical, very aggressive, but can't hold on. It's kind of been the story of the game. The last few heats we had Felipe against Connor, started off better, had the opportunity with the opponent committing mistakes and doesn't capitalize on the beginning of the heat. We had Molly against Gabby Bryan as well, had a few opportunities and didn't capitalize and started off very well. And right here, Yago Dora, probably the wave selection wasn't the best as well, but could have maximized the potential of that wave by finishing it off on his foot. There's something going on. You started off strong, you know, the nerves start to get creeping, and sometimes it's trouble.
Well, Ethan Ewing did the same thing in his quarterfinal matchup against Connor. He started off really well, and then Connor got the score on the last wave, way down the point. So it definitely has been this reoccurring theme of it's never over until it's over, especially here at J-Bay, considering how good the waves are and how consistently they keep coming through. I'm excited, though. These guys have never had a head-to-head matchup before, so and in terms of power, you'd have to think Connor would have the edge, but progressiveness, Yago's got it. So see if they rely on their strengths in this final here.
Great breakdown, Jesse Starling, as we flow into a backside wrap from O'Leary. Hug in the pocket, his first wave, 3.33. Look at him just loading up. Look out, lip line. Connor's In go mode, big bang upside down, off the coping, projecting off the bottom. Now stepping into that low stance again, swinging for the fences, big vertical, straight into precision and poise. So focused down the wall, he's got a big vertical hammer, hangs onto it, picks it up again for a healthy combination of turns. He is lights out on the end section at Jeffreys Bay. Tyler Wright beaming with that performance. Leo loving it on the edge of his seat. And that'll be a great comparable to Yago's 7-point ride.
And that's what I was saying, Joe. It's a problem for you to start off a final with a 7 and then having a kind of a mediocre opportunity in front of you and pulling the trigger. And then you leave the door open for stuff like this to happen, and your opponent just starting to match your best wave. So amazingly done from Connor O'Leary in this opportunity he had here, Jess.
Yeah, I just love how upside down he goes on his turns. It's really just fun to watch. It feels like you're surfing the wave with him. And just you get excited about these big sections coming your way. Joe, you said look out lip line. This is exactly how it feels when Connor O'Leary is gaining speed down the line. Upside down, vertical on this first section, taps that rail to come back around, generates that speed, back in that power source, and then it's unleashed town from here. Super vertical first turn, but look at the patience here. And then lines up these last 2 turns. I was nervous for this one, though. I thought he was going to lose it. Looked like he had a bit of a fumble and then just teed off twice beautifully. That's a great answer back to Yago's 7-point ride.
I mean, there's a good and bad thing about keeping your pace and being patient off the bottom, which it sets you up for success, but also generates a lot of speed off your rails and your fins. So you're probably going to demolish the turn, but you can also overcook it very easily. Right here, just did it perfectly. Beautiful snapping right here. It takes his space where you mentioned, takes his time, redirects the board, gains speed once again, not rushing through, waiting for the wave to do its talk, and then he just applying perfect maneuvers to the right timing. Finish it off very strong with the last one.
Gosh, how good is his technique on his backhand as well? Just having that hand come back over and then just re-engaging here, knowing he's fumbled and straight into a perfect textbook backhand bottom turn. That entire fin out of the water, that hand really steering him up to the top of the wave there. Connor O'Leary just... We always talk about J-Bay, how it can show your flaws, but it's showing that he's got one of the best techniques on tour.
I mean, his teammate, Gabrielle O'Brien's called the most powerful surfer on tour. I mean, Connor might be backing her up on the men's side with how hard he hits the lip. And even in that short space, as he gets to the lip line, he puts extra into it and comes out flying. Connor O'Leary here's another excellent number today. He's getting used to this. Had one in the last round. That was a 10, his first of his career. Brings it in the final against Dora, 8-1-7, and takes the lead.
And strategically speaking, once again, I'd like just to mention the problem of Yago pulling the trigger in the 3.83. Let's say he finishes that turn, gets a 5. Does it matter for the conditions we have on offer in the finals? Probably not. So just maybe getting ahead of himself, or just thought that the wave was good. Sometimes that happens. It's very easy. You have a 200-yard wave. You have to predict what's going to happen from the bottom, from the top to the bottom. But right there, he could have been sitting in 15-point total with Connor leading. Connor leading a combination of 2 waves. But now, momentum shift to Connor. Obviously, there's still a lot of time. Both of the surfers have been getting high scores in every heat, so still a lot in the game, but he could be way ahead as we speak right now.
2016, Connor O'Leary, the QS champion, qualified for his rookie season in 2017, where he did accomplish Rookie of the Year. That includes the last time he was in a CT final when he was runner-up to Maddie Wilkinson at Cloudbreak that year. We're talking 8 years ago since he's had a chance to win a major CT event.
I would love to see Connor lift a trophy above his head. I mean, especially this event, he's been that underdog, he's been that dark horse, and to be on tour for as long as he has and just keep that fire and keep hunting for a win, I mean, just shows the type of competitor he is. There's tenacity there. And you know what's really cool is that back home, even when Molly and I were Groms, he was setting up the tents at Surfing New South Wales. He worked at our local surfing industry, and now he's on tour battling out for a J-Bay title.
So I asked Connor the other day, I was like, when was your first sponsor? A lot of these guys are sponsored when they're 5. You know, for him, he was like, I was 14. It was a local surf shop. So he was sort of an underdog in that very highly competitive junior series where he battled with guys like Matt Banting, Jake Sylvester, Ryan Callanan, you know, it was a big crew. And you know what Connor says, I mean, he's always really humble. He was like, I was just trying to keep up. But I think there was some truth to that. He always felt like he had to prove something to get into the mix. And he not just got in the mix, he passed him, and he's getting very close to maybe taking a major win today.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity in front of him. And I remember first time I recall it actually surfing against Connor. I didn't know who he was, and he was kind of smoked me. The backhand was so lethal since he was whatever that age was. He was 18, 19, back in Brazil in Florianopolis. Just an impressive surfer, and how much better he gets every year, how much more power he gets. Every year bringing something new to the table. Not huge changes, but slightly changes that make a big difference on surfing. So props to him to keep his head in the game for that much time.
Connor, raised in Cronulla, his coach from Cronulla as well, Richard Dog Marsh, the famous Mark Akalupo from Cronulla as well. There's some sort of magic from that zone in Australia, and he's bringing it to Jeffreys Bay once again. Dog used to babysit Connor when he was a little kid, so he's known the family for a very long time. We talk about Connor's mom being a pro surfer, Kemi Karasawa. Find her name in some old heat draws. She's also competed in the Masters events in the board riders battle. Father Finbar looking on. Connor celebrating his baby girl being born earlier this year. And his wife, Shreds. Stephanie Single, as she was known as before Stephanie O'Leary, was in so many big events growing up. And, you know, now she likes to just support Connor and on tour, but sometimes she'll paddle out on a lay day. She could still be in a big event.
Absolutely, she still shreds. I've seen clips of her at Lennox Point on a 20 just flaring, you know, taking it to Connor out there as well. So Steph, she's at home, she's got mum duty right now, but if she wants to surf a heat and light it up, she can.
As we enjoy this season and what we've seen so far, Iago's been loving it. Now he's the tour leader. His dad there just enjoying the final, doesn't need to worry about the coaching responsibilities. That's for Leandro da Silva, who's sitting down on the right. Matty Bemrose in the middle with the beard.
Saw Penguin right there. The best burger making in the world.
Gosh, especially if there's a barbecue going or a braai here in South Africa. Give him a call as we remember what happened so far this year.
Yeah, Barron kicked us off at Pipe. I mean, what a clutch win. It was really close between him and Leo, and then we knew this was coming. Italo at the wave pool. It's got to happen.
And, you know, at this point, Italo was going on a roll. Wearing bright yellow, was runner-up in the final with Dora.
He was untouchable. It felt like he was just going to run away, but it's just a matter of time for everyone to catch up. You can't get too far, ever. Those guys are too competitive, and they just want a piece of you. But it's funny how important it is for you to kind of peak track towards the end of the year and gain momentum like Molly is doing, or also Gabby right now as well. Don't want to burn it too early.
Jordy winning 2 events for the first time in his career, 18th season on the championship tour. Dora picks up his second at the High Performance Skate Park in San Clemente. Then it was Hausman's turn. Second final he's had in his career against his good friend Griff. That finds our way here to stop 10 of the season. Dora ready to pounce on this one. A little misread on the first section. He's going to hang in there. Swings the carve in the pocket. He's feeling comfortable now. Nice lip line hark again. Dora needs just a 4.51. Blitzes the lip. One of the smoothest surfers on tour will have to eject with impossibles clearly being impossible to make. But man, he's changed the way you look at that end section, hasn't he? Especially through the early rounds into the 9s, and then also a 9.5 for some of the biggest backside full roads we've seen at J-Bay. Iago's up again. Just loading up just in case, and he can do this since we've got the water patrol standing by for the pickup.
Yeah, you can tell that there's a lot going on out there today. I mean, it's perfect, but it's big. There's a lot of water moving, and everyone who's won heats has talked about how much they're loving that jet ski assist. So Iago making his way down to them, but just fumbled off the start here. Didn't really capitalize on that first section that came his way. I mean, still super clean lines, really nice rail surfing here, but you could tell that Iago probably wanted a little bit more on this one just to flare up more like we've been seeing him do, and I would love to see one more of those backside full roats. I mean, they are clinical.
Yeah, absolutely insane of what he did in the early rounds, just trying to find pace and trying to do enough to get the lead. And Iago, 4.77. He's done that there, Jesse.
Yeah, it felt like right here was the problem came. He did time very well, but it felt like he thought the wave was going to slow itself down, so he wanted to delay that bottom turn, which he has been doing to get as critical as possible and drive through the turn. Instead of trying to cut the turn short and more whippies, he's like generating speed throughout. But then he got too relaxed, so missed a little bit of a split second there on that bottom turn, and the wave just ran away from him. Going back to it, probably that wave didn't have the scoring opportunity he's probably looking for right now, with Connor having already an 8.17, but definitely was going to apply more pressure into the blue jersey. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Iago, but still plenty of time. 14 minutes left. He's going to get back out the. He's going to get out the back in probably another 30 seconds of paddle, and it's up to the next exchange.
Pretty rare to see 10-point rides on tour these days. We had an event in 2017 where we had a ton of 10s, and then the criteria kind of changed after that and saved them for crazy moments that you'll never forget. So when you get one now, you remember when it happened. You remember what the wave's like. So Connor achieving a lot with that 10-point ride against Felipe Toledo. You think of goofies that have done it. Nathan Hedge, we talked about the Hog a bit out here at J-Bay, and one of those rare 10-point rides, and Hog, one of the best goofies that competed on this wave.
Yeah, and he has a lot of insight when it comes to competing on this wave as well, knowing where to sit. It has to be that little bit wider. It has to have that bit slower of a tempo to come their way here at J-Bay, especially when that wind starts to swing a little bit side shore, a little bit onshore, because it makes this chatter on the board, and it makes it, drawing a line as a goofy footer, just that little bit harder to get up and vertical. But the thing is, these two guys have navigated that wind the best out of anyone in the draw so far, and that's why we're seeing them in the final. And I'm looking forward to adding another goofy footer to the list of winners here.
Yeah, let's shout out the great goofies that have competed at J-Bay. Chris Gallagher, we see him as a coach these days. I'm sure he's happy with this performance from Connor. This was that 10 that we saw in the semifinal against Toledo, Jesse.
That carve right there set him up for success, put himself so deep, but that wave just got so throaty. He probably stayed in the barrel more than I expected watching it live. Like, he was very impressive, and just the combination of major maneuvers afterwards. Look how much drive down the line, how much power he carries, and also drift and control with the rail somehow on a squash tail, and finish it off with the banger. That was a clear 10 for everyone, I guess, besides one judge.
Yeah, that's right. One judge didn't throw a 10, so we can't call it a perfect 10, but it felt like one. As we look at Connor send the rail, the DHD pushes that carve back into the pocket. Big vertical blitz. That's that big signature move that O'Leary brings to the lip line. Swinging off the top again, looking comfortable down the stretch. Nice pace, lip feathering, attack mode for O'Leary. Looking solid so far, belts it again. Nice clean bottom turn. Rail super clean, no bobbles, belts it again. Nice control for O'Leary. He will lay down after another brilliant performance to put that score with his 8.17. The 3-point ride is long gone and only needed a 3.6 to take the lead.
His legs look like they were burning at the end of that wave. That was a long ride where he teed off multiple times there for Connor. And as well, just to note, he got that 10-point ride. He had that big semi-final only 40 minutes ago. So for him to just readjust and come back and perform like he did on this wave, I mean, showcasing the type of athlete he is, really big turn in the pocket there for Connor. And then just came through and tied the bow. Series of strong maneuvers here for Connor. Started off a little bit slopey here, but still drove through a nice carve. And then here, really went to town, just vertical turn after vertical turn.
So exciting when he has so much control of that surfboard. So much power right there. Jesse really opened up and was able just to step off here.
Yeah, it was a great way for him to get a backup score. You don't want to be sitting with less than 10 minutes left on a 3.33. I mean, the first turn, the first critical turn he had on the back was very impressive, and then there's a lot of downtime. The wave was a little bit smaller in size, and then it starts to keep a good pace once again. This one a little bit more lateral down the line. Deep bottom turn, scarves it here, and finish it off with another vertical turn. So great surfing for him. Gonna apply a lot of pressure in Iago now, sitting with priority and 10 minutes left.
Waiting for the numbers from the judges as we hit 10 minutes to go in the final of the Corona Cero Open J-Bay. Connor just chasing a 3.6. We'll see what happens right after this. Flashing back to 2017, it was the rookie year for Connor O'Leary. Showed up at Cloudbreak and it was pumping. All the big names were upset in round 3. We're talking John Florence out and the rest of the crew in the title race. Ended up being an all goofy foot final with Maddie Wilkinson, and was a big moment for a rookie to step up to the plate at Cloudbreak and almost win the event.
And to do it at this wave too, I mean, talk about clutch for Connor. Just going back on this surfing, what a crazy highlight reel here. Runner-up at Fiji to Maddie Wilco, probably one of his icons as well. Incredible final between these two.
Came really close. Connor had an 8.33 in this battle. Wilco had a couple of 8s in the decision. Fun looking back at that memory. 8 years ago, made the final. Now he's finally in one again. That's a long time waiting to try to win your first CT event. A couple of things to catch up on. Some numbers. Last score for Connor came in at a 7.5. Now has a 15.67 total out front.
And this is that moment that I mentioned a little bit earlier, the importance of Iago being on that 8.17, because obviously at some point Connor was going to bounce back. So he was just going to be 2 steps ahead, and now Connor will be starting to creep in and catch up, but here looks like Iago with an opportunity underneath.
Quick tag there for Dora. Super smooth Brazilian goofy foot, just staying calm off the bottom, throws it a bit more vertical off the lip. Easy pace to follow. Driving into a little top turn hook again. Always driving hard into a finishing move. Gets there in perfect timing and rides away. Dora jerseys getting picked up on site. You can buy one on WSLstore.com. Number 9 has been a very popular pick for a world title threat this year. That jersey's turning bright yellow when he suits up in Tahiti for the first time in his career. And right there, that wave, he was hoping to answer back. Needs an 8.67. It would have to be the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, it needs to be the best wave, but he got that wave from miles down the point. He was a fair way from where Connor was, so found one underneath him and just unleashed. And that end turn, how good are the fans at J-Bay? It just keeps them alive. That's got to feel so good as a competitor as well. Started off with class, big hook in the pocket there, and then came through this inside section. Look how clean the wall is in front of him. It's a perfect playground for Iago just to go tee for tee, blow for blow, unleash on this backhand, just stick to this really traditional surfing that we've seen him just put on display the entire event. Technically incredible when it comes to Iago. Comes out with a bit of drama there as well, so just adds a little cherry on top.
Yeah, that's incredible surfing. Very critical to finish it off. Probably the best finish we've seen it so far in this heat. 8.67, I don't see that going that high personally. I thought Connor's energy was a little bit more aggressive. He was able to get a little bit more cope and a little bit more curve in the wave to be more dynamic, but man, Iago's displaying some amazing surfing.
And now hitting the 5-minute mark, left in the final, left in the event. And the best day of surf we've had all waiting period. Iago taking in the deep breaths on the Red Bull ski and preparing for a potential final exchange of the matchup. Thinking back to that Cloudbreak final, Connor beat Kelly in round 3, beat Parco in the semifinals, and waiting a long time for this opportunity to try to win one. But some greats at Jeffreys Bay. Luke Egan, another guy that made the semifinalists, doing a lot of coaching these days with Baron Mamiya and with Caroline Marks in the back end of the year, but also worked a lot with Connor O'Leary in the beginning stages of his CT career, and even moved down to Cronulla, and they basically shared a fence. They were that close in the same neighborhood because they were all in. So Connor kind of piecing together a lot of different great surfing minds, especially in the early stages of his career.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there are so many icons that you could look up to, especially as a goofy footer around that region. And I feel like right now, this would probably be the most stressful 3 minutes 50 of his career so far. Yago, we know he's had wins. He wants another one. He's got the yellow jersey. He's going to Tahiti as world #1. But Connor's never had a win before, and right now he's holding down first place. Is he going, am I taking the next set? Am I going to sit on Yago and hope that no more waves come? Stressful times for him, and I bet Dog's binoculars are getting a good rinsing right now, looking out to the lineup, seeing if there's any sets coming through.
I mean, there was a set already that went by, and he actually let it go, and that was a very incredible wave. But he knows the score just previously had been dropped, and he was like, yeah, just gotta, you know, the surfing has been done. Just be smart, make sure you keep your head clear, and make the right decision on the next opportunity that comes, because it looks like we might have a few waves coming into the lineup probably before this heat finishes.
Well, the thing is, too, Connor's got the extra mojo because he's been finishing a lot of his waves down by Jordy's house. Jordy bought Gordon Merchant's old pad here at J-Bay, and he's just been on his deck just watching Connor going, you got it, because he's helping Jordy's cause in the final 5. Jordy thanked Connor for beating Italo Ferreira, who's in the final 5. Beat Ethan Ewing, who was 5th in the world coming into this event. Got past Toledo as well, who was just trying to come up from deep in the rankings. And now Yago Dora is world #1, but this will help Jordy if Connor gets the 10,000 points today.
Just a priority shift right there.
Yeah.
Smart of Yago. Like, both of them were kind of underneath, but Yago kind of had a chance of pulling the trigger on that wave, so he forced it Connor into having to decide. And that's the problem sometimes when you're sitting on someone on a point break and you're deeper than them and underneath, it gives you less time to react to the situation, and you kind of have to pull the trigger. So very smart of Yago Dora to actually apply that pressure and make Connor crumble in the situation. But it seems like nothing's coming to the lineup right now, but still 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Let's see.
Oh, how stressful. I mean, Connor, he was looking, he knew that there was an opportunity, and Yago was in the better position for that wave as well. Looked at it, saw that Yago didn't go, and then swung back underneath and just hoped that the priority judge just blinked a little during that situation. But that was always going to swap it around. Nervous times, stressful moments right now for Connor O'Leary, because Yago with priority, thinking about that score, he could pull that off with a big backside full rope. That is not out of the question for Yago Dora. So this is heart rate's elevated for 60 seconds for the dog squad.
They can't even look. That's the most stressed look they've had on their faces this entire final. Connor's just going to take a little break off his board and just float for a little while, knowing that he's this close to a win, and to give Yago a better shot, handing him priority. That was the last thing he wanted to see happen with now 54 seconds to go.
Joe, there are waves coming. Waves are approaching. You can hear the whistles.
And Yago's been a buzzer beater all event as well. 44 seconds.
Oh, no.
Yago needs an 8.44, and he's starting to paddle out the back.
He actually needs to paddle out because this looks like kind of a wide set, so he needs to be in position for it. Sims, if he lets this first one go, the second one is way more out the back, and he might be out of position, so he's probably going to pull the trigger right now.
Wow.
Coming down to this wave, Yago Dora needs an 8.44. 19 seconds. Throws down a wrapping turn. Patience, staying full on the face is going to force him to run. Aims down to the bottom. Nice control there. He'll throw that arc off the top as the buzzer goes off. Trying to keep his focus and attention to this end section that's provided him a lot of glory throughout this event. He'll have to lay down a little backhand roundhouse, and not showing signs that he's getting a big wall just yet, but still hanging in there. Now it's opening up. Things bottoming out. We're seeing free surfers past impossibles. Now Dora's digging in. Big speed snap. He's taking this thing to the point. Still loading up. This wave still scored. He'll hit it off the top. Weightless there. Finds a landing. Riding that thing for like 350 yards. He's gone around the corner. That's a final score that will be judged from the panel upstairs. Yago making things interesting, earning priority, making Connor make a move, couple of minutes ago, chasing an 8.44. But Connor's camp already starting to celebrate.
Yeah, I'm with them on that one. I don't think that's going to come even close to what he needs.
Announcement is being made. It's not enough from Yago Dora. And for the first time ever, Connor O'Leary is a champion of a CT event. What a moment, bringing the power to Jeffreys Bay. 10,000 points, $100,000, and an incredible achievement from one of the best goofy foots on tour. And hey, why not ride switch and have it frontside on your way in?
The magician. We've been calling him this all event, just finding these moments and finding his first ever championship tour win. Connor O'Leary, so well deserved. Waited 8 years for that opportunity, and that smile, it says it all right now for Connor. I think we all smile knowing that he gets his first win.
What a way to back up your statement, right? Like, I want to be known as one of the best performers on the backhand at J-Bay, and this is a way to do it. Just go and win yourself a title.
And to get a 10 on the way to it, to beat a 3-time champion. The story was in Toledo going for 4 this year, and Connor changed that one around as an underdog. Beat Ethan Ewing as a favorite, as he's won this event in the past, and he just kind of knew something. He just felt it even before the event started. Flawless performance, an unforgettable event for Connor O'Leary.
He had Italo Ferreira to take down as well. I mean, it was no easy task to get here, and look, little cherry on top, perfectly found the keyhole as well. Actually, maybe not. I take that back. Just shows how well I know that keyhole.
Yeah, he'll find his way. He's just on pure adrenaline right now. He'll save that magic board. Well done to Darren Hanley with that winning surfboard. And congratulations to Richard Dog Marsh with a clean sweep of this event, with Connor and Gabby Bryant taking the championship. As well as we join Greg Emsley for the countdown. He's on the tower, a J-Bay champ, longtime CT competitor. He'll be giving out scores to the best in the world. And the first quarterfinal is already getting started. Gabriella Bryan and Tyler Wright take on Perfect J-Bay, both looking for their first win at this venue. Tyler's come close, runner-up in 2022, a semifinal the following year in 2023. Gabriella Bryan has matched her personal best result, her 3rd straight quarterfinal appearance at the best right-hand point break in the world. And as we know, she fell out of the draw really early in Brazil, went straight to J-Bay. She's been here for a really long time.
Yeah, and I mean, what a place to be. I think this is one of the events where the surfers kind of get to, and you get to exhale a little bit, you get to enjoy a little bit of everything as well as the surfing. I think Gabrielle now is really focused in on this quarterfinal heat, but she's had just so much time out here, and I think that's going to be an advantage.
We look at these heats, and it's actually interesting on the women's draw. You have the final 8 in all quarterfinals, but this is the top 8, 1 through 8, still involved in this event, and it is reseeded. So right now you have Gabby Bryan as the #2 seed in the world, behind Molly Picklum. And geez, it is just sensory overload this morning. Look at these perfect lines coming through, a sunrise and a rainbow at the same time, and our opening ride of the morning. Tyler Wright just pacing, a 2-time world champ, 17 championship tour wins. Finding that flow and pace on that Paizel surfboard. Nice calm approach. Setting up an overhead section, that cool little lean back into the pocket, which he's been doing her entire career, and she'll step off of the opening wave of the morning.
I've actually was just about to mention, it's going to be important for you today to identify which waves you're kind of looking out there, because the sets are kind of solid and going wide, but then they double up on the inside and kind of usually drain, and it's pretty wide open and nice. But the medium-sized waves just hugs the bank much better. A wave like Tyler Wright just had right now had that good pace and the good size for J-Bay. As we see, I see it over my shoulders right now. This is probably the biggest set of the morning so far. It's about to start breaking way up at boneyards, and that's the sets that I'm talking about. They might be a little bit too big Gabby's going to pull the trigger on the right one. The first one a little bit smaller because the ones behind are massive.
Gabriella Bryan, career best performance this season, has all the momentum in the world. Drawing that line back into the pocket. This is where J-Bay often gets referenced as a canvas. You get to draw all over it. Gabby keeps the rail engaged. Nice steady pace, and now having that high line approach, now down to the bottom. Gabriella, beautiful arc off the top. This thing's now starting to open wide. She misses that double up and a chance to get barreled on the end section. So a couple of warm-up waves out of the way for Bryan and Wright. 35-minute heats. And with the Red Bull skis on the assist, they'll have plenty of time to reset and identify which ones they want to be a part of. 2 big CT wins this year, so you'd look at Gabby Bryan as the momentum surfer this year with all of her power. Then you look at all the experience of Tyler Wright, where she just has a way to just take on big matchups. Here's Tyler's start.
Yeah, Tyler, like we mentioned, just identifying this kind of medium-sized wave for this morning and just digging in that rail right there. There's a little bit of, you know, that lump and bump. We saw that northerly wind still coming into play, but Tyler's just cutting through the face of this wave because of all that power from that new swell. Just pushes you down the line. She had a really good read on this wave, and it's a good wave to settle the nerves. Here it starts to double up when it gets a little bit more shallow on that inside bank, and it hits that reef so nicely.
I would have liked to see her finish, actually. Maybe she didn't think that wave was as good as she probably was hoping for, but she did some damage. And here's Gabby on one of those, the first wave of that set. The ones behind are just way too wide. Maybe they were nice on the inside, but here Gabby just kind of zigzagging. You can see that the wave's not as steep as Tyler's wave because it's going a little bit wider on the bank and more out the back. But then once it doubles up right here, that's when dream comes true. It starts to stack up. She does a beautiful carve, but she doesn't cut itself enough and be fast enough on that bottom turn transition to get in the barrel, unfortunately for Gabby, because that wave was peeling down the line. Beautiful bottom turn here. Aggressive out the back. And right here, that's when she needed to start getting on her toes very quickly to transition into that barrel and get tight and high in that pocket. She goes a little bit too much down to the bottom and missed the opportunity of a nice drainer on the inside, and she's getting licked right now.
Yeah, the set